is up, everybody? Welcome to another episode of Limited Resources. This episode number 526. My name is Marshall. I'm one of your Limited Resources, and joining me on the line all the way from Denver, Colorado, it's Luis Scott-Vargas. Luis, yeah, we've got the Theros. Was that for you? Wait, did you just cheer for yourself?
No.
You meant to hit the button when I introduced myself. That's what it was.
Whoever's controlling the soundboard is, that. Oh, yeah, I did miss your introduction.
It's the Theros Beyond Death set review show. We've got it early this time. Once again, the pattern has held that Wizards of the Coast has released the set a little earlier than they used to, and we're all over it. We're going to jump on it and get this thing done and get it into your hands so that you can be ready for the pre-release, the release, the subsequent events online and in real life. We're going to cover every single common and uncommon in Theros Beyond Death today and give you our take on them so that you are ready to go. Before we get into it, the show's brought to you by channelfireball.com. That's the place to go for all things magic related. Look, if you need to do magic shopping, Channel Fireball is, of course, where you should go. But there's also so much more going on over there. If you want Theros Beyond Death, you can pre-order it now. There's singles, there's bundles, there's all these types of things. You can get baller boxes, you can sign up for newsletters, you can sell your cards back to Channel Fireball, all different types of things. Again, kind of encapsulated in this anything that you need. You need content, they're going to have content there right on the front page of the site. Some of the best content creators in Magic work for Channel Fireball, and you can find articles, videos, podcasts like this one to help get you better, keep you entertained, and keep you engaged with everybody's favorite game. Anything special going on that you want to mention over there, Luis?
Well, Theros pre-orders are going on for sure, and it's a great time to pick up the cards you want from Theros. I also do want to mention, since we're on a podcast, we've actually stepped up our podcast game recently. We've got, of course, Limited Resources, whatever the opposite of a flagship podcast is for Channel Fireball.
Wait, the opposite? Oh my God, we're in the basement.
We've got Magic FM, which is Mashi Scanlon and Gabby Sports, and I actually guest on a lot of those episodes as well. We've got the Ponder podcast with Jamie Topples, TJ Rogers, and Melvin the Muppet, and we've got Scribe Me a River with Riley and Dennis. So we've gotten a lot of podcasts because we think podcasts are sweet. We think they're a really good way to kind of connect with the people who are interested in learning about a lot of different facets of Magic. So I would check those out. If you go, you're almost always going to see a podcast on the front page. You can click on the podcast tag to see one of the other podcasts we've got. So
that's right.
I would worry about introducing competitors, but we know that LR has no peers or something like that.
Or something, yeah. And of course, you can subscribe to any of those and LR in your favorite podcast app, or in our case, I know for sure, you can find us basically everywhere: YouTube, Spotify, Pandora, Stitcher, Facebook. You can stream it off the site. You can download the files if you want them. You can get the show however you want so that you can get it into your ears. So, of course, we got to mention our Patreon. Patreon.com/limited resources is a big way that this show gets to continue on, right? These are our most dedicated listeners supporting the show. It's fully flexible. There's no long-term commitment. You just sign up. If it's not working for you, you can leave. You can come back when it is again. You can change your pledge to, things are going great. I'm really loving this. We'll give them this much. And then it's like, I got to tighten up the bills a little. You can knock it down. You can change all those things around. You even get a signed thank you card in the mail, regardless of which tier you choose. And then you get extra bonuses based on the tiers as well. We certainly hope you'll check it out. And we appreciate everybody who has over at patreon.com/limited resources. Luis, first things first, we've got to talk about our grading scale, because we do end up giving each card a grade.
Yes. Does that mean I should open the grading scale to take a look?
It does mean that you should probably have opened the grading scale that we updated earlier. I hear yes and clicking. And now I see your little icon show up on the Google Doc.
Hey, look, it's better
for example, what's an A?
Well, Marshall, since you asked so kindly, an A is a bomb, a game winner. good in many situations, especially when behind, and the best cards in the set, much like Cure defeats the Sea God, which is my early pick for best card in the set. We've got cards like Rankle, Master of Pranks, Embercleave, Oko, Murderous Rider, just, the cards that when you open them, you do a lap around the table and windmill slam it. Or you think about doing that, but you don't actually do it. We've got Bees. These are cards that actively pull you towards their colors, headliners for a set, go-to cards, and reasons to be in a particular color, clan, guild. In this set's going to be colors because there's no other distinction going on. Mm-hmm. So cards like Bake into a Pie, Sir Eleonora the Discerning, Scorching Dragonfire, Beanstalk Giant, just the cards that when you get them into like third or fourth pick, you're like pretty happy, and then if you get them later than that, you're very happy. We've got Seas. These cards are playable. The Pawns of Limited, as we have said many times, they're interchangeable, and you're just going to end up with some amount in your deck. These are the cards that kind of fill out your deck, but you're not super excited about. Garenbrig Paladin, Vantress Paladin, Prize Griffin, Lost Legion, that sort of thing. Ds are sometimes playable. You'd prefer not to run them. These are the cards that are a little bit worse than the cards you'd want to actually run. So these are cards like the Misford River Turtle, Wicked Guardian, Embereth Paladin. Just cards you're happy if you don't have them in your deck. But you do have to play them sometimes. And then, of course, the Fs. These are the cards that are just straight up unplayable. Irencrag Feet, Magic Mirror, just a lot of rares fall into this category. We have two subcategories. These are sideboard. So these are cards that don't make the main deck, but can be quite good out of the sideboard. The classic examples are cards like Plummet, Fell the Pheasant from the last set, or artifact removal like Naturalize. And then, so we'll give them a sideboard grade because these are, again, cards we don't expect you to main deck, but they're pretty good once you board them in. And then build around. These are cards that by themselves don't do it. These are cards that need some help, but if you have the support, if you have the right help, can be very, very good. These are cards like Witch's Oven, Improbable Alliance, Dance of the Manth. These are great examples of cards that clearly don't do anything if you slot them into the average blue-white deck, put a Dance of the Manth in, not going to do much. A Dance of the Manth deck, though, that can be really good.
Yeah, and of course, these are ones where if we were to give them a grade, it wouldn't really accurately reflect how they play out when you play them. So what we're going to start off with here is we've got 10 gold uncommons. These are, each color pair has its own special uncommon, and we call these the Signpost uncommons for the set. And that's because often it's the case that when you look at these, they give you a very good idea of what this color pair is trying to do. So we're going to start off with Acolyte of Affliction, and we'll see if these lend us some knowledge about what these different archetypes are actually trying to do. So Acolyte of Affliction is the green-black one. It costs 2 green-black, and it's a 2/3 human cleric. These ones, this first stretch, are all uncommon. When it enters the battlefield, put the top 2 cards of your library into your graveyard. Then you may return a permanent card from your graveyard to your hand.
Ooh. Oh, I really like this card. It's got a couple things going on. One is that, escape is a mechanic where cards with escape, you can pay some amount of mana and exile some amount of cards to bring them back from your graveyard. So we're going to get into plenty of escape cards here, but this works nicely for escape, filling up your graveyard for fodder or escape cards. And then, of course, by itself is already 4 mana 2/3 that brings a permanent back. So a little smaller than a Golgari Finebroker, if you remember that from Guilds, but easier to cast. And the trigger means that you can sometimes, if you're in dire straits, play this without a target and just hope to hit something. Or play this with a decent target and hope to hit a better one.
That's right. And that's the thing to keep in mind if you haven't played with a card like this. You mill the top 2 cards, but then you can pick from all the cards in your graveyard any of the permanents, any one permanent to bring back. I think a lot of people will play it and think that they only get to pick from those 2 cards, but it's actually any that were already there. And of course, note that restriction. It is not a card from your graveyard. It's a permanent card. Acolyte of Affliction looks like a B to me. This just seems like a sweet enabler with value upside, and I like all of that.
It's also easily splashable. I suspect plenty of times this will get played in like a blue-black control deck or the like.
Sure.
So,
sure.
Yeah, definitely a B for Acolyte of Affliction.
That's right. Next is Devourer of Memory. This is blue-black for a 2/1 nightmare. Whenever one or more cards are put into your graveyard from your library, it gets +1/+1 until end of turn and can't be blocked this turn. Of note, it doesn't get 1 per card, so it just becomes a 3/2 whenever you get milled. For each time you get milled, it doesn't matter how many cards. And then it has activated ability, 1 blue-black, put the top card of your library into your graveyard. Wow. That's pretty cool. So each time you activate it, it gets +1/+1 and unblockable. And then if you mill yourself or get milled in any other way, it'll also trigger. And then the question becomes, do these two things jive together? Right. On one hand, you have what looks to be a fairly aggressive creature with a fairly expensive activated ability that makes it pretty darn good. 3-powered, minimum 3 power coming in unblockable adds up very quickly. But paying 3 mana is a lot. That's expensive. So you really kind of do need to want to be milling anyway. And as you mentioned, there's escape that will incentivize you to do that. And I wonder if there's other stuff too.
Yeah, there's some amount of like self-mill or mill both players effects in the set. So you are going to find ways to trigger it without paying the activated ability. But still, a 2-mana 2/1 that can, in the late game, be a 3-power unblockable creature that also can just fill your graveyard again for all these other reasons is a solid card. I mean, this isn't a card I would happily take early, but it's a card that would point me in the direction of blue-black. One thing to note that we didn't cover right before we started, by the way, is gold cards have a slightly higher bar early because, look, when you're playing both blue and black, this is a great card. You'll take it. Taking this first is a lot sketchier because you don't know if both blue and black are going to be open, whereas if you take a monocolor card, it's, well, much more likely that you'll be able to play that card. Since if you take a white card, you can be any of 4 different combinations. If you take blue-black, you can be exactly 1. So for that reason, I would say that if you're blue-black, this card is probably close to a B. But looking at it early, I would probably give Devour Memory I would give it a C+. Whereas, if we look back at Acolyte of Affliction, that's just a B. It's just a great card.
Yeah, I like B- for Devourer of Memory, but I agree with you in the draft setting. You won't draft it as a B-. It'll play like a B- when it does make it into your deck, though. Yeah. Great way to finish a game too. I mean, you can get in for
I think B- is good. It's good when you talk about it that way. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Next is, it was our preview card. Utopia, the Twice Favored. This is 1 blue-green. So here's our Simic card. 2/2 legendary human wizard with Constellation. Whenever an enchantment enters a battlefield under your control, which, by the way, is what Constellation is, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. That creature gains flying until end of turn. And this is our preview card, but holy crap, that thing can do a lot of damage or be responsible for a lot of damage.
I get to be excited as if I'd never seen this before because I've never seen it before. So
come on, I posted it on our Patreon. You're on the Patreon, right? Like
I don't have access to the Patreon, and you know it. Utopia, the Twice Favored, is very good. There's a lot of enchantments. There's Constellation is a cool effect where, and this is the kind of ability I like. It's not parasitic. It's not really inward focused where you can put Constellation cards in decks that have enchantments. It's not like Energy where you specifically need energy cards. I think that Utopia is quite strong, and you'll be happy to take her early and build around her. But even if you see her late, like let's say you're blue-green going into pack 3, often you will have had just a couple enchantments because this is a Constellation set. They have cards that have spell-like effects but are actually enchantments. Just more to increase the density of enchantments in your deck. And Utopia will play very nicely with those. So I would give Utopia a B. One trigger from this, you've already kind of paid for yourself.
That's what I was thinking too. Just the one trigger. Because the +1/+1 counter stays, regardless. The flying doesn't stay permanently, but whatever. I like B for Utopia, the Twice Favored. Next is Hero of the Nyxborn. It's 1 red-white for a 2/2 enchantment creature human soldier. So critically, this counts for all the good things that being an enchantment and or a creature count for, but also the bad things can be destroyed by things that say destroy target enchantment, for example.
Right. And it's a good time to note, by the way, that when we talked about Graves, we talked about how destroy target artifact or enchantment's a sideboard card. As we get to these here in the set review, you're going to hear us say that they're not probably. They're probably just a main deck card because of cards like Hero of Nyxborn, which do count as enchantments and when they're in play.
Yeah, and it's a really interesting design wrinkle because it really does add bonuses and it really does add drawbacks at the same time, and that's kind of makes you think about the card differently. So Hero is 1 red-white for a 2/2, and when Hero of Nyxborn enters the battlefield, create a 1/1 white human soldier creature token. So boom, you're getting 2 bodies, 3 power, 3 toughness for 3 mana. I'm in. Whenever you cast a spell that targets Hero of the Nyxborn, creatures you control get +1/+0 until end of turn. Well, I think that, again, going back to the Signpost thing, right? We've seen the blue-green deck looks like it wants to have a bunch of enchantments. The blue-black deck looks like a mill or self-mill deck. And the black-green deck looks like it cares about the graveyard as well. Well, this one kind of wears its intentions on its sleeve here as well. It wants to be targeted, and this is something that we saw before in Theros as well. So I wouldn't be surprised at all to see there be a
there is a minor kind of heroic sub-theme where it's not keyworded, right? It used to be keyworded, but now there's a couple other cards that say when you cast a spell that targets this, do a cool thing. So
yeah.
But even if you don't play into that, this is 3 mana for a 3/3 worth of stats split up among 2 things, and it's an enchantment, which I think overall is going to be an advantage rather than a disadvantage.
Agreed.
So I would give Hero of Nyxborn a B-, and it has room to move up if you have good ways to target it and you're an aggressive deck with a lot of creatures. But at its baseline, is still a pretty solid card.
Yeah, I was just going to say B for Hero of Nyxborn. It's just like, I think in that color pair, that's exactly, the perfect card. Next one is our blue-red card. It is Mischievous Chimera. It is blue-red for a 2/2 enchantment creature Chimera. So once again, we've got an enchantment creature. This one's a flyer. And whenever you cast your first spell during each opponent's turn, it deals 1 damage to each opponent and you scry 1.
Yeah, this is another theme of Flash, basically, where there's cards in blue and red that trigger the first time you cast something on the opponent's turn. Which
That's really strong, man. Holy crap.
New twist on spells matter. And yeah, this card's very good. I mean, blue-red for a 2/2 flyer is already great. And then getting to deal 1 to each opponent is okay, because some of these decks aren't going to be like super aggressive is my guess. But scrying 1 is already enough to pay you off. So I like Mischievous Chimera quite a bit. I would give this a B. It's also an enchantment, as you noted. So that gives it just a little bit of extra. Though I don't know in blue-red if it matters quite as much, but we'll see.
I'm curious about that too. But yeah, I like B for Mischievous Chimera as well. Looks very powerful. Black-white is next. It's Rise to Glory. This is 3 white-black for a sorcery. It says choose one or both. The first option is return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Okay. And the other option is return target aura card from your graveyard to the battlefield.
So it's worth noting a couple things here. One is that auras are a subset of enchantments, so it's not quite as easy as having a bunch of enchantments in your deck, because you do specifically need auras. The other is that I think this is a powerful build around. This is not a card I'm super interested in playing straight up, because it's 5 mana to return a creature in most decks. But if you can build your deck such that you have maybe 2 to 4 auras that have a good chance of going to the graveyard, then Rise to Glory can be pretty solid. It's it'd be a 5 mana 2-for-1 where you're probably getting like 5 to 7 mana worth of cards out of it, depending on what you're bringing back. And it works with self-mill if you've got that, which black does have.
And so you just pick the target for the aura when it comes back on regardless? It just sort of floats in the air and then you stick it on something? Or
it's actually even cooler than that, depending on how much you like rules minutia. If you bring back a negative aura, you can put it on your opponent's hexproof creature, because the aura enters the battlefield, or it enters the battlefield, and then you have to attach it to something, but that part doesn't target.
Oh, God, that's crazy. I wonder if they put one in the set. We'll find out. Like a negative, aura that it goes on a creature or whatever. But yeah, so that's pretty cool. And I agree with you, by the way, that if you do build around it enough, you're definitely going to get enough value out of it. But if you don't, it's medium, right? Just effectively playing it just to get a creature back from your graveyard to the battlefield for 5 mana off of a gold card is not worth it. We've seen this out of black, and it's like, fine. So I do like actually build around for Rise to Glory, because I just don't think that you're really interested in it unless you can get both cards. And if that's the case, you do want to make sure you have some decent auras in your deck if that doesn't happen naturally in the format.
Yeah. So I would give this a build around B. Yeah. Or just a C. If you're short on playables and have some good creatures, you can just run this and it'll be mediocre.
Yeah, exactly. Next is Siona, Captain of Pyleus. Of the Pyleus. This is 1 green-white, so here's our Celestia.
Got enough text on this card? Dear Lord.
No kidding. My goodness, this is an uncommon. All right, it's a 2/2 legendary creature, human soldier, for 3. So 3 mana, 2/2. Okay. When Siona, captain of the Pyleus, enters the battlefield, look at the top 7 cards of your library. You may reveal an aura card from among them and put it in your hand, put the rest on the bottom in a random order. And then it also says, whenever an aura you control becomes attached to a creature you control, you get a 1/1 human soldier token. White. Okay, so I get, again, we see they've made it obvious, right, where we're going with this here, and that is that green-white looks to be the aura deck. They want to augment their creatures with auras. And Siona is going to pay you off for that.
A bunch of constellation triggers as well, getting extra value. Yeah, Siona's certainly a build around. If you're hitting most of the time with her, she's quite strong. And I think even if you're hitting like half the time, which let me take a look at how much you're looking at. 7 cards. Wow.
Yes, so, 7 cards.
So if you have 5 auras in your deck and you're looking at 7 cards, and that means you have, all right, well then you have a 65% chance of hitting one. So if you have 4 auras, that goes down to 56. So yeah, even with 4 auras, you're still over 50% to hit off of this.
Okay, sure.
Which that's not bad. So I like her at build around B as well, because if you get an aura and then get a soldier off of when you attach that aura, you're talking about a 3-mana 2/2 and a 1/1 that drew you a card, and not just any card, an aura, which is probably around the 60 or 70th percentile of non-land cards in your deck. It's almost never your best card, but it's usually not your worst card either.
Right. The interesting thing here, too, is that there is a wrinkle in that you can get auras that target your opponent's creatures, like, think of pacifism style effects or whatever. Yeah. And you won't, though, get the 1/1 tokens for that because they have to target your own creatures to get them. But whatever. You can search up things that aren't just augmenting your own creatures. So I agree with you. Siona gets a build around B.
And there is a common white pacifism as well. So
there you go.
That's the kind of card, dreadful apathy. That's the kind of card that works quite nicely with this.
Yeah, that card looks good too. That's the one that you can actually exile a little later. Of course.
Yeah, you can't attack or block. You can exile it later.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
We've got so we're giving Siona a build around B, and then moving on to Slaughter Priest of Mogus. This is the red-black, so it's red-black, 2 mana for a 2/2 Minotaur Shaman at uncommon. Whenever you sacrifice a permanent, this gets +2/+0 until end of turn. And you can pay 2 and sack another creature or an enchantment to give it first strike. So you're not really giving it first strike. You're really doing it to trigger the +2/+0. But the first strike is a nice bonus in this case. So I think this card is decent. It does need some work. If you're able to support this in the red-black sacrifice deck, which it feels like that deck, every single set is like, is it going to be there? Is it going to be there? No, it's not quite there, but maybe next time.
Not quite there, yeah. And of course, the thing we want to look out for are sack outlets that cost very little mana, which this one is not. 2 mana is actually quite a bit. But costing 1 or 0 is kind of the wheelhouse for those. And then, the key interaction are being able to steal your opponent's creatures temporarily and then sacrifice them so they actually never get them back. Things like active treason. So we'll look for those. As it stands, this one doesn't seem as strong to me. The cost of sacrificing stuff really matters. Like it's expensive, not just in mana, but you're sacrificing literally, in this case, creatures or enchantments just to give it first strike or any permanent. But you know how it is. How well you're doing in a game of limited Magic is usually how well you're doing on board. And if you're sacrificing the stuff you have on the board, you better be doing some really powerful stuff. And I'm going to need to see that before I'm on board with Slaughter Priest of Mogus. So I think this one's a little bit lower on the chain.
Yeah, I do like that there's the omens. These are the enchantments that have an enter the battlefield ability, so they're kind of like a spell. And then you can also sacrifice them to scry. The omens all trigger this kind of nicely. There is some good support for this at common in red and black. So I do think that the card has some potential for sure. And there is even an active treason at common. It does cost 4 mana. Portent of Betrayal, actually a reprint from Theros. So there's some incentives to do this, and I think Slaughter Priest is going to be okay. I would probably give it a build around like B-.
Yeah, I was going to go build around C+. I need to see more.
Well, one thing I don't like about this card is these cards pay you off for having other sack outlets, right? But if you have this in play and you sack one of those omens to like scry to, it becomes a 4/2, but it doesn't actually have first strike. So it'll trade off for with your opponent's 2/2. So
you have to sacrifice that thing to this in order to do it, but then you don't get the other benefit. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is a pretty strong like threat of activation sort of deal. But I think the sacrifice deck looks like it's got the pieces, but this isn't like the best enabler. So yeah, I think build around C+ actually is a little bit more what I'm thinking. You're right.
Okay. What about the blue-white gold card, Staggering Insight?
This is 1 white and 1 blue mana, so 2 mana. Enchantment Aura at uncommon. Enchanted creature gets +1/+1, has lifelink, and whenever it deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. So it's basically, it's Curious Obsession with lifelink, and it doesn't have the weird falling off clause. So this card's very good. You put this on a flyer, it's absurd.
Yes.
Even just playing a 2/2 on turn 2, they play a 2/2, you play this, hit, you get your card back already. Next turn they play another creature, and if you attack and they double block, you've got a bounce spell to own them. If they just play a bigger creature and you can kill that and attack them, this card stacks up really quickly. So
super, super well. Yeah, you need to be able to cast it early to make it really effective. But crap, that's really good. Like you're definitely getting, your mana's worth for that for sure. Yeah.
So Staggering Insight looks like a B to me.
Me too. And it takes a lot to get us to a B on an aura that just makes one of your creatures better, but this one does it. What about Warden of the Chained, our last gold card? This is a red-green one.
Warden of the Chained is 1 red-green for a 4/4 Minotaur Warrior at uncommon. It's got Trample. So 3 mana 4/4 Trample.
What?
All right.
Okay. Yeah, I'm in for that already.
But it shows you the red-green theme. It can't attack unless you control another creature with power 4 or greater. This card still looks very good. It can block, so if you're a more controlling deck, this card is very appealing because a 3 mana 4/4 defender that then late in the game starts clocking them sounds pretty good to me.
Yep.
And then if you're the aggressive deck, you just have to look at how many other creatures you have that naturally trigger this or enable this. And then also, auras are a kind of sub-theme and pump spells with the pseudo-heroic mechanic that I think that you're often going to be able to play this on 3 on turn 4, you maybe put an aura on your 2-drop and then attack with both.
Yes. You can also use pump spells in your main phase to kind of unlock
and
the
the
warden.
payoff is definitely there. So this card's not quite as strong as some of the other cards in the cycle, but I would give it a B-.
Yeah, I like B- for Warden of the Chained. And again, it acts as the signpost uncommon that we wanted. It says, let's care about things that have power 4 or greater. And so we'll keep our eye out for those as well as we work our way through. So that's it for those. That moves us to white. We'll just start with white. And our first card is Alseid of Life's Bounty. It's white for a 1/1 enchantment creature nymph at uncommon. It's got lifelink. So 1/1 lifelinker for 1 that's an enchantment and a creature. You can pay 1 and sacrifice it to have target creature or enchantment you control gain protection from the color of your choice until end of turn.
I really like this card.
That's got a lot going on.
It's a cheap enchantment, so it triggers Constellation nicely. It's a 1/1 lifelinker, which means if you play this on turn 1, sometimes it'll get a 1 or 2 hits and unopposed. Mm-hmm. And then later in the game, it pays 1 mana and you sack it to counter a removal spell or make a combat go your way. Or if you need to, let a creature through unblocked, right? They have all green creatures. You're just like pro-green smash. So this card's pretty solid. I think you're going to be happy with this does enough different things and at such cheap a cost that you're going to be happy with the results. I would give it a C+.
I like C+ for Alseid of Life's Bounty and another good nod towards R&D making playable 1-drops. I like that. I like where they're going with that. Next is Archon of Falling Stars, which it's like some space knight riding a cow with wings. It's just amazing.
I don't know what's going on there.
What's going on here? But anyway, it's 4 white for a 4/4 flying Archon at uncommon. And when it dies, you may return target enchantment card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Nice.
Yeah, so 6 mana 4/4 flyer is 1 mana more than you generally want to pay, and it's a big mana, right? Each successive increase of cost is a bigger gulf, right? The difference between 2 and 3 is not as big as the difference between 5 and 6 in terms of when you're going to hit your land drops and when you're going to play the card.
It's like approaching 2 turns.
Yes,
more.
But I mean, a 4/4 flyer that dies into a card plus a bunch of mana because it just goes right in. So imagine that, you had one of the new pacifism in your graveyard. That's insane. But even imagine you had like an Untitled Life's Bounty, right? Like this dies, you put this directly into play. You got a little thing. There's a lot of creatures that are enchantments. So I like Archon of Falling Stars. It's expensive, but it feels like it's almost always going to do what you want. So that would make, I would give this a B-.
I like B minus for Archon of Falling Stars. They just don't really, it's not the type of card that they can ignore, right?
No,
it's
just
a
too big
4/4 flyer.
Yeah. This has to just be a B, actually. You're right.
Yeah. B for Archon of Falling Stars. Next, speaking of B, Banishing Light. It's back. This is a great one. 2 and a white enchantment uncommon. When it enters the battlefield, exile target non-land permanent and opponent controls until Banishing Light leaves the battlefield. These type of cards are slow because they're sorcery speed and they're 3 mana, which is still acceptable. But the fact that they exile and the fact that they unlock everything tends to bump them up significantly. Now, like maybe even into the A range, right? Because it kills anything. But the question I have is, are we worried that there's going to be more enchantment removal floating around than there would be in a normal set given the preponderance of it here? And would that make Banishing Light down a grade or worse?
Clearly there is. I don't know how worried I am about it, but yes, there definitely is. But that's counterbalanced by the fact that it has synergy with cards like Archon of Falling Stars or Constellation. So, I mean, I think that leads us to what we would normally give it, which I think is just like a B, right? That's, I think, where Banishing Light usually lands, maybe a B+.
B+. Yeah, I would give it a B+, yeah.
Yeah, B+ for Banishing Light. It's just going to be a great card. Actually, on the subject of enchantments and enchantment removal, I think I like cheap cards being enchantments. I think is upside. Expensive cards being enchantments is leaning towards downside because you don't care too much. Like Untitled Life's Bound is way better than it's an enchantment because it triggers Constellation. You can play it in a cheap trigger. Same with like Banishing Light even. But expensive cards like Archon, you don't really want your 6-drop disenchanted. So I think that's actually like a kind of dividing line. But in any case, Banishing Light gets a B+.
And by the way, this has to be the best decision that they made when they designed the set. They brought back sagas here in Theros setting. So these are enchantments. And this is, looking back, this is one of my favorite permanent types that they've come up with in recent memory. This one's called The Birth of Meletis. It's 1 and a white for an uncommon saga. And if you've never played with a saga, they enter the battlefield and you get a thing. Then after your draw step, each of the next 2 turns, usually, you get a thing and it's sacrificed after the last one. So the first, chapter 1, as they call it, is search your library for a basic plains card, reveal it, put it in your hand, then shuffle your library. So 2 mana, go get a plains. Okay. On chapter 2, so the following turn, you get an 0/4 colorless wall artifact creature token with defender. And then chapter 3 is you gain 2 life. This is like the most dirtily LSV card I've ever seen in my entire life. It gets you a land, makes you an 0/4 defender, and gains you 2.
And it gives you a Constellation trigger when you play it, and a sacrifice trigger if you care about that after you sacrifice it. So, I mean, look, I'm not going to lie. I do like this card. It's kind of like
you do.
It's a slow Wall of Omens that only draws you planes, so much worse than Wall of Omens. But the 2 life kind of makes up for the first turn of blocking, and the fact that it gives you an enchantment and an artifact, if you care about that, is pretty cool. I mean, I can't in good conscience give this more than like a C+, but I think it will be good in the control decks or Constellation decks.
Okay, and remind me one thing. So chapter 3, so you draw your card, chapter 3 goes on the stack. It says sacrifice it after chapter 3. When does that happen? I can't remember if that happens immediately, like you gain 2 life and as that resolves, it gets sacrificed, or is that how it works?
Yes.
Okay, because I'm just wondering, for decks that would like to sacrifice it, is there a window where you get the 2 life and can also sacrifice it? Which I believe there is, right?
Yeah, I think so, but I'm not 100% sure. And
I can't remember the mechanics because it's one of those cards that works. Go ahead.
I really wish you didn't ask this because now we're going to get like 75 tweets telling us the way it is. So I will kindly ask those of you who are going to answer this, just include Marshall. He'll tell me.
Oh my God. Wow, that backfired. All right. So we think C+ for The Birth of Meletis.
Yeah.
I love it. Next is Captivating Unicorn, 4 and a white for a 4/4 unicorn at common. It's got Constellation. Whenever an enchantment enters a battlefield under your control, tap target creature an opponent controls.
Yeah, this is solid. 5 mana, 4/4 is kind of bleh, but it's one with a pretty good aggressive ability. You know, if you're trying to push damage through and have some Constellation stuff. So
yeah, in an aggressive deck, this could be a curve topper, sure.
Yeah, so I like Captivating Unicorn at C. This is just a stone average card.
Yeah, agreed. Commanding Presence is next. It's 3 and a white for an enchantment aura. It's uncommon. It enchants a creature, and the creature gets +2/+2 and has first strike. And whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, you get a 1/1 human soldier creature token, a white one. It's quite a bit. They're trying to push it, right? Like, This is always the question is, can you entice us to actually play auras? Because what normally happens is the answer is like, no, no, no. But then when it gets to yes, you're like, yes, like I really want that. Does Commanding Presence, cross that line here? It's pretty close.
Yeah, I think that most of the times when you play this on, turn 4 or 5, you're going to get a hit in, you're going to get some damage in, you're going to get a soldier. And then if they answer it, you're not fully down 2 cards. You're down like probably 1.5 cards-ish. But you also have ways, your decks are going to have cards that trigger on being targeted. You're going to have Constellation. You're going to get enough value from it. Plus, if you play this against like red-green, they might just be dead. Like, you put this on a 3/3 on turn 5, like you play a 4-mana 3/3, and you just play this on turn 5, they're not really going to have an easy way of getting out of that. Because
no, they're not.
It's just going to be so much. And so I think Commanding Presence... My inclination is to give it a B- just because it'll have such a good effect. This is the kind of card you might want to board out against something like blue-black that's going to have bounce spells and kill spells and ways to deal with it.
Agreed. So, yeah, I think that, it's important to note that the combination of abilities all work well together, right? First strike plus more power, plus the fact that if they don't block, then you get an extra bonus is all working along the same axis. So I like B- for Commanding Presence as well. It seems actually really strong. Next is Dawn Evangel. This is 2 and a white for a 2/3 enchantment creature, human cleric at uncommon. Whenever a creature dies, if an aura you controlled was attached to it, return target creature card with converted mana cost 2 or less from your graveyard to your hand. So this is a confusing card because there's a condition that has to be met, but it doesn't really have anything to do with the thing that died necessarily. It just says if you had an aura on one of your creatures, then a trigger goes on that says you get to get back a 2-drop or less from your graveyard to your hand. And these don't have to have anything to do with each other. Like you could have just had a random 2-drop in your yard and one of your aura'd up creatures died and you got the thing back. So it's a little weird the way that it plays, but I mean, it's a 2/3 for 3 that's an enchantment creature, which I'm assuming is a bonus and something that I want. White seems to have auras in both blue-white and green-white be a thing. I can't imagine you don't want Dawn Evangel just to randomly get value, at least at some point.
Yeah.
Right? Even
and
if
you're not really
getting back a 2-ball.
Paying too much for it. It's a 3-mana 2/3 that counts as an enchantment, which these decks want. Plus, note, if you put an aura on their creature and then that creature dies, you get the trigger still. Because it's if a creature dies, if an aura you controlled was attached to it. So there's a lot that's going on here. And I really like Dawn Evangel. I would give Dawn Evangel a build around B. But the caveat is you don't need to do a whole lot of work. I would probably play this with like 2 auras in my deck. I don't think you need to go super nuts, especially if you have Constellation cards that care about this just intrinsically being an enchantment. Because you're just going to have decks that are like, wow, I really don't want to hit as many enchantments as I can, and I'll play this with no auras because this is my like 10th enchantment for my cool Constellation card.
Yeah, I mean, I want to give it a regular grade too, because you don't need to build around it. Like, I think you're just going to play it, right? Yeah. And it just gets better if you happen to have auras or whatever. I would give it like a C+ or a B-, depending on how important the fact that an enchantment creature is, which I don't know yet.
Yeah, maybe it's just a straight up B-. That actually sounds better.
Yeah.
So B- for Dawn Evangel.
Next is Daxos, Blessed by the Sun. So this is white for a 2-star. Legendary enchantment creature demigod. It's uncommon. It's a mouthful on that line of what is it called? The types or whatever is longer than some cards' rule text box. Anyway, Daxos' toughness is equal to your devotion to white. And I'll just say this once in case you've never played with devotion. Each white mana symbol in the mana cost of permanents you control counts towards your devotion to white. That includes Daxos, so he's a 2/2 to start off with. Whenever another creature you control enters the battlefield or dies, you gain a life. So 2/2 that could become sometimes a 2/7 or whatever, right? Some very weird toughness. And then it's a medium life gain engine. It's also an enchantment creature for what that's worth.
Yeah, I think that this is a solid card. A 2-mana enchantment's pretty good. It's going to be like a 2/4 a lot of the time, or a 2/5.
Yeah.
And this life gain, enters the battlefield or dies, is kind of like 2 life per creature.
Mm-hmm.
So you're going to end up, netting a lot of life over the course of a game. If this stays out for a while, it's going to be like 6, 10 to 10 life or something. And even in a somewhat shorter game, I could still see this gaining you a couple life pretty easily.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, Daxos looks strong to me. I mean, the double white's a little concerning because you want to always be able to cast him on 2, but whatever. I don't think that's a deal breaker.
Yeah, I think Daxos a B-, just a solid card. You're going to be very happy playing him.
Yeah, Daxos B-. Next is Daybreak Chimera. This is 3 white for a 3/3 Chimera at common. It has flying, and it costs X less to cast, where X is your devotion to white. Wow.
I really like this card.
Wait,
this
so can
really
we go
strong.
Daxos into Daybreak Chimera? Yeah.
Yep. And it's going to be trivial to play this on turn 4.
Yes.
To play this on turn 4, all you have to have done is play any white card.
Wow.
And this costs, 3 and a white, but maybe even less. Or white,
Holy
2, sorry, or
smokes.
less. So this card's really strong. Daybreak Chimera just looks like a B. It's going to be a 3 to 4 mana 3/3 flyer that sometimes just going to be a 2-mana 3/3 flyer. Even in the middle of a game, that's really
That's
good.
really
Imagine
good.
a turn 5 or 6 where you play this plus like a 3-drop or a 4-drop in the same turn.
That's
awesome.
Amazing. Wow. For a common, too. A B for Daybreak Chimera. Yeah. And again, Daxos into Daybreak Chimera, show me that. All right. Here's Dreadful Apathy, the card you mentioned before. 2 and a white, enchantment or a common, enchant creature. The creature cannot attack or block. And this is the cool part, because that already is pacifism, which only costs 2. So you're like, well, what am I getting extra here? And here's what you get. There's an activated ability on Dreadful Apathy that says 2 and a white, exile enchanted creature. And that is really cool for a lot of reasons. First and foremost is the obvious one, which is that sometimes they find a way to free up their creature, or sometimes their creature is something that it doesn't do much in the early game. Like, let's say it has an expensive activated ability. So you Dreadful Apathy it so you can't get beaten down by it. And then later in the game, before they can start activating it, you can find 3 mana at some point and exile it. The other cool thing is that Dreadful Apathy ends up in your graveyard after you pay that activated ability. And we've seen a lot of ways to get cards back from the graveyard, particularly auras. So I would not be surprised to see the same Dreadful Apathy used multiple times in a game fairly commonly in this format. And that's exciting stuff for a common removal spell that's actually pretty powerful.
I think in general, this card would be hovering in the B minus range.
Mm-hmm.
I think in this set, it's a B to potentially B plus because there's so many synergies. It's probably just a B plus.
Yeah, Constellation, yeah.
It triggers Constellation. It is an aura for the cards that care about auras. And like you said, it ends up in the graveyard a lot compared to how these cards normally do, which is great for the multiple cards that care about that too.
Yep. And it shores up a weakness that these cards have where sometimes the creature gets bounced from underneath it. Now you can hedge against that by paying the 3 mana. Yeah, I like B for Dreadful Apathy, but I agree with you. I think it's trending towards B plus more than B minus.
Yeah, and even if you want to give it a B, I suspect it's going to be better than Daybreak Chimera most of the time, unless your deck's really, really aggressive.
Yeah, good point. The first one of those seems more important. Next is Favored of Erois, and this is 2 and a white for a 2/2 human soldier at uncommon. It's got Constellation. I'll just say it again, but again, Constellation is whenever an enchantment enters the battlefield under your control, something good happens. In this case, it gets double strike until end of turn.
All right, so 3 mana 2/2 that has double strike some of the time. This is fine, but not super exciting because without pump spells, that's not doing a whole lot. But if you play this on turn 3, then play an aura, like say that Commander and Presence aura on this, and then you just clock them for 8, that's a lot of damage.
And you get 2 1/1 tokens if it gets through. That is completely absurd. And that's the key here, right? Is that the aura that you place on Favorite of Erois triggers it. And that's key. obviously, my question is there an aura that gives trample and some amount of extra power, right? Because that is the deadly combo with double strike, where you can sometimes win a game just based off of one massive swing. Favorite of Erois looks to me to be a build around. I mean, in the sense that, like, you really wouldn't play this if you didn't have enchantments. That doesn't seem possible in white, given the fact that some of the creatures themselves are enchantments. But in that case, I don't know, a 2/2 double striker is not super exciting. You really do need to get like one more power on it before Favorite of Erois gets great. My guess is that it's going to be like a C+ or a build around B, something like that.
Yeah, I would probably just give it a C+.
Yeah.
For Favorite of Erois.
Yeah, for Favorite of Erois. Next is Flicker of Fate. This is 1 and a white for an instant at common. Exile target creature or enchantment, then return it to the battlefield under its owner's control.
So normally these cards are just okay, right? Because you can pay 2 mana to like save your creature from a removal spell.
Yeah.
Or if you're really in dire straits, untap it to block, that sort of thing, get its enter the battlefield trigger. There's a slight additional wrinkle here where if you have something like Dreadful Apathy you play it on their 3-drop, and then they play a 6-drop later that's much better, you can flicker the enchantment and then have it come back and attach. Also, this again lets you put an aura on a hexproof creature that your opponent controls by flickering your enchantment and then having it come back, and then you get to attach it to whatever you want. So
and hold on, and if I have 5 mana, I can pay 3 mana for Dreadful Apathy's ability. With that on the stack, I can Flicker of Fate, right?
It would be considered unsporting to utilize the cards in that way, but yes, you could do that.
If I'm willing to go down into the gutter, I could do that. Well, yeah. So that way you get rid of both. The real uphill climb with Flicker of Fate is that you're not getting a card back by default. There's no draw a card clause on this. So you need to engineer situations in which you are getting a card's worth of value out of Flicker of Fate. That's the hard part. Upgrading a removal spell, an aura to something else might not be worth a full card because you're unlocking the card it was on before, right? This is a very finicky card that looks like it has some blowout potential, but maybe on average will not be giving you a card worth of value back. Who knows?
Well, it also triggers Constellation, which is
at
nice.
Instant speed. Yeah. Okay. There's a lot of things that it can do.
Well, if you have like 2 Dreadful Apathies, I'd almost always play the first Flicker just because it's a kind of like a 5 mana removal spell at that rate, which is a good fallback for a card that still does something, by itself. Like you're going to get a card out of this a good percentage of the time by just dodging a removal spell or what have you.
Yeah.
And, that plus all the Constellation stuff means this card's still a C. I would give Flicker of Fate a C, but just keep your mind open. You're going to play this card a decent amount of the time.
Yeah, and I think that the key is to always ask yourself, did I get my card back or did I just do something? That's the difference.
Right.
Next is Glory Bearers. This is 3 and a white for a 3/4 enchantment creature, human cleric at common. Whenever another creature you control attacks, it gets +0/+1 until end of turn.
Well, this is a really weird card.
And it means that creature, not this creature, right? So if my creature attacks it as a 2/2, it becomes a 2/3 until end of turn. All right.
Correct. And then the Glory Bearers doesn't get the bonus because it's others. So yeah, this card is kind of weird. I think this card's a C. It's just not going to make a huge difference, that slight bonus most of the time.
Yeah, it just feels like it's not. But I do like a 3/4 for 4, and I do like an enchantment that's also a creature. So I think I'm in for Glory Bearers, a C+. But yeah, I agree the benefit isn't something that you're like, yes, this is what my deck needed to win. It just makes combat slightly more annoying for your opponent. So yeah, C+ for Glory Bearers. Next is Heliod's Pilgrim. This is 2 and a white for a 1/2 human cleric at common. When it enters the battlefield, you may search your library for an aura card, reveal it, and put it into your hand and shuffle. That's a reprint. Right?
I really like this reprint because I think this card plays really well. It even saw a little bit of constructed play last time it was around.
Yep.
And I think overall it's just quite a solid card. So I would say Heliod's Pilgrim is going to end up being like a C+ most of the time. You're just going to be able to get a removal spell. You're going to be able to get an aura that makes your deck work. There's just a lot of cool options.
Yeah, I like C+ trending towards B- for Heliod's Pilgrim. And the thing that you really want to keep in mind is the best case is when you can get 2 different types of auras. So one removal spell and one that augments one of your creatures or something. That's where the real power comes in, because it makes it a tutor, that you can get a little toolbox going on for Heliod's Pilgrim. Next is Heliod's Punishment. Uh-oh, he's mad. 1 and a white for an enchantment aura. This one's uncommon. It enchants a creature. Heliod's Punishment enters a battlefield with 4 task counters on it. Enchanted creature can't attack or block. It loses all abilities and has tap. Remove a task counter from Heliod's Punishment. Then, if it has no task counters on it, destroy Heliod's Punishment. That is fantastic design.
Oh yeah, the flavor of this card is awesome.
That is amazing.
It's got this, Sisyphean task where it just has to roll the ball up the hill. Well, not forever, for 4 turns.
Yeah, Heliod is just, right? He's not like, I'm just going to throw you away forever.
So how good this card is really just depends on how aggressive you are. Because in a very aggressive deck, this card is fantastic.
It's effectively a removal spell.
Yeah, paying 2 mana to basically exile a card for 4 turns is going to likely conclude the game most of the time, because you're not playing this on turn 2. You're going to play it on like turn 4 or 5.
Yep.
In a deck that is going for the long game, this card really loses a lot of its luster. So I would caution you against putting it in like a blue-white control deck. But if you've got Aura Synergies, if you've got Constellation, if you've got Heliod's Pilgrim, then this card's still probably playable. The bar is still pretty low for, a removal spell that works for this long. So
right.
I would say Heliod's Punishment's probably a C+, but it really trends like it ends up being about a B in a really aggressive deck, and maybe closer to like a C minus in a control deck.
Yeah, which is a really interesting design as well. And of course, things that would make you want to play it more are ways to search it up, ways to get it back from the graveyard, ways to recur it, ways to reset it, any of these things, which by the way, we've seen all of these so far just in how far we are in the set review now. So if you can play Heliod's Punishment and then just replay it again, 8 turns is effectively the whole game. Yeah, I like what you said. I would probably say B- is where I would land on it, but you should be very aware.
Yeah, that sounds fine.
Of what kind of deck it's going in. Hero of the Pride, 1 and a white for a creature, cat soldier at common. It's a 2/2, and whenever you cast a spell that targets it, creatures you can all of them. Creatures you control get +1/+0 until end of turn at common.
Yeah. We're seeing a lot of this same trigger on the pseudo-heroic cards.
Yeah, you called it heroic because that's what this exact ability was called, but apparently they wanted to keep it simpler and only put it on a few cards, so we don't see that name here.
A bunch of heroes.
Yeah.
As it turns out.
It's like wink.
So this card's fine. If you're an aggressive deck that's going to go wide and has a bunch of ways to pump your creatures, this is a pretty good place to put those pump spells. But most of the time, you're going to play it on turn 2, attack for 2 twice, then trade off. It's not going to have like a ton going on.
No.
Past that.
No.
But it's nice that in the late game, if you have 5 creatures out, you can just play this, and then all your pump spells give you +5 power essentially.
Yeah, and you can stack them too, right? Where you go like put an aura on Hero of the Pride, my team gets pumped up, attack with everything, and then go, and I have this other thing that targets it. And, you could set up a scenario where you could get in for a lot of extra damage on a board that wouldn't normally be able to. Hero of the Pride looks to me like a classic C+. Like, I can't imagine that you're like clamoring for these at the B level. They're not pulling you into white, but you would never, in an aggressive white deck, this is just a stone cold playable, a card you always want.
Yeah. I like C+ for Hero of the Pride.
Hero of the Winds is next. Do you think it has a when this gets targeted ability? Yes, it does. 3 and a white for a 1/4 human soldier uncommon. This one has flying. So 4 mana, 1/4 flying. Whenever you cast a spell that targets it, creatures you control get +1/+0 until end of turn. Hey, wait, didn't I just read that text?
It is the same text.
It is. This card seems actually quite good. You're a little bummed out that it's only 1 power on a ostensibly aggressive creature, since it's asking you to target it with things, and since it's benefiting you while you attack effectively. Although now that I say that, I guess you can line up a big block and maybe get something better. But clearly this is designed for attacking. You know what? A 1/4 flyer for 4 is really tough to kill. If you start piling up auras onto it, it gets amazing very, very quickly. And you're getting a reasonable payoff every time you do. The card just seems solid to me.
Yeah, it's it's a little bit anemic without ways to pump it.
Yeah.
Because an aggressive deck does not want a 4 mana, 1/4 flyer. I was a little more excited. I thought this cost 3 at first, and that would have been pretty exciting.
Mm-hmm.
I think Hero of the Wind's actually a little worse than Hero of the Pride, which is funny because it's the uncommon version.
Mm-hmm.
But just it goes in different decks. This is a card I would more likely to be playing in a control deck, whereas Hero of the Pride is certainly an aggressive card. So I'd give Hero of the Winds just a C.
Yeah, I think so too. C plus for Hero of the Winds. It's just fine. I want it in the Auras deck.
It's not a C plus. It's a C.
All right, I'm going to give it a C plus.
No, it's a C
because there's 2 different Aura decks, and this card seems good in those. Come on. Oh my god.
That's all I'm hearing. That's all I'm hearing.
Is so bad. All right, next is Indomitable. You have to read it now, man. I need to have a drink of Arnold Palmer.
Indomitable Will is a reprint from Champions that Come and Go, actually. 1 and a white. Enchantment Aura. It has Flash. An enchanted creature gets +1/+2. Very good card.
Mm-hmm.
Giving it Flash, changes the dynamic completely. This is no longer an aura. This is effectively a permanent combat trick.
Yep.
So what'll happen with this card is you'll attack your 2/2 into their 2/2 on turn 3, and they'll block, and you'll play this, and you'll have traded 0 for 1 and have a 3/4 in play. Granted, if they kill your 3/4, you're down 2 cards, but you already got your card immediately and are left with a pretty huge threat. This, triggers stuff like the heroes we just saw by targeting. It's a mid-combat trick. It's an aura for Constellation. Also, getting Constellation going at instant speed is kind of nice because there's not that many ways to do it.
Right.
So when you do it, it can often be a blowout. So I think Indomitable Will is great. This is a C plus, unlike the last card.
Well, unfortunately, I agree with you this time. So yeah, Indomitable Will gets a C plus for its flexibility and power.
Could this be a B minus?
It could be. It could be. I would be surprised if it were. I would say it's probably not, but it does do enough things that enough people could be fighting for it, and it might actually end up being at that level.
Yeah, I could actually see Indomitable Will being a B minus. I actually want that. I'm gonna plant my flag there. I suppose. Okay. I just think that there's gonna be enough decks that really prioritize something like this.
Yeah, I mean, triggering. You mentioned it. Constellation, auras, targeting. It does all of it. I'm still C plus though. Next is Karametra's Blessing. This is white for an instant at common. Target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Good start. If it's an enchanted creature or enchantment creature, it also gains hexproof and indestructible until end of turn. So this is a supercharged combat trick. The fundamental is 1 mana for +2/+2, which is good. You can play that. And when these, if heroic, pseudo-heroic is around, then that makes this even better. And you're getting like a very significant benefit here of effectively saving any creature, particularly that is enchanted, right? Like that indestructible and hexproof thing really matters on like, okay, I'm going to play my aura. But now if my opponent kills this creature, I had a lot of eggs in that basket. If you can somehow keep up Karametra's Blessing, you don't have to worry about it anymore.
In decks without a lot of auras or enchantment creatures, which actually is not going to be most decks, even if they're not trying, will end up with some of those. Mm-hmm. This is just a 1 mana +2/+2, which you play less than half the time, right? Just unless you're pretty aggressive, you don't play it. But I think most decks are going to have a lot of creatures that get that extra bonus, and then this becomes a 1 mana combat trick that's also a counter spell, counters a removal spell. Yep. So I like Karametra's Blessing. I think it's a C, but it's a card that I'd be happy to play in the right deck. Yeah,
I'm higher on it. I think it's a C plus. Like I think that if you target a enchantment creature, it's going to win combat, it's going to be indestructible, and Blessing's going to look like a removal spell. I think if you're in the Auras deck and you can keep up Blessing, you can blank their first attempt to remove your supercharged creature. And then on top of that, it's just okay at +2/+2 anyway. So I like it a little better. C plus for Karametra's Blessing for me. Also, that's an early grown test there, right? Because like you're looking down at your removal spell and they're like, I put 2 auras on this thing, go. And they have that 1 white mana up. And you're like, well, if they have Karametra's Blessing, I do not win this game. And if they don't have it, I do win this game. And it's going to be very swingy.
It does have that aspect to it for sure.
Also, sweet art. Elmer is just like shielded up. Lagana Band Storyteller is next. 3 and a white for a 3/4 Centaur Advisor at uncommon. When Lagana Band Storyteller enters the battlefield, you may put target enchantment card from your graveyard on top of your library. If you do, you gain life equal to its converted mana cost. Interesting little twist.
Oh, so that kind of makes up for the fact that you're missing your draw step, but you're getting extra value by gaining a couple life, maybe sometimes more. I mean, it's funny. There's a lot of different distinctions here, where some cards care about auras and some care about enchantments. So this cares about all enchantments. So you can put just some huge enchantment creature back on top of your deck and get a bunch of life.
Mm-hmm.
I like the Storyteller. This seems like a pretty good card. It's also 4 mana for a 3/4, which is not the worst card in the world either. So,
agreed. Yeah. It's also optional. So if there's nothing, if it's not worth it, you can just say, fine, I've got my 3/4 for 4 and move on with your life. But, putting back a removal spell or whatever seems very good. You'd probably rather draw that than anything else. So I like it.
Yeah, guaranteeing a constellation next turn. So
Right. And then the life gain helps offset, like you said, and also just is a nice bonus. So, yeah, Lagana Band Storyteller actually looks quite strong to me. It's not enough to get it to, like, I would give it a B-. I feel like the life gain is going to be more relevant than it looks. But it's just not
B- for Lagana Band Storyteller, for sure.
If it put it in your hand, it would be, like, amazing. Anyway.
Well, yes.
Yeah, obvious statement. Leonin of the Lost Pride is next. It's 1 white for a 3/1 cat warrior. There had to be one. It's common. When it dies, exile target card from an opponent's graveyard.
So this is kind of an anti-escape card because, you have this, you trade it for one of their creatures because they're going to have to block. It's 2 mana, 3/1. And then if they have an escape card in the graveyard, you eat it. At the very least, I mean, this can eat whatever it trades with. So at the very least, you can make it so they have one fewer card to use escape with later. But,
yes. At the very least, yeah.
Yeah. But I think in general, like this card is just going to be a card you play for its stats. If you're aggressive, you play it and you'll get a little side benefit, but it's rarely going to be so good that you care about the trigger more than the card.
Yeah. C- for Leonin of the Lost Pride.
Yep.
It's just whatever. Next is Nyxborn Courser. Living her best life there in that field. 1 white for a 2/4 enchantment creature, Centaur Scout at common. That's it. There's no rules text. So we have a 3 mana 2/4 that's also an enchantment in addition to being a creature. And I just think you're going to play these. Like this just looks like the same one, like the 2/3 that we talked about before, where it's just like, I want enchantments that are also creatures. It triggers all my stuff and I want Nyxborn Courser. It looks to me like a C+. Like, I think that it's just the type of card that you're going to be happy to have in your deck.
Yeah, I think it's probably closer to a C, just because the double white means you're going to, in order to get the benefit of this, you're going to want around 10 planes in your deck, because otherwise casting this on turn 3 is not going to happen as much as you'd like, and later in the game, it does fall off. But it is an enchantment. That part is nice.
All that devotion, man. All that devotion.
Devotion is a minor theme. It's not a major theme here.
Yeah. We've only seen it come up a little bit here.
As before, it's going to be more of a player in Constructed because you can build much more focused decks, and you get the gods, which are mythics or whatever.
Right, exactly. Next is Omen of the Sun. This is 2 white for an enchantment at common. It has flash, and when it enters the battlefield, you get 2 1/1 white human soldier creature tokens, and you gain 2 life. And then, as you mentioned, this is part of a cycle. So this one has 2 white, sacrifice it, scry 2.
Yeah, which they all have exactly that. Text. Well, they don't all cost white. They cost whatever their color is, but they're 3 mana sack it to scry 2. And, so this is 3 mana for 2 1/1s at instant speed plus 2 life. Yeah, this is fine. It triggers enchantments leaving, enchantments going. It, makes it so your graveyard, synergies have a little bit more going on. So I think Omen of the Sun is acceptable, and some decks will want it more than others, like if you have a heavy enchantment base. So probably a C. It's a little too slow for aggro decks.
Agreed. C for Omen of the Sun just does enough. Again, there's a lot of cards that kind of reach out into different strategies or different interactions, and this is one of them. Next is Phalanx Tactics. It's 1 white for an instant at uncommon. Target creature you control gets +2/+1 until end of turn. Each other creature you control gets +1/+1 until end of turn.
I like this card a lot. This is
It's really
cool.
Good.
It's a cool way to. It's like a hybrid pump spell / mass pump spell, where 2 mana for +2/+1 is clearly not where you want to be, but you can use that early in the game to just win a combat, and then later in the game, you can get a bunch of stats off of this if you pump, one of your creatures at slightly more, and then the rest of your creatures at a little bit. So, not a card I'm like super high on, but I think it's going to play pretty well.
I do too. Also, you do find yourself in scenarios where you attack with a bunch of smaller creatures that your opponent attempts to trade with like 2 of them, and this will often be a blowout. because you'll be able to save, potentially both of your creatures and they'll lose theirs. If they kill the creature that you're targeting, you get none of it, right? Or do you get the +1/+1 anyway?
No, you get none of it. So beware if this is a go wide pump spell. They can actually counter by killing whatever or bouncing whatever you target.
Yeah, so keep that in mind. C+ for Phalanx Tactics. There's a lot of power built into this card here. It's only 2 mana.
Yeah. Also, a lot of the time you're going to pump one of your heroes, so you're really giving your whole team +2/+1.
Oh yeah, you're right. It kind of catches it up to the whole thing anyway. Pious Wayfarer is white for a 1/2 creature human scout at common. It's got Constellation. Whenever an enchantment enters the battlefield under your control, target creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn.
So it's kind of like, again, this is a card that looks maybe more geared towards constructed. It's not a card that really does it on its own. And then once you start playing enchantments, you're getting maybe a 1 mana 2/3, but it can put it somewhere else. So you can give your flyer a bonus instead if you want. I don't know. I'm not super impressed with this. This looks like a D to me.
It does to me too. It's a minimal effect for a 1-drop, which is kind of what you would expect. So D for Pious Wayfarer. Maybe somebody can break it. Next is Reverent Hoplite. This is 4 and a white for a human soldier. It's uncommon. It's only a 1/2. 5 mana 1/2. So you know you're getting something. When it enters the battlefield, create a number of 1/1 white human soldier creature tokens equal to your devotion to white. So, of course, our baseline is that Reverent Hoplite has 1 devotion itself. So you're getting a 1/2 and a 1/1. But, your imagination can go pretty buck wild here, right? If you've got, we talked about Nyxborn Courser, that gives you a 2 more 1/1s. If you've got a removal spell on your opponent's creature, whatever, Dreadful Apathy, that's another 1/1 that you get because it counts for your devotion. You could imagine it adding up to be quite a few, where you're getting 4 or 5 creatures off of this thing.
Yeah, this is a devotion payoff that is actually real. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's uncommon, so you're not going to get it all the time. But yeah, this does look pretty good. Mm-hmm. I would say that Reverend Hoplite is going to do pretty well in the white aggressive decks, where you curve into this and then try to use the hero mechanism. So that's the perfect combination, right? You play this, you get 3 tokens, then next turn you give them all +1/+0.
Yes.
Or +2/+0 if you really go for it. So this looks, it's a build around it. It's obviously much stronger the heavier white you are. I would say it's kind of like a build around B-. It looks pretty good.
Yeah, but you are just going to play it in your white deck, right? Like if you're half and half, I'm just putting Reverend Hoplite in my deck. If I can get,
you need to have 2 other white creatures for this to be good. I think if you're getting 3 tokens, then you're doing okay, but it's not like insane.
Yeah, if you get 3, so you get 1, 2, and 3 1/1s. That's definitely worth 5 mana, right?
Yeah,
yeah. I like Reverend Hoplite to just be. I just think it's a good card. I think that you're going to be able to lean your deck towards white a little bit. And then there's going to be the times where you're like, I have 7 white devotion or something stupid, right? And, you just go, here's a bunch of 1/1s. Next card, Revoke Existence. That's a reprint. 1 and a white, sorcery, common, exile target artifact or enchantment. So here's the big question mark. You mentioned it earlier before. Is this main deckable? And if so, how good is it?
I would tend to main deck a Revoke. Yeah,
I'm definitely main decking a Revoke Existence.
I think you would do that. You would need to figure out. Basically, you would board this out if it's not good more than boarding it in if it is. So I would rather start with it in my main deck and then board it out. If it's appropriate to do so. So that means I think Revoke Existence is probably a C+.
Yep.
It's going to be a desirable card. Note that it is worse in aggressive decks because they're the ones that get punished more for having conditional removal than a control deck.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I like C+ for Revoke Existence, and there's times where it's just an A. It's just, they play a god or something and you have the answer in your main deck. It's just so good. And then there's times when you have to use it on something you weren't super excited about. And of course, against some matchups, you probably will want to board it out, so keep that in mind. Rumbling Sentry is 3 white for a 3/6 giant at common. When it enters the battlefield, you scry 1.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to play this card unless I'm forced to. Yeah, so I would give Rumbling Sentry a D.
Yeah, it just has no synergies with anything. Next is creepy. Sentinel's Eyes.
Whoa.
I don't like that. White for an enchantment aura at common. Enchant creature. The creature gets +1/+1 and vigilance. And Sentinel's Eyes has escape for white. So this is our first escape card. So escape, white, exile 2 other cards from your graveyard. You can cast this card from your graveyard for its escape cost. So you can pay white and exile 2 cards and cast Sentinel's Eyes on something again from your yard. This is minimal, though, right? White for +1/+1 and vigilance is really not that great. You do need to be kind of doing enchantment-y, aura-y things to make that worth it. It's not. I don't think it's quite there just at face value.
Face value. It's got a lot of face value if you look at it. Eyes.
Yes, it does.
So this is a cool card. Actually, this is one of my favorite cards that I've seen because, yes, on its face, it's not good, right? 1 mana for a ++1 vigilance enchantment is just not very good. But this does a couple cool things. First of all, it triggers the heroic type cards because it targets, and it triggers Constellation, and it's got a relatively cheap escape. So you can assemble some pretty cool decks with this card, where you're like playing this to trigger my other 3 things, trade off my creature, escape, do it again. Like this is a very good engine card.
Okay.
And I think Sentinel's Eyes is going to play out pretty nicely in the right deck and really badly in the wrong one, which is exactly what I like to see from my cards.
Okay. Yeah. Triggering the heroic thing again and getting it back over and over seems really interesting.
Well, look, I mean, imagine putting this on a creature, triggering your Constellation, chumping, re-triggering Constellation, or if you want to go real deep, having a deck that has like sack effects where you're playing this on something, sacking this, and then getting it back over and over again. Like,
yeah.
There's definitely some action here, and I'm excited to explore it. I mean, it's not a good card. It's a build around C, but it's kind of this like, it's the oil that greases the wheels in the right deck.
Okay. Yeah, I'm interested now. So build around C for Sentinel's Eyes, but
but keep your mind open and your eyes open. There's a lot that this can do, and I think that this is a card that we're going to talk about at length in another episode once we've figured out some of the ways to really utilize it or the decks that it goes in.
All right. Sunmane Pegasus is next. Is 3 and a white for a 2/3 Pegasus at common. It's got flying. You can pay 1 and a white to have it get vigilance and lifelink until end of turn. That is a useful activated ability that makes attacking it very difficult and racing it very difficult.
Yeah, super slow though. It is good. It is good with auras, right? You put auras on this, like lifelink really pays you off for that.
Yep.
But this looks like a D+ to me, where you're going to play it if you're desperate or have a lot of ways to combo with it. But it's not a card your average deck's going to play. It's not that aggressive or controlling.
Yeah, I'm actually going to give it a C. I think you're going to play Sunmane Pegasus. Like, if you end up with the 2 extra mana here or there, it just makes it so that combat is a nightmare for your opponent. Like, you get to attack them. It's a 4-point life swing, and yeah. I think, and like you said, you stack anything on it and it gets out of hand really quickly.
You're always going to have access to this if you want it. I don't think that's going to be an issue.
Okay. Yeah. The fact that it's 4 mana also lends to your side there too. But I'm standing by it. C for Sunmane Pegasus.
D+ for Sunmane Pegasus.
And next is Transcendent Envoy. This is 1 and a white for a 1/2 enchantment creature Griffin at common. It's a 1/2 with flying. And this is kind of interesting. It makes your aura spells 1 less to cast.
Well, the reason you will play this card is if you care about triggering Constellation or have like a super heavy auras theme.
Yep.
Because a 2 mana 1/2 flying has to do some work to justify itself. That's just not good stats. But it's kind of nice. This is the perfect target for auras.
Yes.
It's a flyer. It's a cheap flyer. So you're playing this on turn 2 and then playing Commanding Presence on turn 3.
Oh, yeah.
That's pretty sweet, right?
That's really good. The blue-white aura that we talked, the +1/+1 lifelink and drawing extra cards, that's insane on this.
Yeah, so I think that Transcendent Envoy is probably a C, but in the right deck can easily be like a C+, B-.
Yeah, it's funny because the reason why we like it is because it's an enchantment and because it's a 1/2 flyer. The aura thing is like, sure, like I'll take it.
Yeah, that part's less relevant. It's really the other stuff that is. So I like C for Transcendent Envoy. It has a much higher ceiling than most Cs do, but it also has a lower floor.
Agreed. Yep. Last white card is called Triumphant Surge. It is 3 and a white for an instant at common. Destroy target creature with power 4 or greater, and you gain 3 life.
I like this more than normal. First of all, it's just an upgrade on Smite the Monstrous because you're also gaining 3 life. Second, in a set full of auras, this card is just more often gonna have targets. So I would give Triumphant Surge a C plus, and basically always main deck the first one.
Yeah, agreed. C plus for Triumphant Surge. The second one does drop off significantly, but there's some matchups where you'll want more of them as well. All right, well, that's going to do it for white. White looks typically aggressive in the sense that it has the smaller creatures that want to be pumped up or augmented, but also really is deep on the aura and constellation themes, the enchantment and aura themes, I should say. And it looks like it's maybe supports it the best out of all the colors. There's just so many auras and enchantments that you can get here, even ones that are effectively creatures. So we'll see how that ends up playing out. That'll move us to blue. Our first card is Illyrios Enraptured. Oh, he loves himself. What is it? This is a thing, right? Is this narcissism or Narcissus? What was his name? Narcissus?
Yeah.
He fell in love with his own reflection or something.
And he starved to death or whatever.
Yeah. He says, why, the flavor text says, why would I ever want to look away? And he's looking at himself. Anyway, Illyrios Enraptured is 2 and a blue for a 2/3 uncommon legendary creature human. He enters the battlefield tapped. He doesn't untap during your untap step if you control a reflection. Okay. When Illyrios enters the battlefield, create a 3/2 blue reflection creature token. Well, there's your reflection.
This card's great. It's 3 mana for 5/5 worth of power and toughness. Mm-hmm. Granted, it's on a time delay because you play this, it's tapped, it does nothing for a few turns, but then you trade off the reflection. All of a sudden, you're getting there. So
that's cool.
I think Illyrios Enraptured is quite good. The one way they get around this is if they put a pacifism type aura on the reflection, because then he just stays tapped forever.
Okay,
but I think that's totally fine. So Illyrios Enraptured is a B. It's just a great card. You don't have to really do anything to make it work.
And I have to give them props. That is a really clever top-down design.
Yeah.
Really clever.
Definitely.
He's so busy staring at his reflection that he can't do anything. But when he can't see his own reflection, he's back to attack. That's amazing. Brine Giant is next. 6 and a blue for a 5/6 giant. It's common. It costs 1 less to cast for each enchantment you control.
So it's kind of like affinity for enchantments. Mm-hmm. It's 7 mana, but you're really looking to play it for 4 mana.
4 is the sweet spot, right?
Yeah, 4 is where you feel like you're getting away with something.
Mm-hmm. Right.
At 7, I'm just or at 6 or even 5. At 5, it's pretty good. It's a 5/6. I'm still not super thrilled about this card. I feel like it's not going to be really where I want to be.
So let's say we gave it a build around grade, meaning that you weren't just going to throw it in your blue deck, but you were going to make sure that you had some number of enchantments. I wonder what we would give it in that case. Because I agree. 5, you're like shrug. 6, 7, you're like, ugh. 4 or less, you're like, yeah, baby, we're doing it. Especially if it's on curve, right? Like if you can somehow line it up so that you cast this thing, 2 turns before you normally would be able to. It is huge. God, it's still just not exciting though, is it?
No. This is a build around C, where if you end up with 10 enchantments in your deck, sure, you'll play 2 Brine Giants and it'll be fine. But I don't think it's a card I'm ever I got a Brine Giant. And it's not a card you can take early. So It's a build around C, kind of like a D normally.
Yeah. Brine Giant, sorry, bud. Next is Callaphe, Beloved of the Sea. This is 1 blue for a star 3 legendary enchantment creature demigod. So here we go again. Uncommon. Callaphe's power is equal to your devotion to blue. And remember, she's got 2 blue in her mana cost. So 2/3 base level. Creatures and enchantments you control have spells your opponents cast that target this permanent cost 1 more to cast.
So baseline, she's a 3 mana 2/3, and then can easily be a 3 or 4 power creature. And then all your stuff, your creatures and enchantments they have to pay 1 more to target it.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah.
You'll always play Callaphe, and she'll often be a 3 mana 3/3 or 4/3 with a minor upside. So that looks like a B- to me.
B- for Callaphe, Beloved of the Sea seems right to me. Annoying, but not, crushing. Chain to Memory is next. It's blue for an instant at common. Target creature gets -4/-0 until end of turn, and you scry 2 for just blue.
pretty good to me. Remember, what was that card called? It was Dazzling Lights or something in Guild of Ravnica?
Yeah.
1 mana -3/-0.
Yes.
Scry 1
Mm-hmm.
or Surveil 1.
Mm-hmm.
Is that's the right one, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Like this. I mean, this looks. I mean, it's clearly much better than that card, and that card was fun.
That one was Surveil 2. Yeah. So this is very
Surveil
similar.
2.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm into this. I like Chain to Memory.
Is it the new Blue Swords to Plowshares? Huh?
Oh no, that Swords to Plowshare. I mean, look, Scry 2 is close to drawing a card, so it's close to Annihilate. One kill a creature, draw a card.
It's the new Blue Annihilate. All right. I think this is playable, right? I'm not enthralled with it, but I would give it a C for Chain to Memory.
Yeah, I would give Chain to Memory a C.
Yeah, not too bad. Deny the Divine is next. It is 2 and a blue for an instant. It's common. Counter target creature or enchantment spell. If that spell is countered this way, exile it instead of putting it into its owner's graveyard. Yeah, I mean, those are mediocre. The 2 things that we care about the most in this format, right?
Sure, but it's still a 3-mana counterspell that doesn't really give you much of an advantage. Like, yes, it's good against cards with escape, right? They cast an escape card, you counter it, and it exiles. But it's still a 3-mana counterspell that's not really where I want to be.
Agreed.
I mean, this card looks like probably a D+ to me.
D+ is where I would have to deny to Divine. It's playable.
Denied.
Yeah, denied.
This next one's really good, though. Like, very good.
All right. Eidolon of Philosophy. Blue for a 1/2 enchantment creature spirit at common. Whoa! You can pay 7 mana and sacrifice it to draw 3 cards. I'm in love! That's amazing.
Realistically, this card's not that good.
It's not.
It's basically I think the way you would look at this card is if you really are in for Constellation, like the Brine Giant deck that has like 2 or 3 Brine Giants and wants as many cheap enchantments as possible. You'll just play Eidolon of Philosophy, and then later in the game you can cash it in. But this really is going to be like a D.
Yeah. What was the sea creature? Remember what was it? There was a similar card to this, like a kind of like a horseshoe crab type thing. Anyway.
Oh yeah, this is the 1 mana 03.
Yeah.
That had this.
This is somewhere in that range. But still, I just guarantee that at some point I'm going to be playing these and sacrificing them and be very happy about it. Yeah, the real issue is that it doesn't do enough at front, right? Because you could see like playing something that did something short term that was good, and then playing this and being like, well, if I draw it late, I can draw 3 cards off it at some point. But that's not the case here. So I agree with you. You have to be all in on enchantments. With that said, what do we give it? A C? A C-? A D?
No, this is a D.
Okay. A D for Eidolon of Philosophy. Sorry, bud. Elite Instructor is 2 and a blue for a 2/2 human wizard at common. When it enters the battlefield, draw a card, then discard a card.
Yeah, sure. It's got some minor synergy with some your escape cards and whatnot. It's a 3-mana 2/2 with a little loot ability. This looks like a classic C. I'm not going to be unhappy if I have this card in my deck, but I'm not going to be over the moon either.
Agreed. Helps you hit your lands or whatever, but it doesn't really have many synergies with the set as a whole. So Elite Instructor gets a not so elite grade of C. Glimpse of Freedom is next. 1 and a blue for an instant and uncommon. It says draw a card. So 1 and a blue instant, draw a card. That doesn't really do anything, but it's got Escape for 2 and a blue and exile 5 other cards from your graveyard. Yikes.
So it cycles, and then every time you get 5 cards in your graveyard, you can pay 3 mana and draw a card.
That does not seem very good to me.
I think that's pretty cool. I think the right deck it will definitely want that card.
5 cards? Like, how many times has that happened? That barely happens once.
Right, but
then it means you can't play any other escapes.
If you do a little work, if you have any self-mill or cards like Elite Instructor, that gets you a little bit closer to that.
Oh, and then, right. Okay. So blue-black self-mill maybe? Okay.
Yeah, or just a controlling deck. Like, look, this isn't a great card. I'm not going to give it a high grade, but I think that it's relatively cheap to include in your deck. And then it gives you a decent, like, little late-game payoff. I mean, imagine playing Elite Instructor and just discarding this. Like,
okay.
That's not too bad.
Yeah, okay. That's true. Yeah, I'm more wary of the cost up front. The 2 and 1 and a blue to draw a card is limited these days can be pretty punishing. It can be hard to find a time to do that if there isn't a significant upside later, and there isn't.
Yeah.
it's just being up a card at some point for 5 mana and all this stuff. Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like Lips of Freedom. I'm pessimistic on my ability to fill up my graveyard quickly enough. If the blue-black deck or whatever ends up being that you can dump cards, then I'm happier.
Not quickly enough. I don't think you're going to be looking at this card and be like, wow, how can I race to get 5? It's not like that kind of escape card. But imagine this in like the blue-red deck that wants to play spells on their turn.
Okay, yeah.
You play this, you get your trigger, and a couple turns later, you do it again.
Okay, I like that.
I think Glimpse... Also, look, this is one of your hacks that you told me about. This isn't uncommon. Like,
good point. Yeah, that's true.
Imagine why it's not common. Yeah. So I think Glimpse of Freedom is decent. I would give it a C, and I think I would play it in almost any slow deck or deck that had synergy with it.
Okay, I'm going to go D+ on Glimpse of Freedom and hope that I'm wrong. You want to do this next one? Like, God, if somebody plays this, like what? How am I supposed to say this when I have to be on camera and like actually commentate these things?
Luckily, I've avoided that by retiring. This is Ichthyomorphosis.
Okay.
It's 2 and a blue for an enchantment aura. An enchanted creature loses all abilities and is a blue fish with a base power and toughness of 0/1.
By the way, I have to say that you just crushed that. Like, have you ever said the word ichthyomorphosis before?
No, I don't even know if that's an actual word, but I'm pretty sure that's how you say it.
All right, just giving you props, man. So do we like it as a card, name aside?
Yeah, this card's fine. This is a lot better than the like Kasmina's transmutation type cards. Basically, giving them a 0/1 instead of a 1/1, I think, is a pretty significant difference.
Yeah.
Like, it is meaningful that their creature doesn't have power.
It is.
And then this is also the enchantment set, and this is an enchantment that's going to go to your graveyard a lot because you're going to play this on their card, and they're going to chump block with it.
Yep.
So, in fact, if you're playing against this card, consider not chump blocking because they might want this card back in their graveyard.
Yeah, or at least time your chump block, the most appropriate way you can. That said, this is still medium removal, right? This doesn't quite get up to the higher end removal in your mind, or does it? Like, is this equivalent roughly to one blue tap a creature, it stays tapped type removal that we've seen over the years?
Yeah, I think this is it. I think especially given the enchantment theme in the set, that really puts a lot of extra power into enchantment. So I think Ichthyomorphosis is a C+, and you'll be happy enough playing this card.
Funny art too. Next card is Metamize Prophecy. Man, I swear to God, I know it's like not our focus or whatever, but the art on these sagas are so sick, and this one's just absurd.
I just love sagas in general, though. This one actually don't love the saga designs in the set quite as much as the ones in Dominaria, because there are a lot of ones like this that just move things around, and I'm not really super into that. So this is go ahead. 1 and a blue for a saga. So as it enters the battlefield and after your draw step, you add a lore counter, and it does the thing on that counter. So the first chapter is Scry 2. So you play this enchantment and you Scry 2.
Okay.
The second is choose a card name. That's it. No other effect.
Okay. So that's a whole turn has gone by, and I get to choose a card.
You play this Scry 2. Next turn, you basically do nothing.
Okay.
Turn 3 is when you cast a spell with the chosen name for the first time this turn, draw 2 cards. So how you're going to want to play this is you play this, you scry, just make your normal scry decisions. Then on the next turn, you want to name a spell that you want to cast on the following turn.
Right.
So imagine you play this on turn 2 and you just name your 4-drop because you're really priced into casting the spell on turn 3 because that's how you get your 2 cards back. And then on turn the last stage, I don't even really know why there is one here.
Wait, so
at the top card of each player's library
on this one.
Yes.
Okay.
And it's just look at the top card of each player's library, which is just highly mediocre. So
what is the fourth? Like, can you translate that for like the first 3 I get? It's a prophecy. So it's like, I'm looking into the future. I'm saying my prophecy. Then the prophecy comes true when the card gets cast. That all makes sense to me. What is look at the top card? Like, is it knowledge? Is it, I know more things now or something?
I don't really know. And
okay. I missed it.
Like, this is exactly what I'm talking about. I think this card would be cooler without the 4th stage.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe it's because it's a prophecy and you're predicting the future, but you're already kind of doing that with the scrying and then choosing the name of what spell's going to be played next.
Right. And then the prophecy comes true and things happen. Anyway, what do we think about? So, okay, it has a 4th stage that lets you look at the the thing. That exists here just as Magic players. What do we think about the card?
Scry 2, then draw 2 cards is something I would probably pay, like, I'd be happy with it 3 and, like, unhappy with it 4. This is 2 mana for that effect, but you have to wait 2 turns. Mm-hmm. And it also could potentially be problematic where you're like, you play this, you name the card you think you're going to cast next turn, but then they play a card you just like have to kill.
Yeah.
And you have to play your kill spell and like miss out on the card. And that is pretty bad.
Because you are telling them, right? I mean, I don't know how important it is, but you are saying the card name. Like, right? They know what you're going to play on that turn. And like you said, you effectively have to play it. There's just really very few scenarios where you're going to be like, I'm going to choose a card name and then not play that card. So I don't know how big of a drawback is, but you are literally telling your opponent what you're going to play the next turn.
Yeah. And it could easily be a scenario where you're forced to name a card that is really bad for you to tell them about, because that's just like the only card. Imagine late game, you just have no other options or something.
Right, exactly. That said, I feel like, look, if I play my turn 2 to scry 2, I don't hate that already. Then it isn't costing me anything that it's on the battlefield while I choose a card name. I can still just play a 3-drop.
Yeah, no, I think so. I think this card is good. Is very good.
Yeah.
It falls off the most in the late game because waiting 2 turns to get, or you play this, it descries, next turn does nothing, next turn draws 2 is kind of slow for a late game card. Like imagine top decking this.
Yeah, well, the Scry 2 is great, right, at that scenario.
Even then, the Scry 2 still helps.
It does, but the interesting part is, let's say you're out of gas, you top deck Metamized Prophecy, you play it, you scry a land to the bottom and a spell to the top. The next turn you draw that card, you have to say that name, right? But then you do nothing. Like, now it actually matters, right? Like, you really might need to cast the card that you did.
Yeah.
That you scried.
And also the last part of looking at their library is just whatever
that is about. Yeah. Metamized Prophecy to me seems like a C+. It might be a B-. Like if you just told me, look, over the course of some turns, you're going to scry 2 and draw 2 extra cards. And your mana investment is 2. You have to meet requirements, but this is what you get. I would be like, yeah, I want that. Like that's a thing I want. I want to do all those things. So I think Metamized Prophecy is going to be a B- or a C+, and I don't know which one.
Yeah, I agree. I think I'd probably lean towards B- because it does the thing where it's an enchantment, you play it, it's an enchantment that dies.
Good
point. It does all those things.
Yeah, you can get it back and do it again.
Great point. Yeah, so it's a B-. I think.
Did you just say that your own point was a great point? That is not how great points work. I mean, it was a good point, but do you remember that, by the way? Yeah, you remember that.
Good call.
Great call. Was that like one of the first event we did together? It was
literally the first event we did coverage together. I made some, I don't know, prediction or something, and you're like, wow, good call. I was like, great call.
Yeah, on the air, by the way. And I just looked at him like, is this guy for real? Little did I know he was very real. All right, B- for Metamized Prophecy. Next is Memory Drain. This is 2 blue for an instant at common. Counter target spell, scry 2. I'm not interested in this, Luis. The 4 mana is just so much to pay. And even when it has draw a card attached to it, I'm like, yeah, okay, I'll get up to that level, but just scry 2 doesn't quite get there for me.
No, this is a D- for me.
Yeah, I agree. 4 mana counter.
This almost is just a straight up sideboard D, where you just side this in against them having something like Kiora Best the Sea God, because you can't beat that card any other way.
Right.
So that's the sort of thing where I maybe only sided in. I would just never play this card. So it's a mediocre sideboard card. Yeah, sealed. You might want it. There's things changed there, but yeah. Next is Naiad of Hidden Coves. This is 2 and a blue for an enchantment creature nymph at common. It's a 2/3. And as long as it's not your turn, spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. Yeah, sure. Well,
obviously, this is a nod to the blue-red deck, right?
It's going to be very good in any of the flash style decks. And I think this card is just awesome. It's also a 3-mana 2/3 enchantment creature, which again is just a card some decks will play and not feel too bad about.
Yeah, definitely. C+, B-. Where do you want to go for Naiad of Hidden Coves?
Yeah, I think it's a C+. It's not worth getting super excited about.
I think so too. Nyxborn Sea Guard is next. Speaking of not that exciting, 2 blue for a 2/5 enchantment creature, Merfolk Soldier at common. That's it.
Yeah, it's an enchantment.
Yeah, it has 5 toughness, which is kind of a lot. Sure, I don't know. I guess I'm in for like a C for Nyxborn Sea Guard.
Yeah,
seems okay.
Nyxborn Sea Guard's a C, and he'll play it, and it'll be fine.
Yeah, it'll be fine. Don't get super excited about that one either, though. Omen of the Sea is 1 and a blue for an enchantment at common flash. When it enters the battlefield, scry 2, then draw a card, and then it has the Omen ability that you talked about before. 2 and a blue, sack it to scry 2. Great.
Yeah, I mean, 2 mana for a preordain, but that's also an enchantment and triggers Constellation at instant speed. And then you can sack it later to scry 2. This is a card I'm going to fit into almost all my decks. Basically, that unless they're aggressive. Aggro is like the only time I would not want this kind of card in my deck, and even then.
And the blue-red cares about just casting any spell on your opponent's turn, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Creatures with flash, enchantments with flash, whatever it is.
Yeah. So Omen of the Sea just feels like it's going to go in most of the blue decks that you're going to end up playing. There's probably an upper limit to how many you can play. Maybe the second one falls off pretty sharply, the third one for certain. But the first one seems very, very strong, especially at common. I would still give it a C+. Like this to me just looks like, sort of upper end filler, if you will, or upper end playable for Omen of the Sea.
Yeah, I would give Omen of the Sea a C+. A C+.
Ooh. One with the stars. He still got it. 3 and a blue, enchantment or at uncommon. It enchants a creature or... Get this, it enchants an enchantment. Enchanted permanent is an enchantment and loses all other card types.
So if you put this on a creature, it does the thing you want it to do.
Yes.
Because it no longer is a creature. Like you put this on there 5/5, it's no longer a creature.
Oh, is that right? Does that prevent it from doing creature things?
It can't attack or block. Only creatures can attack or block.
Ah, interesting. Never thought of that.
But if you put this on an enchantment, it doesn't actually do anything. I don't know why this is an enchantment.
Why does it say that?
I don't get it. But it's a 4-mana pseudo-exile. Note that the creature still has its abilities. So if your creature had like tap, deal 2 damage or whatever, it would still have that ability. You could still tap this card and deal 2 damage.
Oh, okay. It doesn't have to be a certain type to do that. I see.
Yes.
God, what a bizarre card. But it's a 4-mana removal spell for a creature, so we like it?
Yeah, I think this card's fine. It also keeps it in play, so for a lot of creatures, it's better than sending it to the graveyard. I think One with the Stars is probably a C+. It's a 4-mana spell, so that's kind of expensive. But yeah, this card looks fine to me.
Okay. Yeah, what a confusing one. I'm sure it'll become obvious why you can enchant an enchantment, but right now I don't get it. Let's see what's next. Riptide Turtle, 1 and a blue for a creature turtle. It's an 0/5 with flash and defender at common. Love it. That's fun.
And this fits right into the flash spells deck, and is just a 2-mana defender. And for decks that want it, I mean, 5 toughness is kind of a lot. So
it is for 2 mana. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, this card's a C. It's not a card that is particularly insane, but it is a card that you will want in the right decks.
Yeah. And again, I think that blue-red flash is the one you want. So C for Riptide Turtle. Next is Sage of Mysteries, blue for an 0/2 human wizard at uncommon. It's got Constellation. So whenever an enchantment enters the battlefield under your control, target player puts the top 2 cards of their library into their graveyard. That can be annoying. I wonder if you could build around this, get 2 of these or whatever, and just go off.
I think this card's quite good because you can self-mill if you're the escape deck, or you can potentially build a mill deck to mill them out. But the self-mill part, especially with Constellation in another Constellation deck, seems a little bit more fruitful, though they're both potentially good. Note that milling the opponent is pretty dangerous in this set because You're like, all right, I'm going to mill you out. It's like, oh, I milled your Pelucranos and gave you enough cards to let you escape it. That was bad.
Right. So. Exactly. And also this is non-repeatable, meaning that there's a finite, like you're going to run out of enchantments at some point where you can't just like pay some mana or whatever to convert that into milling. And that means that it will be difficult to mill somebody out with Sage of Mysteries on its own.
Yeah.
It needs to be part of a bigger whole. So I like what you're saying. I think it's going to be probably more likely that you're going to want to target yourself with
this looks like a build around C to me, where you have to have a lot of good support in both enchantments to trigger it, but also white cards that care about it. But I think if you get there, it could be pretty sweet.
Yeah, for sure. So build around C for Sage of Mysteries. Next is Sea God's Scorn. This is 4 blue for a sorcery at uncommon. Return up to 3 target creatures and or enchantments to their owner's hands.
It's kind of like Sea God's Revenge, but it bounces enchantments and doesn't scry.
Indeed.
This one's a little trickier because how good this card is heavily depends on how the games tend to go in this format.
Yeah.
I like it in aggressive decks and dislike it in controlling decks. That's kind of the baseline for bounce spells, especially ones like this, where in order to really get value, you like bounce your board, attack you with everything, and kind of get very close to killing you.
Right. You can return your own stuff with this.
Yeah, that's true. It's a little slow to do that.
Return 2 of their creatures, 1 of your somethings.
Yeah, I think that Sea God's Scorn is probably going to end up being around a C+, but in some decks it's just a straight up B because it's just a finishing blow. I just don't see it being a card you're going to want to use except when you're aggressive or you're playing on some hideously slow deck. It is good against auras. You bounce all their aura'd up creatures, Yeah,
they all fall off. Yeah, it's true. It's just so risky. I mean, there's a lot of enter the battlefield stuff, constellation stuff, whatever, that could backfire. I'm not super high on Sea God's Scorn, even though the upside's definitely there. I like C+ for Sea God's Scorn, and we'll kind of see how it plays out. Next is Shimmer Wing Chimera. This is 3 and a blue for a 3/2 enchantment creature chimera at uncommon. It's got flying, and at the beginning of your upkeep, return up to 1 other target enchantment you control to its owner's hand.
I like this card quite a bit.
So that's a must ability, right?
Well, yes, but it's up to 1, so it's
you can just do 0 if you want. Yeah. Okay, gotcha. Mm-hmm.
So you must target something. Well, no, you don't even have to target. The ability triggers, but up to 1. So yeah, you don't even. It's not really a must ability in any sense of the word. Which is why I think this card is so good, because it's a 4-mana 3/2 flying enchantment, which I think is baseline pretty good. Like not great, but Snapping Drake is not bad. And again, enchantment I think is upside on on most of the small to medium sized creatures. Mm-hmm. And then it can let you re-trigger Constellation for something like Sage of Mysteries over and over again. It's great with the Omen of the Sea. You get to keep replaying that, scrying and drawing. It can let you move around auras on their stuff if you really want to. So I think that this card is just going to play out really, really well. And there's going to be some times when your opponent plays this and it just feels like you can't win because they're just going to keep bouncing some good enter the battlefield effect or retargeting their same thing over and over and over again.
Totally.
So,
and it is other. Okay. Yeah. I'm just, this is an interesting card to me because the little words matter a lot. The up to, the other target enchantment, etc. But yeah, gosh, it feels like you're going to be able to get a lot of value out of this thing.
Yeah, I like Shimmering Chimera quite a bit. I would give this a B, and it's not even strictly a build around because you'll just play this because it's good stats a lot of the time and with like 1 or 2 other synergies. But in the deck that has like 3 to 4 combos with this card's going to be amazing. Yeah,
the omens are what you mentioned, right? Particularly any of them, like just bouncing those and replaying them over and over just seems amazing. So what did you give it a what?
I think it's just a B. Straight up B.
Yeah, B for Shimmering Chimera. That seems good. Shoal Kraken is next. It's 4 and a blue for a 3/5 Kraken. It's uncommon. It's got Constellation. You may draw a card. If you do, discard a card. So whenever an enchantment ETB's under your control, you can loot. And it's a 3/5 for 5. That's pretty good, actually.
Yeah, I think it's pretty good.
Yeah.
I think that you're gonna end up being pretty happy when you play this and then just draw 1 or 2 cards. It's kind of like Sage of the Falls. It's not, from the last set, it's not quite as easy to trigger because that was a 5-mana 2/5 that triggered on itself, and then every time you played a non-human, whereas this doesn't trigger on itself. But it's a 5-mana 3/5, but you're not losing too much there. And then if you get 2 triggers out of this, it's a great card. So
definitely.
I would give
like
Skullkraken a C+. I don't think it's like insane, but it's pretty good.
Yeah, Skullkraken C+, wouldn't be surprised if it trended upwards. Sleep of the Dead. Oh, man, bummer. Blue for a sorcery, a common. Tap target creature. It doesn't untap during its controller's next untap step. And then Sleep of the Dead has escape for 2 and a blue and exile 3 other cards from your graveyard. So this is a sorcery for 1 mana and then 3 mana going forward that I don't know why it's called Sleep of the Dead because they just wake up after a turn. But at any rate, it puts things to sleep temporarily.
And then you can keep doing it if you have enough fodder. So I don't think this card's very good. It's going to be good. This is the kind of card when you're playing an aggressive deck and you're like, tap your thing, hit you, play like the one of the black cards that like mills for 3 every turn. You're just like, keep locking your thing down. Like, that's great because you have to do it every other turn only. But most of the time, I think you're going to play this, maybe play it one more time and feel like you didn't get a ton of value out of it.
Is there, you could set it up at some point if you got 6 other cards in your yard where you did it twice in a turn, right?
Yeah, you could do that.
Yeah, gosh, I'm not in love with Sleep of the Dead. I wonder how much fuel you can get into your graveyard, right? This question's come up multiple times now. And I'm looking back at like the blue-black uncommon, right? 1 blue-black, mill yourself for 1. Like these things are starting to look better and better with the escape cards, right? How many can I get into my yard? How quickly? Because if you can cast Sleep of the Dead 2 or 3 times over the course of a game, it's probably going to hold its own. Once, definitely not holding its own.
Yeah, it is nice that you can space it out. So it's not like Frostbreath, which taps 2 creatures. This tap their big creature, a few turns later, tap it again. Like you're getting consistent value there.
What do you think about this? You were saying for Sea God's Scorn, that you wanted to see it in an aggressive deck. Sleep of the Dead also the same? Or
I don't. Are
you actually considering it as like a removal spell?
So defensively, it only stops 1 attack, but aggressively, it stops 2 blocks, which is a pretty critical difference. Also, defensive decks care about card economy a lot more than aggressive decks. Aggressive decks are okay throwing away cards if it means that your opponent's dead at the end of it, because then card advantage doesn't matter. But
right.
So
okay,
yeah, I think Sleep of the Dead. It looks to me like a D+ or so, but I could see some decks that end up wanting to play it.
That's what it looks like to me too, and I. Yeah, you explained that very well. Much better in assertive deck. Starlit Mantle is next. 1 and a blue. Common. It's an enchantment aura. It has flash and enchants a creature you control. When it enters the battlefield, enchanted creature gains hexproof until end of turn, and the creature gets +1/+1.
So it's like an Indomitable Will, but you trade a 2nd point of toughness for hexproof until end of turn. I actually think that Indomitable Will is better than this card. I think that the 2nd point of toughness is pretty big. It might not look like it, but the difference between your 2-drop, your 2/2 beating their 3/3 and your 2/2 trading with their 3/3 is pretty big. So I do like this card. I think it's overall good. I think I would give it a C+, but I had Indomitable Will a little bit higher at B-.
So if you have Shimmerwing Chimera and Starlit Mantle, your opponent is not going to be able to kill a creature of yours with a sorcery, right?
Yeah, it's not going to be easy.
That's pretty funny. C+ for Starlit Mantle. Next is Stern Dismissal. Blue for an instant. It's common. Return target creature or enchantment an opponent controls to its owner's hand. Gosh, why is it an opponent controls? Like I can't bounce my own stuff?
I guess not.
Seems not great. But perhaps breaking up auras is, for just the one, as an unsummon is worth it in this set.
Yeah, it's unsummon loses a lot of its flexibility when you can't use it to save your own stuff, because that's that's a solid like 20% of the time, right? Maybe more.
Yes.
So this is quite a bit worse. And bouncing their enchantment is nice. It lets you bounce. They put an aura on on your creature. You can just bounce it and swing for the win or what have you. But yeah, I think this card looks like a C- to me, where it, again, in an aggressive deck, you can play it the other alternative is you can play this card in a control deck if you have tons of card draw, and then you flip past caring about, card economy to, I have so many cards, I'll trade a card for a little time.
Sure.
That's the other side of the thing. So
yeah, I would give Stern Dismissal a D.
Yeah, that's fine.
My assumption is that you will not be playing it that often. Yeah. Next is Stinging Lionfish. This is 1 and a blue for a 2/1 enchantment creature fish. It's uncommon. Whenever you cast your first spell during each opponent's turn, you may tap or untap target non-land permanent.
This card is pretty sweet in the aggressive version of this deck, which, is not the version that plays O5 Turtles and Omens of the Sea quite as much. But if you play this, and you're beating them down, it's really effective, though it can be effective defensively too, I suppose.
Yeah.
So you can't mess with their lands, which is probably a good thing. But
yeah, I was gonna say I read that at first and I was like, but then it's like, yeah, no, let's not do that. It's funny.
So
this is one of the first payoffs we've had for the playing cards on your opponent's turn, and it's fine. I agree with you though. Aggressive, that's kind of the key here, right?
Yeah.
Well, is it a B-? How good of a payoff is
it's not strictly aggressive. I actually do think that you could play this. I mean, now that I think about it, playing Omen of the Sea to tap their attacker and scry 2 and draw a card is pretty good. It gives you the gives you the time. So maybe this card's just good. So I would give Stinging Lionfish a B-, I think.
Okay, I was thinking B- as well, but I am wary of the fact that you don't get to just cast stuff on your opponent's turn indefinitely. It's the type of thing you get to do a few times during the course of a game, but not every turn, So I'm kind of in between. Next is Sweet Oblivion. This is 1 and a blue sorcery, uncommon. Target player puts the top 4 cards of their library into their graveyard, and then it has Escape for 3 and a blue, exile 4 other cards.
This card is a really cool name and some pretty bizarre art. It's cool that if you're milling yourself, this just fuels itself. You're like, mill myself for 4, pay 4, mill myself for 4 if you're looking for a specific thing. It also can nug the opponent out pretty nicely. Where I like this is, imagine the self-mill deck that has the Constellation Mill 2s and stuff like that. And you're like, mill myself, fill my graveyard. Okay, Sweet Oblivion, escape. And it costs a lot of mana, but over the course of 2 turns, you could mill them out pretty easily.
Yeah, that adds up really quickly with 4 per time. I mean, remember in limited, you're starting with 40. You've got 33 most games to start.
Yeah.
By the time you cast Sweet Oblivion, you're already down to 29 cards. It's like they start going pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it really is. I mean, it just does nothing.
This is a build around C. There's going to be some decks where this really does fuel the deck and kind of gets what you want, but that's just not going to be all the decks,
Yeah. Okay. So build around C for Sweet Oblivion. Next is Thirst for Meaning, which is 2 and a blue instant at common. Draw 3 cards, then discard 2 cards unless you discard an enchantment card.
Whoa! I did not realize this was a common. I mean, I saw this card when it got previewed, but this is Thirst for Knowledge, but
an instant,
enchantment, and this card is awesome.
Wow, yeah, that's super powerful. It's instant speed, and you're getting right through your library as well. Also, it works well with all the stuff that we've been saying, right? Filling up your graveyard for escape, casting spells on your opponent's turn.
Yeah, this card's really good. This is the kind of card where it really pays you off for having rando enchantments in your hand. If you have 2 of these, the bar for your enchantments get a lot lower because each enchantment that you discard, discarding an enchantment to this is like drawing an extra card. So,
wow,
I like Thirst for Meaning a lot. This looks like a B to me. This card makes me think that you can really get a good control deck going.
Yeah, it makes me think that too. B for Thirst for Meaning.
It's just so efficient. 3 mana, draw 3, discard 2 is not the end of the world. It fuels Escape really nicely too. So
yeah, and exactly on both ways. It can put an escape card in the yard plus some food for it. So yeah. Next is Threnody Singer. This is 1 and a blue for a 1/3 flash flying siren. At uncommon, when it enters the battlefield, target creature an opponent controls gets -X/-0 until end of turn, where X is your devotion to blue. That seems pretty powerful.
Yeah, I mean, by itself, it's a 2 mana 1/3 flyer that gives one of their creatures -1/-0, which is enough to win a decent amount of fights.
Yes.
And it's easy to imagine this, combining with other cards to basically blank one of their creatures' combat steps and let you triple block and just take it down. Also, it's a 2 mana 1/3 flyer with flash. That's pretty good too. Serenity Singer looks like a B-. It's not the most impactful card, but I think it adds up nicely to what it can do.
I think so too. Things to note are that you can cast it on your opponent's turn and trigger those things. And also that once again, this is another of those really good targets for the Auras deck, right? You can play this on 2 on their end step and then slam an Aura on it. They don't even know it's coming at all. Like they could go from you having no board state to getting hit for 2 or 3 in the air with some type of bonus or whatever. So I like B- for Serenity Singer as well. Next is Towering Wave Mystic. This is 1 and a blue for a 2/1 Merfolk Wizard, a common. Whenever it deals damage, target player puts that many cards from the top of their library into their graveyard.
So all the mill cards are target player in this set, which is kind of cool. So this one is worse as a mill plan because most of the time it's going to trade and just get 1 trigger off. But it's better just as a card. It's a 2-mana 2/1. Like it still can do some things. So yeah, I think this card is okay if you need a 2-drop and okay if you need a mill card, but excels at nothing, which makes it kind of like a D.
Yeah, probably a D for Towering Wave Mystic. It is just too tough to get that thing through consistently to be a game plan. Next is Triton Wave Rider. This is 3 and a blue for a Merfolk Wizard, a common. It's a 3/3, and it's got Constellation. It gets flying until end of turn. So whenever you get an enchantment down, it gets flying. Boy, with the amount of enchantment creatures and stuff like that, it does feel like Triton Wave Rider might be a 3/3 flyer like a good half the time, in the first four or 5 turns of its existence on the battlefield. Like there's so many enchantments that we actually want to play.
And even more than that, you don't need to like make an enchantment or flyer every single turn. If there's a turn where you don't need to do that, you'll just prioritize playing a different thing. And then play the enchantments on the right turn. So this looks solid. I don't think you're going to want tons of this, but it looks like a C+ to me.
Me too. C+ for Triton Wave Rider. That
critically,
is a solid
it's
card.
not going to be a blocker all that often as a flyer, but when it is, it might be really good because they'll attack a 2/2 flyer into it or something.
Oh God! Speaking of, by the way, Luis, this is a sad moment. We have to take a little moment here to recognize our old friend Windrake. Rest in peace, Windrake. You just got replaced by a strictly better version called Vexing Gull. This is 2 and a blue for a 2/2 flash flying bird at common.
So it's
and this is an easy front runner for my favorite artwork of the set too. By the way,
it's stealing that fish right nicely. Yeah,
and look at the guy behind. He's like, you curse you, bird. Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, I mean, I'd get mad too if a bird stole my fish.
Seriously.
I mean, the most exciting thing about this is it triggers when you play a spell on your opponent's turn sort of nonsense.
Yeah.
A 2/2 flyer is not a great flash card because it's not like blocking with it is all that great. And, it's still just a 2/2 flyer. Like playing at the end of their turn doesn't usually change their play a whole lot. So I think this card's fine. I think it's a C. It's still just a fine card. It's nothing's too special. It's good at leaving instants up as well,
Yep. So we could play the counter spell and Thirst for Meaning and Vexing Gull and really kind of have our opponent guessing at what we're doing. But yeah, I agree with you. Next is Whirlwind Denial. This is 2 and a blue for an instant and uncommon. For each spell and ability your opponents control, counter it unless they play 4.
So the joke here is it can counter multiple spells or something like if they play Brain Freeze or Tendrils of Agony with Storm.
Okay.
Also that it counters abilities. So when they have a card like that, it can counter a Constellation trigger, though you could also just counter the spell that they played beforehand, I suppose.
Mm-hmm, sure.
So.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, but for limited, right, it's rare that we're going to have multiple things up at once, right?
Yeah.
So it's just a counter spell of sorts?
I would not prioritize this card in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. It's clever, and there's probably some blowouts that you can get if your opponent doesn't see it coming because it's an uncommon and because it does some weird stuff. Countering abilities is weird, and also countering multiple things at once could be interesting. You see the flavor text? No, and no. It's pretty good. Which I think is what I want to say. I think I want to say that to this card as well. So yeah, D for Whirlwind Denial. That brings us to our last blue card, Witness of Tomorrows. How many tomorrows have you seen, Witness? 4 and a blue for a 3/4 enchantment creature Sphinx. It's common. It's got flying. So 5 mana, 3/4 flying. Sure. Activated ability. 3 and a blue, scry 1.
The activated ability is not likely to come up most games.
Expensive.
But it's a 5-mana 3/4. This is the exact kind of card I don't want to be an enchantment. Because this is the one I really don't like getting killed by destroy target enchantment effects.
I see. Yeah, sure.
Whereas the cheaper ones, I don't care quite as much. Yeah, this card is good. I mean, it's a 5-mana 3/4 with flying. That's a completely fine deal.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and it's an enchantment, like you said, so it's triggering your constellation and all that stuff. Solid card. I mean, I'm not going to give it a lower grade because of the 3 and a blue scry 1 being kind of expensive, right? When it does come up, it will be relevant, but it's just not that often.
I mean, that is a common design thing to keep in mind, that putting a bad looking ability on a card can often make the card look worse than it actually does.
Yeah, that's what Ryan was aiming at when he first thought of the vanilla test as a thing. It's like, because people would forget that this was a 5-mana 3/4 flyer. Like, I don't care if it says 700 mana scry 0 or whatever. It's like it's still a total playable and limited. I would say C+ for Witness of Tomorrow's. Look, the card's not going to blow your doors off, but it's pretty good. That's solid.
Yeah, I think C+ is fine. This isn't a card you want a lot of, but it's a big one.
Yeah. All right, well, that's going to do it for blue, and blue does look like it is a little bit conflicted in the sense that it has a ton of cares about enchantments, also a lot to do with the graveyard with escape, but also seems to have like an auras thing kind of going on too. So there's like a little bit of like, which deck do you want? Oh, and then I forgot the flash play stuff on your opponent's turn as well. So there's a lot going on with blue, and we'll have to kind of play the set a bunch to see which of those things emerges as the more important ones and which ones don't come up as often. But interesting stuff as always with blue, and that will move us to black. Our first card is Agonizing Remorse. It's 1 and a black for a sorcery at uncommon. A target opponent reveals their hand. You choose a non-land card from it or a card from their graveyard, exile that card. You lose 1 life. So this is top tier hand disruption. It does cost 2 mana. But wow, that's actually really kind of powerful, isn't it?
Yeah, this card's good. It's, I mean,
reminds me of
2 mana to get their best card, and then you are able to, if you want, kill an escape card instead. And then, because in late game, it's possible their best card is actually in their graveyard already.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And
then they also lose a life, and it's also exiling it. So if you get it from their hand, they can't escape it either. Yeah, this reminds me of I've been trying to think of that card, the 2 mana card from Rise the Eldrazi. Or sorry, Battle for Zendikar. It's 1 and a black, exile a card from their hand.
Oh, yeah.
Like 3 or more
I remember that one, a Devoid one or whatever.
Yeah, and that card was good, and this card's much better.
Yeah, this card's good. So Agonizing Remorse, this is really pushing the boundaries. Normally when we see these cards, we're like, yeah, whatever. They're 3 mana or whatever. This one is actually caught my attention. So how high of a grade can we give a card like this? You could take basically anything from their hand.
So the drawback is that in the late game, these cards tend not to be great draws.
Yeah.
You draw Agonizing Remorse when your opponent's played all their cards and you're just in top deck wars. It's pretty bad.
And it is still true here, even with the little hedge from the graveyard, right?
Yeah. But I think the upside is that it's just a good, efficient card. I would give it a B-. I think you're always going to play this card, and you're going to be happy with it most of the time. Okay,
yeah. B- for Agonizing Remorse. They did it. That's a nice one. My God, this card, the artwork on this is just horrendous.
I hate it.
My God.
I hate it so much.
I never want to see this again.
Aspect of Lamprey. It's a 3 and a black. It's an enchantment aura. Common. Enchant creature you control. So you can only put it on your own stuff. When it enters the battlefield, target opponent discards 2 cards, and enchanted creature has lifelink.
Oh man, that's weird, but kind of good.
Yeah, I mean, 4 mana to make them discard 2, and then you give the creature lifelink, and it's an aura or and a constellation trigger and all that stuff. I mean, overall, I think this card is fine. the lifelink actually helps make up for the fact that you paid 4 mana to not really affect the board.
That's right. Yeah, it adds up to what it is, the sum of its parts. Like you could see an aura that was black, give a creature lifelink, and you could see, 2 and a black, target player discards 2 cards. They kind of combine them onto 2, which is usually really powerful. You are taking the risk, of course, by it being an aura and only being able to chant your own creature. If they want to kill or bounce a creature, that's risky business.
It's expensive in main phase, so if your opponent bounces your creature in response, like you said, or does something, it's pretty bad for you. Yeah. But yeah, I think that this card is pretty good. I would give it a C+.
Okay, I'm going to go C on Aspect of Lamprey, and I want to give it an F because I don't want to look at that artwork ever again. Next is Blight Breath Cataplebis. which is like you can see his breath. It does not look good. What were you going to say?
So a Catoplebis or Catoblipos or Catoplebis, I guess I have no idea. Is actually an old D&D monster.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and they like shot things from their eyes, but their head was too big and their neck had trouble holding it up. and there's also a Catoplebis in like some other
magic set.
Some other magic set. There was like a 6 mana 3/3 that had some weird destroy target creature blocking.
A green one, right?
No, I think it was black also.
Oh, was it black? Yeah, you're right. Yeah. You're right. It was black. It was Loathsome Cataplebis. Anyway, this is
Loathsome Cataplebis.
Yeah, this is Blight Breath Cataplebis. This is 4 black for a 3/2 beast. 6 mana 3/2. When it enters the battlefield, target creature an opponent controls gets -X and turned, where X is your devotion to black. Oh my god, that card's sweet. Wow, I did not like it as 3/2 for 6. Now I'm in.
By itself, 6 mana 3/2 that gives a creature -2/2. And then, obviously it can team up with other cards to just basically be a kill spell. If they have instant speed removal to kill this in response, it can mitigate it a little. But I think this card is quite good. You worry about stacking up too many 6s, but it's nice that like playing this buys you some breathing room to play the next one. Yeah. The next one's even bigger.
Yeah.
So this looks like a C+ to me, but I could see it being a B- if you're devoted enough to buy.
I was going to give it a B+.
B+?
Yeah, it's a Necrotal.
It's 6 mana.
Yeah. I'll pay 6 mana.
It's just going to be minus. But it's going to be -2/2 or -3/3 some of the time.
Yeah. So my thinking on it is that it's almost never going to be -2/2. It'll be -3/3 the vast majority as your floor. Yeah. And there's times when it's -5/5 that is not that hard to come up with. You have 2 creatures or something, and it's killing stuff. And yeah, it only leaves behind a 3/2. It's not super exciting, but dude, a 3/2 that kills anything I'm excited about for 6 mana. And if it has the ability to kill my opponent's best creature in some spots, I'm in. I'm in for Blight Breath Cataplebis. I'm giving it a B+.
All right, I will give Blight Breath Cataplebis a B-. I think it's not quite that good.
All right. Next is Cling to Dust, black for an instant and uncommon. Exile target card from a graveyard. If it was a creature card, you gain 3 life. Otherwise, you draw a card. And it has escape. 3 and a black, exile 5 other cards from your graveyard to escape it. So what are the things that I can get? I can get 3 life or draw a card depending on what I hit. And I could be hitting like very relevant things out of their yard. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, this is like I think it's a little worse than the blue just draw a card one because the blue-red decks actually want that card to get extra value out of this. Mm-hmm. But this still works nicely if you're like blue-black or red-black and have cards that trigger for this. Mm-hmm. So,
yeah, I would play this card. You do need to hit something, but it can be any graveyard. Like it'll happen. You will be able to get at least 3 life, but in many cases you'll be able to get the card back for almost free. And the upside's there. I really do think that nabbing a an escape card is worth it. So.
Yeah, I would tend to play this card in my deck.
I still think it's a low
grade. It also can draw you 2 cards over the course of the game without too much difficulty.
Mm-hmm. I would think it's I'm not going to give it a high grade though. I think it's like a D+.
No, of course.
I think it's like
I think it's a C- probably.
Sure. C- for Cling to.
Note that you can't cycle this until there's a card in the graveyard.
That is true. And
so actually that makes me think it's a D+. Just in the early game, the only things that hit the graveyard tend to be creatures, so this might just be stuck in your hand for a little too long.
It's true. It is true. You do need a non-creature something in the graveyard to be able to cycle it, and that does matter. Yeah. Discordant Piper is next. Another creepy artwork. This is 1 and a black for a 2/1 zombie satyr at common, and when it dies, you get an 0/1 white goat creature token.
I like Discordant Piper at C+. It's just a solid.
Look at this flavor text. The death of the party.
Yeah, he is the death of the party. It is pretty good. This card, he is a decent little 2-drop that leaves behind a little bit of extra action, and is good in the sacrifice deck. I think, and double chump blocks essentially. I think that's probably fine.
Mm-hmm. It's okay, right? Like this looks like a C- or a C to me, something in that range for Discordant Piper.
Yeah, I kind of like it at C+ actually. I think it's just going to be a decent value 2-block.
Okay.
2-drop.
I got C. You got C+ for Discordant Piper then. Next is Drag to the Underworld. 2 black instant at uncommon. This spell costs X less to cast, where X is your devotion to black. So you could reduce it to just black at the most. But the rules text, destroy target creature. So it's 4 mana, destroy a creature, and it might cost 2 or 3 mana, but whatever. Like this card is, exactly what you want. The 4
on this is 4 mana, kill a creature.
Right.
That's already great, and it's frequently going to cost less than that. This card is, I think, very clearly I would say B+, but I could see A- actually.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's just going to be 2 mana, kill a creature a lot of the time. It's probably a B+.
It's probably a B+.
I don't know.
I like B+ for it, because a lot of times it's 3 or 4 mana, kill a creature, which is still, deep into the B range. But Drag to the Underworld, B+. Next is Elspeth's Nightmare. 2 and a black for a saga at uncommon. So this one has 3 chapters. First chapter is destroy target creature an opponent controls with power 2 or less. That seems fine. This thing costs 3, so there's probably going to be a target. Chapter 2 is target opponent reveals their hand. You choose a non-creature, non-land card from it. That player discards that card. All right. You won't always hit, but you could hit, and that's nice. And then chapter 3 is exile target opponent's graveyard, which is much less effective than the first 2. But the first 2 are potentially cards, right? Like if chapter 1 and 2 get you something, you have garnered a 2-for-1 from Elspeth's Nightmare with a little bit of a bonus at the end for chapter 3.
I mean, 3 mana to kill probably a 2-drop or maybe a 3-drop depending on what they have, and then you get to you get a slow discard effect, but you get to choose. It's a duress effect, so non-creature. If you play this early, you're almost always going to have something you can hit. Yeah. And then the last part isn't completely irrelevant. So, I like this card.
Yeah, it seems fine. A little conditional, so I'm not in love with it, but it's probably, is it a B-? Is it a B? Is it a C+? I don't know.
B-. I think it's decent. The problem is, I guess, if you draw it later in the game, you're just not going to get much value out of the second mode, and maybe the third one's relevant, but in a top deck where killing a creature with 2 or less power is just not that good.
No.
And you're going to run out of the stuff. But if you play this on turn 3 through 5, it's a pretty sick 2-for-1.
Yeah.
So,
very good while developing and gets worse as the game goes along.
Yeah.
I'll go C+ on Elspeth's Nightmare.
I think it's a B-. I think the constellation and the enchantment moving zones stuff matters a little bit.
Okay. So. A little extra bonus. Next is Enemy of Enlightenment. This is 5 and a black for a 5/5 flying enchantment creature demon at uncommon. So 6 mana 5/5 flyer. That's bomby. It gets -1/-1 for each card in your opponent's hand. And at the beginning of your upkeep, each player discards a card. Wow, that's a lot going on with this thing.
Yeah, it's going to be 6 mana for a 2/2 or a 3/3, but then it just gets very big very quickly because they're discarding though. Note that you're discarding too.
Yeah, indeed. So, but you're the one with the 5/5 flyer, I guess.
Yeah. So yeah, I think it's fine. My guess is this is pretty good. It's a 6-drop. You don't want tons of these, but having this as your high-end card is going to be decent.
Yeah, so you play it. It's probably like a 3/3 flyer. Your turn, it bumps up to a 4/4 in that range somewhere, and eventually becomes a 5/5 kind of for good or ish.
Well, they also have to play cards in order to not have them discarded. And once they play too many cards, it just gets bigger and bigger. So
yeah,
it becomes a 5/5 pretty quickly. This looks to me like a C+.
Yeah, it's a little too conditional to get into the B range for me too. So C+ for Enemy of Enlightenment. Final Death is next. It's 4 and a black for an instant. It's common, and it says exile target creature. Boom.
Yeah, I mean, 5 mana to get rid of something forever at instant speed. Can't really go wrong with that. It's not, not the best ever, but definitely fine. This looks like a C+ to me.
Yeah, B-, C+, it depends.
Yeah, maybe B-. Yeah,
sure. B- for Final Death. This is your marquee black removal spell at common. Next is Fruit of Tizerius. This is black for a sorcery at common. Target player loses 2 life. And it has Escape. For 3 and a black, exile 3 other cards from your graveyard. I don't think I can imagine a more annoying way to lose a game of Magic than to Fruit of Tizerius. But this cannot be worth it, right? It's only 2 life. You don't even gain life. If you did this twice, you would get them for a total of 4. Yeah,
this card
seems awful. Just seems completely terrible, and definitely annoying to lose to the times that you do. I assume Fruit of Tizerius is an F. I think that I could easily imagine that you just never want to play this card.
If the escape cost was cheaper, or if you gain 2 life, if it just basically if it was a little more powerful, I could see like some sort of self-mill engine going on here. But that's just not what this card's going to do. No, it's an F.
It's an F for Fruit of Tizerius. You don't want that fruit. Next is Funeral Rites. 2 and a black sorcery at common. You draw 2 cards, lose 2 life, and put the top 2 cards of your library into your graveyard.
I see they've really hit their stride with the Read the Bones kind of adjacent cards. Yeah. Instead of Scry 2, it's Mill 2. Oh, instead of Scry 2, it's you get a food or whatever.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, I mean this card's fine. It does all the things you want to do, and you're getting your 2 for 1. You're milling 2 to help fuel your cards. So that is an upside. The milling 2 is on balance going to be better for you. It's better to have that on the card. So I would probably give Funeral Rites. This looks like a C+ to me. I mean, you don't tend to want like a lot of this effect, but it does a pretty good job of doing what you want it to do.
Yeah, I would give Funeral Rites a C. It's just a C for me. The first one's fine. You can't really play more than one usually. All right, he's back. Gary, Gray Merchant of Asphodel, is back with new artwork, although it looks like it was the same art direction, which is kind of interesting to compare them. But Gray Merchant is 3 black for a 2/4 zombie at uncommon. And it says, when Gray Merchant of Asphodel enters the battlefield, each opponent loses X life, where X is your devotion to black. You gain life equal to the life lost this way. Of note, Gary used to be a common, right? Mm-hmm. And so they've respected the fact that he ended up being, the best or second best common in original Theros. And don't sleep on this one. This card is very, very powerful and ends a lot of games.
Yeah. I mean, this frequently is going to drain for 2 to 4 life. Sometimes it'll drain for like 6. Mm-hmm. And it being uncommon makes the double, you playing these back to back much less frequent. But there's also ways to get creatures back from the graveyard, and this does a very good job of that.
Yeah, I like B for Gray Merchant of Asphodel. To me, it's just a classic B. It draws you into the color, and it performs really well.
I agree.
Oh, this one's scary. Next is Grim Physician. This is kind of what it looked like when I was at the dentist the other day. Black creature zombie common for a 1/1. When Grim Physician dies, target creature an opponent controls gets -1/-1 until end of turn.
This is the kind of card I look for when I'm playing like a low curve sacrifice deck, and you just want like cheap idiots to sacrifice, getting little bonuses.
Yep.
It's not the kind of card I would want to just play in the average deck, unless I'm a defensive deck. It's a good defensive play. Mm-hmm, it trades for a 2/2.
Mm-hmm, yep.
So I think that the Grim Physician is basically a C, and you'll have to just kind of figure out when you want it. It's not always clear.
Yeah, D+, C- is where I have Grim Physician. I think there's a lot of times when you just don't play it, but in the decks like that you described, you would. Next is, Hateful Eidolon. This is black for a 1/2 enchantment creature spirit and uncommon. It has lifelink. So 1 mana, 1/2 lifelinker. Whenever an enchanted creature dies, draw a card for each aura you controlled that was attached to it. So interesting.
Yeah, this is the equivalent. This is the mirror to the white creature that whenever an enchanted creature dies, you get to bring something back. This just straight up draws a card.
Yep.
Yeah, I like this card in the right deck. It is clearly a builder on because a 1/2 lifelink, even the one that's an enchantment, needs a little bit of help. But the payoff seems pretty decent here.
It does trigger itself, right?
Well, if it was enchanted, yes.
That's what I mean. Like if you go turn 1 Hateful Eidolon, turn 2 Aura, turn 3 Aura, and you just made some little mini monster, and they're like, kill your Hateful Eidolon, you'll get the 2 cards, right?
Yeah, and because it has lifelink, of course, it is a fairly good target for that as well.
Yeah. I actually like Hateful Eidolon. This is another one where they seem to have really hit a nice chord with a playable 1-drop again. Card looks actually quite powerful to me. I'm a little curious to see how it goes with auras in a black deck, because I don't know if I've seen that really pop up a lot. But at any rate, assuming that it has a home in that way, I wouldn't be surprised to see it be a C+ or even a B-.
Yeah, I like C+ on this. I think it needs a little bit more work, but I think it is pretty strong.
Okay. Next is Inevitable End, 2 and a black, enchantment aura uncommon. Enchant creature. Enchanted creature has at the beginning of your upkeep, sacrifice a creature. Interesting.
I'm not a huge fan of. Well, no, this card's actually pretty good.
So the obvious thing is that they want to sacrifice the creature that you put this on, because then they don't have to do it again, right? But they get the choice of sacrificing other creatures and keeping that one around. Super fascinating study on like game theory and this stuff. But the thing to take away from this, I think, is that basically every time you give your opponent a choice, it's much, much, much worse for you than if you don't.
Well, yes and no. Like the upside is, compare this to just target player sacrifices a creature. Mm-hmm. They'll just sack their worst creature and then it's done. Mm-hmm. This, you put this on their good creature, and if they want to keep it around, they have to keep sacrificing.
Yeah, it's better than that.
Yes. Yeah, it's definitely worse than just destroy target creature, because they just get the option, right? Mm-hmm. You put this on their 5/5 flyer, they throw a 2/2 at the effect of return, and you just can never win, but because they just race you or something. But it's certainly better than target player sacks a creature. I think in general, this card's actually going to be fine.
Okay.
Most of the time, it's going to act as a kill a creature, and some of the times they end up keeping it around for a bit longer, or generally not good for you. But it's probably still this looks still fine. It can be a little slow. The biggest drawback is when you play this on their creature and they're able to keep it around for enough turn to end the game before it actually does it.
Right. But
most of the time when you play this in the first, turns 3 through 6 or something, they're just going to sack this immediately, in which case you did fine.
Yeah. Love it. This design is super clever too, to get around.
Yeah, no, this is really cool. My immediate thought was like, this isn't that good. No, actually, I think it is that good. It's not great, but it looks like a B-. It looks like it will most of the time kill their creature, and again, it's got all the aura stuff going on.
I like B- for Inevitable End, and I can't wait to see how that card plays out. Next is Lampad of Death's Vigil. It's 1 and a black for a 1/3 enchantment creature, nymph at common. You can pay 1 and sacrifice a creature. Each opponent loses 1 life, and you gain 1 life. That's pretty powerful.
This is a solid little sack outlet. If you're like chumping, sacking to drain, next turn sacking to drain, if you steal their creature with Portent of Betrayal and then you pay 1 more, that's 5 mana to kill a creature. That's not the worst. Yeah. So I think that this is a solid card. It looks like a C to me, but in some sack-based decks, it can move up to like a C+.
Yeah, I think C+ for Lampad of Death's Vigil. I mean, there's also boards where if you've built it out, you can just go, okay, you're at 5, sack my board.
Yeah.
Kill you. Next is Minions Return. It's 2 and a black for an enchantment aura at uncommon. It has flash and enchants a creature. When enchanted creature dies, return that card to the battlefield under your control. And it has flash? That's funny. So you can put on a creature that's just literally about to die.
And
it can be their creature too?
Yeah, you can put it on their creature or your creature. Like, imagine, you're like, all right, attack you with my 4/4, and they block with something that is even better than your creature. And you're like, all right, put this on your thing. I just get your creature. I just cast a good creature for 3 mana, essentially.
Yeah. Why is this good? Why wouldn't I just play a creature in this spot? Like, why is this better than that? Mana? Is it because it's cheaper?
It's 3 mana, you're right. So if you minions return something that's more expensive, it also lets you take, gives you more selection, where sometimes this will be very good because something good is dying on your side or theirs, right? It looks at both sides. The downside is obviously this could just sit in your hand, do nothing if creatures aren't trading off, or if they're not trading off when you have mana up. And it seems fairly sketchy to just play this out at the end of their turn and then just hope something goes right later. Like,
yeah,
that seems a little risky. I don't know. I'm going to want to have to play with this to get a feel for it. It's pretty good in the deck with sack outlets because you can just always trigger it if you really want to. Because remember, it gets the dies triggers and the enter the battlefield triggers.
Right.
Like it does do both of those. And it's an aura that with flash, which triggers a bunch of different stuff, right?
Yeah.
Your constellation cards, your aura cards. I think overall there's going to be some decks where this card just overperforms and is great. It's going to be kind of bad in other decks, and just straight up, I don't think the card's very good. But I think there's a lot of different edges you can get from it that would make it pretty reasonable. So this looks to me like a C, but it can definitely stretch to like a C+.
Okay, I'm going to give Minions Return a D, and I'm going to let people show me when I first start playing the set why it's better than that, if that's the case.
Sure.
Next is Mire Triton. This is 1 and a black for a 2/1 zombie merfolk. Sad. At uncommon. It's got Death Touch, and when it enters the battlefield, put the top 2 cards of your library into your graveyard, and you gain 2 life. Dang, that's a good card.
Yeah, this is a very good card. It's a 2-mana 2/1 Death Touch is already great, or at the very least solid, and then mill 2, gain 2 is just 2 other advantages. This looks like a B- to me.
Yeah, I like just B for Mire Triton. 2 life, milieu, Death Toucher, cheap. B for Mire Triton. I love it. Mire's Grasp is next, and this is 1 and a black for an enchantment aura. It's common, and it says enchanted creature gets -3/-3.
I really like this card.
Wow.
This is the exact enchantment that you want if you're trying to take advantage of both Constellation and of bringing back enchantments from the graveyard. It's great with if you play the Hateful Eidolon on turn 1 and then turn 2 you grasp their thing to kill it and draw a card.
Oh my God, that's insane. Yeah. Wow.
Right, actually looking at this and the next card, I want to retroactively bump Hateful Eidolon's grade to B-.
Okay. So. Welcome. Yeah. So I said that Final Death was kind of the de facto black common removal spell, but it looks like Mire's Grasp has something to say about that.
No, this is better. I mean, this is a B, and it's going to have enough synergies that in some decks it's going to play even better than that.
Yeah. So B for Mire's Grasp, really strong common. Mogus's Favor is next. This is black for an enchantment aura at common. Enchanted creature gets +2/-1, and it has escape for 2 and a black, exile 2 other cards.
Yeah, this card is pretty sweet. It's a 1-mana ping, right? It kills 1 toughness creatures, and then you can escape and get it back for cheap. It's kind of like the stupid eye card, the white aura that lets you escape and keep bringing it back at a relatively low cost. This is more of a mana cost than that, but it's also a better effect. And it's a repeatable way to kill one toughness creatures. Also, if you really need to, you can just put this on one of your own creatures and go to town.
Yeah, I mean, +2 is a lot of power, assuming the creature survives.
Yeah, I'm into this. I think that Mogus's Favor is pretty good. I'd probably get a C+. I think it has enough flexibility overall that it's going to end up playing out fairly nicely.
Okay, I'll go C on Mogus's Favor. I like the flexibility too. Nyxborn Marauder is next. It's 2 black for a 4/3 enchantment creature Minotaur at common. That's it. C.
This is a C. Play it if you need this to fill it out. It's good for devotion. Note that in the set, having double in the casting cost is not strictly worse.
No, not at all. Especially with the 2 devotion creatures that we've seen, Gary and the Necrotal. I mean, those are right? So
yeah. But this looks like a C to me.
C for Nyxborn Marauder. Next is Omen of the Dead. So here's a black omen. Black for an enchantment, common flash. When Omen of the Dead enters a battlefield, return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand, and then you can pay the 2 and a black and sack it to scry 2.
Yeah, I mean, this...
Sure.
This is like Raise Dead with slight upside, and then with the scry too. But then once you factor in the like sacrifice, because this triggers that Minotaur, right? The oracle that cares when you sacrifice things. When
yes.
When you factor in constellation and stuff like that, this gets a little bit better. I mean, it's still a C. I don't think it's going to be much better than that. But
agreed. C for Omen of the Dead. There's the self-mill synergies where you can maybe get your best card and get it back or something like that. Next is Farika's Libation. This is 2 and a black for an instant at common. Choose one. Target opponent sacrifices a creature, or target opponent sacrifices an enchantment. So did we get there on the edict effect, as we call it, forcing your opponent to sacrifice something? Is it good enough if we have the choice where maybe there's an enchantment that we could make them sacrifice?
This looks like a sideboard card to me because it does some cool stuff. One trick with this is if they have a creature that's also an enchantment and that's their only enchantment, you can just make them sack that deterministically by saying enchantment. It's good if they put, pacifism on your creature and you're just like, bam. But often it's just going to be a 3-mana edict and there might be enough enchantments that they'll have multiple in play, or they just have a bunch of creatures and 0 enchantments in play and it's just a terrible edict because a 3-mana edict is just not good.
Yeah. How often is it going to be they have 4 creatures, but one of them's an enchantment creature and you can just name enchantment and get it? That'll pop up.
Yeah,
right?
I think that'll happen. This looks to me like a sideboard card more than a main deck card.
Okay. Sideboard C for Farika's Libation. I mean, these cards just never, ever, ever perform where you're just like, yes, I got a Farika's Libation 6 pick. We did it. It's just like they occasionally make the cut. And there's scenarios where they're good, but they're usually not. Next is Farika's Spawn. This is 3 and a black for a 3/4 Gorgon. It's uncommon. Farika's Spawn has Escape. So Escape for 5 and a black, exile 3 other cards from your graveyard. So for a creature here, this is pretty good. Farika's Spawn escapes with 2+1/+1 counters on it. When it enters the battlefield this way, each opponent sacrifices a non-Gorgon creature. Wow. Okay. So this thing really wants you to escape it. I mean, it really is, encouraging you to mill it or have it die and get it back.
Yeah, it's a 4-mana 3/4, which is just, whatever. That's not great. But then when it comes back, it's a 5/6 that makes them sack a creature. That's pretty good.
Makes them sack. Yeah. However many Gorgons are in here, there can't be that many. And it's each opponent sacrifices a non-Gorgon. So really strong.
Yeah. I mean, it only doesn't work if their only creatures are Gorgons. That's just not.
That's just not a thing. Not a thing. Yeah. So Farika's Spawn seems fantastic.
Yeah, this card looks great. It's a bit slow, but this is the kind of card you want to mill with your self-mill deck because this is the payoff where you're casting 6-mana 5/6s that eat one of their creatures or what have you.
Yeah, or you just put it on the battlefield, and what are they supposed to do? Trade for it? Like they're not going to be feeling good about that transaction either. And it is 6 mana, like you said, but it's only 3 other cards from your graveyard, so I don't think you have to work super hard for that.
No, this looks to me like a B+. I think Farika's Spawn is.
I think so
strong.
too. I'm with you, dude. Farika's Spawn B+. Next is Rage Scarred Berserker. This is 4 and a black for a 5/4 Minotaur Berserker at common. When it enters the battlefield, target creature you control gets +1/+0 and gains indestructible until end of turn. And to this, I say, meh. That's fine.
The +1/+0 indestructible is kind of cute if you just have like a very high powered creature, but it's a 5-mana 5/4 vanilla that also wants you to have a big creature in play to really get value. That doesn't sound great. Is there a creature that must be blocked? I don't think there's any creatures like that, right?
No, and has Death Touch or something. Yeah, it just doesn't seem. This seems to me to be a totally replaceable 5-drop. It's, kind of a classic like D, right? It's like sometimes you play it. If you want to give it a C-, fine, but whatever. I think Rage Scarred Berserker is like a D+ or something like that. Not exciting to me. Next is Scavenging Harpy. 2 and a black for a 2/1 Flying Harpy at common. When Scavenging Harpy enters the battlefield, exile target card from an opponent's graveyard. Sure.
It's a 3-mana 2/1 flyer with slight upside, does a little bit of extra work. Looks fine to me.
Looks like a C from here. Scavenging Harpy C.
I agree.
Just fine. Yeah. Soul Reaper of Mogus is 2 and a black for a 2/3 enchantment creature Minotaur Shaman at common. And you can pay 2 and a black and sacrifice a creature to draw a card.
Yeah. And this
That's
is
some business.
Yeah, this is a pretty nice one. I like it in the sacrifice deck. I also like it. Again, a 2/3 enchantment creature for 3 is just fine in some of these matchups. So, or in some of these decks that care about that. It looks like a C. It's not it's not going to overperform. But I mean, imagine you play turn 2 the goat, the 2/1 that dies into a goat. Turn 3 Soul Reaper, like that. Yeah. That feels like you got something going on there.
Yeah, you did it. There's something going on. So yeah, Soul Reaper of Mogus definitely going to be included in those build around sacrifice decks. Next is Temple Thief, 1 and a black for a 2/2 human rogue at common. It can't be blocked by enchanted creatures or enchantment creatures.
Yeah, I don't know that they're going to have so many of these things that you can really justify this unless you just really wanted a 2-drop anyway. So
I think so too. It looks like a D to me for Temple Thief. I don't see this ability being super strong situationally, of course, but generally not.
Yeah.
Yeah. So D for Temple Thief. Next is Timoret, Chosen from Death. Black for a 2-star legendary enchantment creature demigod at uncommon. His toughness is equal to your devotion to black. And 1 and a black. You can pay 1 and a black to exile up to 2 target cards from graveyards. So that's either 1 or both. You gain 1 life for each creature card exiled this way. Sure.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I mean, it's like the Daxos or whatever. It's going to be like a 2/4 a lot of the time, or 2/5. But I guess they're kind of like mirrors of each other, right? Because they're both like large toughness creatures, and this has a different way of gaining life. This really messes with their escape cards.
It does.
Like I could definitely see the opponent playing an escape deck. You play this, and they're like, "Wow, I cannot win." You know?
Yes. Where you're just like, this is going to make my life extremely difficult, and for not a big cost, right? The opponent, the person playing Timoret, Chosen from Death, isn't giving up much to play it. Like, it helps with devotion. Yeah. It's an enchantment creature. It's 2 mana.
It's a black creature that's often going to be like 2/3 or 2/4 or 2/5 or something fairly large. And it's very good at enabling your other devotion cards.
Yeah. Seems totally fine. So I like B- for Timoret, Chosen from Death. Like, this isn't the type of card that I just see like dominating a board. There's not one thing here that I love, but as a package, I think it's good.
Yeah. I would say that this looks like a B- or so.
Yeah, same. Underworld Charger is next. This is 2 and a black for a 3/3 Nightmare Horse at common. It can't block. It has escape for 4 and a black and exile 3 other cards from your graveyard. And it escapes with 2 +1/+1 counters on it.
I like this card.
Very aggressive card.
Sweet. Yeah. A 3-mana 3/3 just beater. And eventually it trades off, and then just later you just get a 5/5. Yeah, this card's really sweet. I like that it really rewards you for not being defensive. Like, it rewards you for attacking.
Yes. It says, we know what we're trying to do here. We are trying to attack. I like it too. I would say C+ for Underworld Charger.
Yeah. That sounds right to me.
Okay. Next is Underworld Dreams. Ooh, it's back. Black for an enchantment at uncommon. Whenever an opponent draws a card, Underworld Dreams deals 1 damage to that player. Could we play triple black cards, though? I mean, limited, it is very difficult to get these in here.
Yeah, I think that Underworld Dreams is a cool card. I mean, this is a reprint from Legends, and that I have a soft spot for that. But it's not really a card that you're going to want to play. Like, also, if you're mono black, I actually think the card's good. And here's why. You can play it early, and you play this on turn 3. It's an unblockable 1/1 that hits every single turn. It's very hard to kill. And if they ever play card draw, it gets double duty. Plus, it really increases your devotion. So like that, I like that well enough. But I think that we're not going to play this in anything but mono black. So it's basically a build around like C, where it's not even insane there. But if you have enough stuff to go with that, to go with the mono black devotion theme, then this card is fine in your mono black deck. Exactly. Super narrow. Yep. This card's going to get played more than it should because it's such a cool card, and it has like a lot of lore behind it where people are like, wow, Underworld Dreams, So
if you had 10 swamps in your deck and your opponent was playing some absurd long game control, whatever deck, would you consider boarding it in?
yeah, I would consider it. But at 10 swamps, like that's still not.
I know. It's a long time.
That doesn't seem very good.
I'm with you. I like it in the Devotion mono black deck, which probably will pop up very rarely.
Yeah.
So build around B for that or whatever, but otherwise, just too hard to cast for what you get. Last black card is Venomous Hierophant. It's 3 and a black for a 3/3 Gorgon Cleric. Hey, there's another Gorgon. Take that. It's common. It has Death Touch. So 4 mana, 3/3 Death Toucher. And when it enters a battlefield, you mill yourself for 3. Top 3 cards of your library go into your graveyard.
Yeah.
Great. Very good. Yeah, I mean, this seems like a perfectly serviceable common. This looks like a C+ to me. I like Death Touch on cards like this because 3/3s can kind of lose their luster later in the game a little bit, and this one really holds its own. And the mill has just obviously become very important for this format, for multiple archetypes in this format. So I like it. Venomous Hierophant to me looks quite strong, and I would give it a C+.
Yeah, I like C+. It just does all the different things you want, I think, fairly well. So.
Man, this set has a lot going on. Like when I look back at the black cards, there's enchantments, there's auras, there's escape, and there's sacrifice going on. There's a lot going on with each of these last couple of colors. Trying to kind of
I'm quite excited about this. Well, let's keep going through the cards, and we'll see kind of what emerges.
All right, so let's move on to red. Okay, so our first red card is. Why are you doing this? We're just in the middle of a review and you just decide to fire off the 2 cool guys intro. Oh, you didn't want this to be a snoozer. That's what it was.
It's just a snoozer if I don't sneak it in at some point. So
Annex Hardened in the Forge is our first red card. 1 red for a star 3 legendary enchantment creature. Demigod at uncommon. This is part of a cycle apparently. Annex's power is equal to your devotion to red, so we've got a 2/3 minimum. Whenever Annex or another non-token creature you control dies, you get a 1/1 red satyr creature token with this creature can't block. If the creature had power 4 or greater, you get 2 of those tokens instead. Nice. So this is kind of inward looking at the minimum, right? Annex already is a 2/3. If you have 2 other red mana symbols on the battlefield, you've got a 4/3 for 3 mana. And when Annex dies, you're getting the 1/1 for sure, and then maybe even 2 1/1s if Annex happened to die, with the 2 other devotions on the battlefield. So not too bad.
Yeah, it is pretty solid by itself, and it gets hardened pretty easily.
Indeed. Now, how good are these tokens, though? You get a 1/1 red satyr creature that can't block.
It's a lot worse than you might think, because I would say about 60%, 70% of the value of a 1/1 token is chump blocking or gang blocking, like just to team up to kill something bigger. So this is a lot worse than a normal 1/1 token. That said, it's still a real card, and especially if you're looking to go wide or anything like that, it does really contribute. But I think Annex is pretty strong and also very good in the sacrifice deck. Like with Annex in play, all of your creatures basically double die. So imagine you have Annex in play. You play the 2/1 idiot who makes a goat. You sack that. You make a goat and a satyr, and then you can sack both of those to get even more value. The tokens, of course, don't generate more tokens, but like this looks like an awesome way to really get a sacrifice deck going, or a way to get a good beatdown deck going, because those decks can use 1/1s better and are interested in 3 mana 4/3s. So
yeah, we've seen a lot of the heroic stuff line up well with these 1/1 satyrs as well, pumping them up. So yeah, Annex Hardened in the Forge looks very good. This is an interesting and looks like pretty strong card as well. It looks like a B to me.
Yeah, I would say Annex Hardened in the Forge is a B, and it's the kind of card which rewards you for putting in more work, but is also good baseline, which is, of course, the kind of cards we love.
Yeah, love those ones. Next card is called Arena Trickster. This is 3 and a red for a 3/3 human shaman at common. Whenever you cast your first spell during each opponent's turn, put a +1/+1 counter on Arena Trickster. All right, so here we have a common payoff that looks pretty strong, actually. These are counters. They stay on. You get a 4/4, 5/5 if you can get that whole casting spells on the other opponent's turn going.
Yeah, is this the person who tries to cast spells at weird times on Arena to trick your opponent into passing priority.
Yeah, they're roping.
Yeah, they're roping to distract you. The classic Arena tricksters.
Oh yeah.
I think this card's okay. Once you get one counter on it, you got a pretty solid deal. But what's going to happen a lot of the time is you're going to play this. It's just going to be a 3/3. On your next turn, it's still a 3/3, and then you're going to pass, and then you're going to get a counter if you have a card that goes along with it. Right. That's a bit complicated. That's a couple different things going on at once, but it is also a pretty good reward. This is expensive enough that I imagine the blue-red flash deck will want like one of these, maybe two, if it's low on other payoffs. Whereas like the cheap payoffs, you want as many as you can get.
Yeah. Yeah. This to me does seem to be an appropriately powered common payoff for this, right? Not amazing, but does some things. Looks like a C to me for Arena Trickster. Yeah,
I like C for Arena Trickster, but it is the kind of card you will want in some decks like above that level. Imagine if you're the blue-red deck and you're taking a bunch of removal spells and instants, and then you're like low on payoffs, you might have to take this over a better card.
Yep, for sure. Especially at the 4-mana slot. Next is Aspect of Manticore. This is 2 and a red for an enchantment aura. It's common. It has flash and enchants a creature. When it enters the battlefield, the enchanted creature gains first strike until end of turn, and the enchanted creature gets +2/+0. That is a nice little combination of abilities. That'll let you win most combat.
It will, but because the first strike is only temporary, imagine your 3/3 beats their 4/4 in a fight. You're like, ha, I got them. But then it still just trades for another 3/3 because this doesn't give you any toughness. Right. So when comparing this to...
In the end, you would have a 1-for-1 is what you would have gained?
I think a lot of the times, yeah. Comparing this to the 3 and a red +3/+0 first strike flash enchantment from a bunch of sets ago, this is a lot weaker because that card, you won the fight and then you could never be beaten in a fight after that. But in this particular case, you win the first fight and then you're not really that much tougher for a following fight. But it still can act as a 3-mana combat trick that leaves a little something behind. So it's not the worst. Plus, getting +2/+0 in first strike will really let you punch up. Your 2/2 beats a 4/4.
Yeah, that is nice. I like the idea of this on anything with evasion as well, because +2 power is actually a lot. So something with flying or menace or unblockable or whatever really likes an Aspect of Manticore. That said, I agree with you. It ends up being fairly medium. There's all the little synergies that we keep talking about. It has flash. It works with your Arena Trickster and your other cards like that. What do we like for it for a grade? A C? Is it just a C?
I'm thinking C-. It's expensive enough. I don't think you're going to end up with a lot of these in your deck.
Yeah, I like that. C- for Aspect of Manticore. Next is Blood Aspirant. This is 1 and a red for a 1/1 Satyr Berserker. At uncommon, whenever you sacrifice a permanent, put a +1/+1 counter on Blood Aspirant, and you can pay 1 and a red, tap it, and sacrifice a creature or enchantment. Blood Aspirant deals 1 damage to target creature. That creature can't block this turn.
This is a pretty good payoff for the sacrifice deck. A 2-mana 1/1 that grows every time you sack will become a 3/3 or 4/4 fairly quickly in a good deck. And then this lets you throw things at your opponent's creatures and either kill them or make them just unable to block for a turn while, of course, growing this. So this looks like one of the solid payoffs. It's not amazing, and you really wouldn't want to play this outside of a dedicated sacrifice deck, so I think this does deserve a build-around role. But it looks like a build-around B.
Okay, yeah, I like Builder on B for Blood Aspirant. It is slow with the tap ability and the 1 in a red, but it does get the job done. It's very relevant ability, and like you said, growing over time really matters too. So B for Blood Aspirant. Careless Celebrant is next. It's 1 in a red for a 2/1 Satyr Shaman at uncommon. When Careless Celebrant dies, it deals 2 damage to target creature or planeswalker an opponent controls.
Very, very good card. I mean, 2 mana for a 2/1 that trades for another creature when on its way out seems awesome. I mean, great in a sacrifice deck, but also just a great card. This Careless Celebrant looks like a B+. You're just never going to be unhappy to have this card.
Yeah, this card just seems fantastic. There's just no way to get around it, right? Like they have to exile it or something, and then it's just your 2-drop. So yeah, B+ for Careless Celebrant. That card looks extremely annoying. Also, a nice thing to sacrifice. at instant speed or whatever. Dream Shaper Shaman is next. It's 5 and a red for a 5/4 enchantment creature Minotaur Shaman at uncommon. At the beginning of your end step, you may pay 2 and a red and sacrifice a non-land permanent. If you do, reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal a non-land permanent card. Put that card onto the battlefield and the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. Whoa!
So it's a 6 mana 5/4, which at its base is not very good. I mean, that's just smaller than you want and expensive. And it's an enchantment. I really just hate the idea of this getting disenchanted. And then, so it's a creature that's vulnerable to more than the normal amount of removal spells. And then, if it lives through another turn, it starts to generate some pretty good value because you can sack a token or a goat or, or just your weakest creature or whatever, or an omen, because again, it's non-land, but it's not non-token. And then you get to flip and put something in play, which is going to be a real card. I mean, you're not getting permanents either. So it's a decent payoff, but it's a 6 mana 5/4 that requires you to untap for a turn and have something else in play and spend 3 mana on it. It looks like an okay finisher in a deck with some good fodder, but even then, I don't know, you sack a token and then you get a 2-drop and you're not like, wow, I really did it. It wasn't,
for sure.
It's not that insane. This looks like a C to me where sometimes you'll play it and it'll be really good, but sometimes it'll just be too expensive or it'll get killed and it won't really accomplish much.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of assuming that they're going to give us enough things to sacrifice that you don't care about anymore, that spinning this wheel is well worth it. Like where if you get a 3-drop or something, you're really stoked on it. It is an interesting design in the sense that it's 6 mana. If you had 9 mana, you could do it all in the same turn cycle. Otherwise, you have to wait kind of a really long time. It triggers on your end step. You don't have the mana to pay.
And sometimes what you're going to do
opponent's sorcery speed stuff,
is bypass or like turn down the ability to cast a spell in order to use this. And it's possible if it doesn't hit a whole lot of action that you just kind of spent a turn and some mana to really like side grade something or downgrade something.
Yeah, that's true. And also there, of course, will be times when you simply don't have things that you'd like to sacrifice to it. Right. So that's a thing too. I'm a little higher on it than you are. Dream Shaper Shaman seems to have a lot of upside. I could see it being pretty scary to be cast on a stalled out board, for example.
That's true.
Where there's a lot of expendable things.
You can have it at C+ if you want. I really don't think you're getting to B- on this.
Okay, I'll say C+ for Dream Shaper Shaman. Dreamstalker Manticore is next. It's 2 and a red for a 4/2 enchantment creature Manticore. It's uncommon. Whenever you cast your first spell during an opponent's turn, Dreamstalker Manticore deals 1 damage, to any target. Interesting. So stats wise, it's very fragile. It's a 4/2 for 3. That's still a lot of power. Like if the way is clear, that thing hits very, very hard. And it is an enchantment as well, though. So it's more vulnerable to other forms of removal. But boy, you can start pinging stuff if you can do the whole casting things on your opponent's turn. That's pretty good.
Also, 3 mana 4/2 is just not a bad deal.
It's a beater. So, I like Dreamstalker Manticore. That's strong.
You should basically always play this card, even if you have no ways to trigger it. And most decks, even decks that aren't trying to, will have a way to trigger it.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
It's actually really hard to construct a deck with no instance in it. So I think
no instance, and there's this whole cycle of these omens. Like there's just a lot of stuff that you can do.
Yeah, so I think that Dreamstalker Manticore looks like a B. Looks like a B. It's just a B. If you have this card, you're going to play it, and in some decks, it's going to actually even be better than that.
Yeah, B for Dreamstalker Manticore. Looks like it has nice upside on a solid body. Escape Velocity is next. It is red for an enchantment aura. It's uncommon. It enchants a creature. The creature gets +1/+0 and has haste. And Escape Velocity has escape. You can pay 1 and a red and exile 2 other cards from your graveyard. Ooh, this is a spicy one because you know how it is. Like you play one thing off curve and all of a sudden you get this creature that's bigger than you thought it was going to be and out of nowhere because it has haste. And then it's like they're kind of tipping their hat to the fact that those creatures often die, and Escape Velocity will end up in the yard. In which case, you can escape it later on for cheap too. Only 2 mana and 2 cards. That's one of the cheaper escapes we've seen.
Yeah, and this like the other auras that with escape do a good job of triggering Constellation and Heroic and the cards that care about those sort of things. So,
oh yeah, especially those heroics. Good point.
So even though
what do we like here?
Haste granting cards are almost always bad, it's rare that they're actually good. I think that this card looks to me like a C plus, but with that comes a little bit of work. You have to really get multiple things out of this. You're unlikely to want this just in your like average aggro deck. I think what you're going to want is to play this when you do have Constellation, when you do have Heroic, and you're getting value that way.
Feel the exact same way. C plus for Escape Velocity. And it'll play like a B in the right deck. Fateful End is next. It's 2 and a red for an instant and uncommon. It does 3 damage to any target, scry 1. Yep.
Yeah.
I'm in for that. This is, of course, an uncommon removal spell, so we do expect them to be quite good, and this one is.
Yeah. I mean, this is just a premium removal spell. It's just going to be great. So Fateful End is going to be, I think, a B+. You're just always going to be really happy with this.
Yeah. Definitely. B+ for Fateful End. Play as many as you can get. Next is Final Flare. This is 2 and a red for an instant. It's common. Is an additional cost to cast it, sacrifice a creature or enchantment. It does 5 damage to target creature. Hello.
Yeah, and you're gonna have to keep this in mind a little bit when you put this in your deck. But I would say most decks will want to play the first one of these. Subsequent ones become more costly because a lot of the time you can swing this. You know, if you sack a 2-drop to kill their 5-drop, it's not the end of the world. If you have like an Omen that already had its effect when it came into play, you know, that's totally fine. The second one is like really straining your resources, unless you're a sacrifice deck and have a bunch of ways to make tokens, in which case you're really getting good value.
Yeah, this definitely seems most at home in that deck, but the first one you could play in any deck, I think. C+ for Final Flare, maybe even a B-. I think C+, right? The cost is pretty steep.
I think C+ is where you're going to want to be, yeah.
Yes, sweet art too. Flummoxed Cyclops is 3 and a red for a 4/4 Cyclops at common. It has reach, and whenever 2 or more creatures your opponents control attack, Flummoxed Cyclops can't block this card.
I actually really like the flavor of this card. Basically, it gets confused if too many things are attacking, and it's just like, I don't know who to hit. I guess I'll hit nobody.
Yeah, it doesn't have enough eyes to keep an eye on, 2 attackers.
So,
also, but still, it's a 4/4 reach. 4/4 for 4.
Yeah, and it can just attack them.
You just beat them down.
Yeah, there's no downside to when you're on the offensive. So I think that this is going to end up being a pretty solid card in an aggressive deck and pretty bad in a control deck. Just you play this and you're just like, well, it's not going to block a lot of the times when I really do need it to block.
Yeah, I'd give Flummox Cyclops a C. This seems fine.
Yeah, I think that's about right. Though in an aggro deck, it might be a little bit better than that.
Yeah, it's probably like a C- or like a D or a C+, depending on which kind of deck you have.
Yeah.
Furious Rise is next. It's 2 and a red for an enchantment. It's uncommon. It says at the beginning of your end step, if you control a creature with power 4 or greater, exile the top card of your library. You may play that card until you exile another card with Furious Rise. So this happens on your end step. So if it's an instant, you can just go ahead and fire it off on, whenever. If it's not, the turn comes back to you, the card's still exiled, and you can cast it then. Oh, sorry, it's not cast, it's play. You may play that, which is card, good. So you can actually play lands.
Yeah, playing lands is important there. This is a good build around. You would want probably in the vicinity of 7 cards that would work with this. And note that most of them are going to be 4-power creatures, but some of them are going to be buffs that make your other creatures into 4-power creatures, because that also works.
Right. +2/+0 we've already seen here, and we saw the Dreamstalker Manticore as a 4/2 that would fit perfectly with this.
Even if you end up in a spot where you're like, attack, they block, you play a combat trick for cheap, and then you play this post-combat, getting the bonus that turn, and then it gives you another turn to find something to trigger this. Because basically, this card is drawing you an extra card very, very close to that. You get to play lands, you get to play creatures or spells. Also, it's until you exile another card with this, there is a weird situation where you hit your 6-drop bomb with this and you can't play it yet, you can intentionally like make it so you're not triggering this again to give you more time to play it. Like maybe you trade off a 4/4, you've exiled your 6-drop bomb, you trade off your 4/4, and then you don't play another 4-power creature because you want to play your 6-drop. And
yeah, that's that, or even just on accident that could happen, right? Yeah. That's interesting. That could be turn after turn after turn that you've got a card just waiting to be played there, and you
could just wait forever. You know?
Yeah. So. Yeah. So the real crux of this, though, is can you get it active? Because I think we've demonstrated that if it is active, it's awesome. Like like you said, it's basically drawing you an extra card every turn. So the question is, 7, 6 cards that you need to be able to get that power 4 or greater. If you have those, I would play Furious Rise, and I'd be really happy about it.
Yeah,
that's a sweet build around.
My inclination is 7, but it also kind of depends on how survivable these cards are, like how often they are to survive, how expensive they are. Because you want, like, it's great with Flummox Cyclops or something. It's less good with a 7-mana card. Like that almost wouldn't count in that sense. So
right. Well, I like build around. I think I like build around B+ for Furious Rise. Like if you make this thing go, it takes over the game very quickly. Just drawing 2 cards a turn is insane.
Yeah, I think that sounds right.
All right. Hero of the Games is next. It's 2 and a red for a 3/2 human soldier at common. Whenever you cast a spell that targets Hero of the Games, creatures you control get +1/+0 until end of turn. So it's a heroic thing.
It's funny that all the heroics are basically the same now. They all
it looks like
Mm-hmm.
They wanted to make it simpler.
They all basically do the exact same thing. So this looks okay. I'm not super high on a 3-mana 3/2 that then increases power again, because that
right.
It's not living all that long, right? So.
Right, it's not solving your problem. Yeah, you just need to be able to go very wide with these decks. I mean, they highly incentivize you to just have a lot of small expendable creatures, because you're probably going to get one big attack in, and if that can be lethal or nearly lethal, it might be worth it. Also, these are interesting in the sense that they do encourage your opponent to block them. Let's say you attack with your Hero of the Games and they have a 2/2. They want to put their 2/2 in front of your Hero of the Games, but also a lot of the things that we've seen are combat tricks that let you win combat, even in red. So maybe it's just, attack with all my things. They go, okay, fine, block your Hero of the Games. You play +2/+0 and it gets first strike, for a little while, the aspect of Manticore on it. You eat their creature, you pump up your team, you get in for some damage, but more critically, you live to attack one more time with Hero of the Games that you can then target again. Yeah. The game might just be over at that point.
I guess mainly what I'm like kind of questioning for some of these cards is for these cards to really get maximized, you want ways to target them, and you want to have gone wide enough that you're getting a real benefit out of that. And so you're trying to build these like token aggro decks that also have a decent amount of pump spells and targeting spells. And I'm not saying that's not possible, because sometimes it will be, but it does take a little bit more finagling than you might want. Yeah. It's not always going to get there. That said, this does pack a pretty good punch. 2-drop into this. They, next turn you kill their thing, play another thing. Maybe you play this, you're getting extra couple damage every time that happens. Also, it pumps itself, so it becomes a 4/2, maybe wins a pretty good fight. So
yeah, it's fine. I mean, it looks like a C to me. Like Hero of the Games, it's just it makes us think more about what this heroic style deck.
I mean, I think that's the whole point of the reviews. Is we talked a lot about a card we could have just given a C and moved on, but I do want to point out how you're going to use this, the upsides, the downsides. At the end of the day, I think this is a mediocre card, but it has the ability to be good. It can be a real hero, and sometimes it will be.
Yeah. Yeah, and this is also the classic. This is why you should listen to the show and not just look at the ratings. But anyway, Heroes of the Revel is next. It's 4 and a red for a 4/4 satyr soldier. It's uncommon. When Heroes of the Revel enters the battlefield, create a 1/1 red satyr creature token with this creature can't block. And whenever you cast a spell that targets Heroes of the Revel, guess what happens, Luis? Creatures you control get +1/+0 until end of turn. So we have kind of a little built-in army here, 2 creatures. And going back to what we were just saying about Hero of the Games, it is clearly looking to do that type of thing by creating this extra satyr that can't even block. So it just wants to get targeted and pumped. And Heroes of the Revel, I mean, that's 5 power and 5 toughness spread over 2 bodies with a relevant, a potentially relevant ability on it. It looks quite good, actually.
Yeah, and this is the kind of card I really like to see because this gives you it answers the question of how do you fit all these things in your deck? Well, this makes the token for you. So
yeah, there you go.
That actually does the thing that you're asking it to. So
well, and I just haven't seen. I got to say that they've really packed in a lot of cross archetype action into so many of these cards. And Heroes is another one. This gives you a satyr that you can sacrifice if you're in that deck that's relatively expendable, where you still get a reasonable body left over. If you're in the heroic deck, well, it's working well in that too. So another card that just seems tailor-made for, multiple archetypes.
Yeah,
Heroes of the Revel seems pretty strong too. It looks like a B- to me.
I'm kind of conflicted between B- and C+ because the token can't block, which means if you're not sacrificing it and you don't have heroic going, it's not like that good of a deal. And it is a 5-mana spell, which I don't think you need to really prioritize. So I would probably give it a C+, but I do think it's good.
Okay. I'm going to stay B- on Heroes of the Revel. Next is Impending Doom. 2 and a red for an enchantment aura. This one's uncommon. It enchants a creature. The creature gets +3/+3 and attacks each combat if able. When enchanted creature dies, Impending Doom deals 3 damage to that creature's controller. Ouch.
That's that's not bad. It's basically a really hard way to a really hard thing to stop. But if it does, you get punched for 3. But imagine you play a 2-drop and you play this on turn 3. It's huge. Some of the time your opponent's just going to die to it.
Yes, for sure. This is a very all-in card. I tend to not like these cards, generally speaking, very much. But there is definitely a time and a place for these. And you really have to line it up with how the removal shakes out in the format, right? If you're dealing with a format like the ones that we've had of late, where the removal can be very cheap and very efficient, Impending Doom can be your own doom. But if it's 5 mana
your own
to
doom,
kill
I see
a
what you did
creature,
there.
yeah. But if it's 5 mana to kill a creature, like a black 5 mana removal spell, like one that we have in this format, I mean, the damage is done. Right? Impending Doom is crushing your opponent, and it forces them to have that type of spell on time, or they lose the game. And even then, they may have had to chump block once or twice. So I kind of like the all-in nature of it. It's just you need to accept the fact that if your opponent does have an answer for the creature, you're getting 2 for 1 and taking 3 damage. It's pretty bad.
What this card does is it basically says, I want the game to essentially be over in 3 turns, either because they don't have an answer and they just die to it, or because they just have a 2-mana removal spell right there. They play the passivism on it, and you're down 2 cards and down mana, and you're in a really bad position.
Exactly.
It makes the game be about this interaction, which isn't necessarily bad. I think this card's overall quite strong. I suspect in the Sunset show, if I'm still on the show by then, we'll look at this as...
What the hell is that? What was that?
Oh, we're just talking about Impending Doom.
I'm listening. Oh, Impending Doom.
This will be one of the grown test type cards. When your opponent plays this on turn 3 or plays it on turn 4 on like a flyer, you're just going to be like, well, can't win. And that's the sort of thing that this card will do. I think this card's a B. And I think that
I do too.
If you see this early, I would just try to draft it as an aggressive a deck as possible, because this card's a bomb. If you land it and they don't have a removal spell, they just die. Also, it gets around like damage based removal really well.
Yes, it does. +3 toughness. They're not going to burn that thing out. So yeah, very powerful card, but boy, the downside's real. So be aware of it. Even to the point that you may need to sideboard it out in some matchups, which is insane because you may have dedicated a pretty high pick to it. Incendiary Oracle is next. It is 1 and a red for a 2/2 human shaman, a common. It has an activated ability 1 and a red, and it gets +1/+0 until end of turn. If a creature dealt damage by Incendiary Oracle would die, this turn would die. Exile it instead.
like this card. This is it's like the Fathom Fleet Firebrand, but it also just punishes escape creatures either by killing the escape creature and making it exiled to not come back, or by just trading for a random creature and not having that creature be fodder for escape. So I'm in. I like this card.
C+.
C+ actually.
C. Yeah, C+ for Incendio Oracle.
A 2-drop that has relevance later in the game. Like, this is the kind of card that's kind of easy to underrate. I think we underrated Pack Mastiff, back in M20. And I think this one is looking pretty good to me.
Yeah, same. Everything. I like everything about Incendio Oracle. The artwork's even great. Next is Infuriate. This is red for an instant. It's common. Target creature gets +3/+2 until end of turn.
Yeah, it's.
I think this fine. Look, it's a fine combat trick. It already does quite a bit of damage for just 1 mana. +2 toughness usually means the creature will win combat. But this looks like the critical linchpin for the heroic deck, right? This is the common 1 mana pump spell in red. And that ends up being really, really important in those decks. So, while I'm not going to give Infuriate some super high grade, it's a C- or a C or whatever, this is going to be an important card in the format for that deck. It's just, you just need these type of cheap, and 1 mana combat tricks is where you want to be for sure. And so, yeah, I like Infuriate for that deck a lot. I would give it a C. This is just exactly what that deck wants.
Yeah, I think a C is reasonable for that.
Erois' Blessing is next. It's 3 and a red for an enchantment aura at common. Enchant creature you control. When it enters the battlefield, it deals 4 damage to target creature or planeswalker an opponent controls. Wow. And the creature just randomly gets +1/+1. That's nice.
4 mana deal. So it's 4 mana deal 4 and a slight bonus. The funny thing is I actually think it's slightly worse than just 4 mana deal 4 in some senses, because it makes you vulnerable to them having a removal spell. So it's very risky. It's not strict upside, but on balance, I think it is better. Sorry, let me take that back. It is better than just a straight 4 mana sorcery deal 4, but it is not just purely better. There is a legitimate downside, So
there is on multiple levels. On one hand, you need a target. You may not have one. On the other hand, the target may disappear from underneath your Erois' Blessing, in which case you've taken a major setback in a game. But that said, pumping your creature is relevant. Having a enchantment enter the battlefield is relevant. And, of course, the 4 damage we love. So I like Erois' Blessing. It's risky, but you got to play cards like this. And I think you'll see it played quite a bit.
Yeah, I like it.
I would give it a C. Maybe it's a C+.
It's a C+. It's an aura, so it's it does all the constellation aura nonsense. It gives you a slight bonus. It also kills one of their creatures. It can't nug them, unfortunately, but it can kill one of their creatures or a planeswalker. So
yeah. It can be searched up. Yeah, okay. Yeah, C+ for Erois' Blessing. Next is Irreverent Revelers. Nice name. 2 and a red for a 2/2 satyr at common. When Irreverent Revelers enters the battlefield, choose 1. Destroy target artifact. Or Irreverent Revelers gains haste until end of turn. Nice.
Yeah.
That's cute.
I like it as a way to main deck artifact removal that also can just be a 2/2 haste if that's what you want it to be. It does the thing that you're interested in doing. So I think that it's on the low side of a main deckable card. But if you care about having a 2/2 haster in your deck, then it's fine. I think this more looks like a sideboard card to me that if they don't end up drawing the artifact that you care about, you can just get a little bit of extra value from it. It's not a great card, but it's a fine card.
No. And in the format, it doesn't fit particularly well. This is heavily enchantment-based set, and there's very few artifacts around. So I would sideboard Irreverent Revelers.
It looks like a sideboard C.
C, it's fine. But it becomes playable.
It's not a particularly great card, but it will do the trick if you want it to.
Here's Nyxborn Brute, our next card. It's 3 red for a 7/3 enchantment creature Cyclops. It's common. It's a lot of power. Three turn kill, right?
It's part of the cycle of like the enchantments that help you get devotion, and they count as enchantments, And they're just big vanilla creatures. I don't like this one particularly much. 5 mana 7/3 is just too bad of a stat line. And at 5 mana, you're not going to get the devotion value nearly as much as one of the like 3 mana ones. So this looks like a D to me.
Same thing. Also, like, think of the 2 themes that we've been concentrating on, or maybe even the 3 in red, right? One of them is a bunch of small creatures to get pumped by heroic. That's not this at all. Another one is sacrifice. You don't want to sacrifice your vanilla 5-drop. That's not what this is in here for. And then there's, of course, the draw, casting spells on your opponent's turn, which this has nothing to do with. So it feels to me like Nyxborn Brute is just sort of, he's lost his way.
Yeah.
I would give Nyxborn Brute a D. It just doesn't seem to fit. Here's the red Omen. Omen of the Forge. This is 1 in a red for an enchantment. It's common. It has flash. And when it enters the battlefield, it deals 2 damage to any target. And, of course, it has the Omen ability, 2 in a red, sacrifice it to scry 2.
This is great. Baby. 2 mana deal 2 is just a card you'll always play. That's a baseline like C+.
Yeah, especially at instant.
Yeah, at instant speed in particular. And this does multiple other things that you care about. It triggers Constellation. It fills your graveyard for escape. Well, I guess that's just true of anything. It's an enchantment that also goes to your graveyard, which is nice. And of course, it scries too. And it triggers a sacrifice by sacrificing itself or being sacrificed to something else. So
yes,
all that together makes this look to me like a B-.
Same. It does. I mean, it's not devastating, but it just fits so many other things, and it's a card you want anyway.
I want to note that deal 2 damage spells in particular can be redundant. So the second and third one of these is they're going to each subsequently get a little bit weaker because you don't need that many shocks in a particular game, right? You're going to run out of targets, whereas deal 3s basically don't get worse than multiples.
Yeah, you want as many.
They just cast a wide enough net,
Yeah. So B- for Omen of the Forge, very strong. Next is Oread of Mountain's Blaze. This is 1 in a red for a 1/3 enchantment creature nymph. It's common. Has an activated ability. 2 in a red, discard a card, draw a card.
Yeah.
So it can rummage for 3 mana, and it's a 1/3 for 2 that's an enchantment creature.
Yeah. It's a cheap enchantment that also just has a good effect on the battlefield. I think that this card's fine. This looks like a C to me.
Same. It looks like a solid C. Nothing wrong with that card. All right, here's a card you've mentioned a few times. Portent of Betrayal. 3 in a red, sorcery, common. Gain control of target creature until end of turn. Untap it. It gains haste. Scry 1. So the key here, right, is that these type of cards are usually not good enough to main deck, especially this one that costs 4 mana just to get a Scry 1, where this effect usually only costs 3. But we have seen this sacrifice deck in effect, and Portent of Betrayal common, stealing something, their best creature on the other side, sometimes even hitting them with it and then sacrificing it before it has to go back to their side is really powerful, and it has to be noted here.
Yeah. It was a very intentional choice to not put 3 mana Active Treason and put a 4 mana effect instead, because that sack deck really cares about that, because some of its sacrifice outlets do cost mana, which is a pretty big deal. But it's still this is what you got, and I think that the sack deck will generally tend to want as many of these as it can get.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this does not look like it's going to be one of those decks that can just lean on that part of it so much. It'll be more of a thing that you get every once in a while, because as you mentioned, it might cost you 6 mana total or even 7 to actually steal and sacrifice a creature. So I wouldn't view that as like the linchpin for the deck. I think the deck has enough going on. You get enough value just from simply sacrificing things. But the time when you get to go off with a Portent, it's really, really powerful. To turn a card like this that nobody else wants into a removal spell means that you can get it, pick 12, and it can literally kill anything on the other side of the battlefield that doesn't have hexproof. It's really something that can pop up and be pretty good. Outside of that context, I probably wouldn't even play it. Like Portent of Betrayal might be a one of in the hyper-aggressive decks, but that's even a fairly narrow case and not something that, is super important. So, I would give Portent like a D. And then if I'm in the sacrifice deck, I would up it to like a B. Like I want Portents a lot.
This is essentially a build around B. You just don't want it in your deck unless you're combining it with the other sac effects. In which case you do. And when you do, it's going to be outright at kind of like a B level card. The strength of that, of course, is that no one else really wants it. So you're able to spend your early picks on the cards everyone wants and pick these up later.
Yeah. So build around B for Portent of Betrayal. Satyr's Cunning is next. It's red for a sorcery at common. Create a 1/1 red satyr creature token with this creature can't block. So that's all it does. But it has escape. You can pay 2 and a red and exile 2 other cards from your graveyard to escape it.
I'm not a big fan of Satyr's Cunning.
No, seems bad.
I think that the 1 mana for a 1/1 can't block is just quite terrible. And then 3 mana to cast it again. At no point am I coming away from this feeling like I got a good deal.
No, not even when you combine them. You would not pay 2 red over the course of multiple turns to get 2 1/1s that can't block. So, yeah, Satyr's Cunning looks awful to me. I would give it an F. I would not want to play this card.
Yeah, it looks very bad. It doesn't even make an enchantment or anything like that.
Right. Next is Scophos Maze Warden. This is 3 and a red for a 3/4 Minotaur Warrior. It's uncommon. Activated ability, 1 mana, Scophos Maze Warden gets +1/-1 until end of turn. Okay, on a 3/4, that's pretty cool and cheap. Also, whenever another creature becomes the target of an ability of a land you control named Labyrinth of Scophos, you may have Scophos Maze Warden fight that creature. They deal damage to each other. Okay.
Well, Labyrinth of Scophos is a rare, so
okay. All right.
I mean, the idea is if this guy lurks.
Who's this for?
Lurks in the maze and then fights people who get trapped in the maze. That's awesome. I think it's super good flavor. Yeah. It's A+ flavor.
But so let's concentrate on 4 mana 3/4 with the ability 1. It gets +1/-1. Where are we at on that? That's a good card.
Yeah, 4 mana 3/4 that can become a 4/3 or a 5/2 or a 6/1, or if you have a pump spell and a lot of mana, go real deep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is like a C, I think.
Yeah, it's like a C. Let's not get over, it has a bunch of other text that is rarely relevant. Although I suppose if you do pick up a Scophos, a Labyrinth of Scophos, I guess you do pick a Scophos Maze Warden a bit higher because that ability is a thing, right?
Yeah. I mean, if you have that, it's okay because it's a 3/4 that can continually fight things, but it can't pick up. I mean, the Labyrinth is a very powerful card. You'll almost always just take that card anyway. And this is kind of
is it like a Mazavith or something?
Taps for a colorless, and you pay 4, tap it, and remove any creature from combat. So
yeah, so kind of like an old Mazavith. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so C for Scophos Maze Warden for most purposes, though. Scophos War Leader is next. This is 4 and a red for a 4/5 Minotaur Warrior at common. You can pay red and sacrifice another creature or an enchantment to give it +1/+0 and menace until end of turn. All right, there's a only red, that transforms your Portent of Betrayal into 5 mana killer thing, for example, and this is a common.
If you want the sack ability, this card is okay. You can play one of them, and it's a fine high-end, curve card. If you don't have sack stuff going on, this card's not particularly impressive. 5 mana, 4/5 is just not something I'm going to be, really all that excited about.
No, I do. I really like it in the sack deck, though. I mean, you get a 5/5 menace for the turn on top of doing things you want to do anyway. That is actually quite strong for a common. But I would only put it in that deck, I think. I think it would be a D otherwise. But in that deck, it's probably like a C+. So
yeah, it's
build around C+, I guess.
It's like a build around C. I can't envision a world where I don't have as many of these as I want. The number is mostly going to be 0. But
that's a good point. That's
sometimes I'll want 1. I'll probably have that one too.
Yeah. All right. Poor Scophos War Leader. Next is Stampede Rider. This is 2 and a red for a 2/3 creature satyr. It's common. It has trample. And at the beginning of each combat, if you control a creature with power 4 or greater, it gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Sure. It can become a 3/4 trampler for 3, particularly if on turn 4, you can untap, cast something with 4 power, and then go to combat. That's kind of where you want to be.
Yep, that's the plan. There's a minor theme of 4 power we're going to see in red-green here. Yeah. If you want this card, you want this card. If you get 1 trigger, you're fairly happy. You get 2 triggers, you made out like a bandit. And I'm starting to think Flummox Cyclops is just going to be a high pick because of that.
Yeah, it's really starting to look like that's your best common way to just get to 4 power, right?
Yeah, in red, it certainly is.
Mm-hmm. In red, right. Yeah.
Whereas,
well, Stampede Rider doesn't look super exciting though, right? I mean, this looks like a C to me.
It's a C, but in the deck that has a good curve of 4 mana cards with 4 power, which green does have it common as well, then this card is going to be really impressive. But
yeah, agreed.
But in a deck that can't really trigger it easily, of course, it's filler. It is nice that it's trample. When you use a combat trick on it, then you might just hit them for a bunch of damage.
Yeah. Okay. Next is Thrill of Possibility. I remember this one. 1 in a red for an instant at common. As an additional cost to cast it, discard a card, draw 2 cards.
Yeah.
So we saw this one used before on as a way to enable the draw 2 cards in a turn thing on your opponent's turn. Now it's just an instant, right? So you can just use it to say, well, I cast a spell on your turn, and I don't know, is it a good card at face value? Not really. It's just okay. It's filler.
It's always filler because it's never that bad to play this card because it just lets you cycle away your worst card, draw 2 new ones, and for 2 mana is a fine deal.
Right.
And then when you have the cards that synergize with it, like playing cards on their turn or escape cards, this is really good at fueling escape. It just puts 2 cards in a graveyard. So there are multiple ways to make this work. Get a little more value out of this. My guess is it's probably close to a C, but the decks that want it will take it at like the C+ level, where you have multiple escape cards, you have cards that trigger by casting on their turn, that sort of thing.
Okay, I'm going to give Thrill of Possibility a D. And I think everything you said is true. I just think that the cards are so good these days that like you have to really want an effect like this to replace like a 2-drop creature or an enchantment that you need to get to critical mass or something like that. And I'm not seeing it as much in this set. The synergies aren't there as much as it was before for Thrill. So not so thrilling perhaps. Next is Sweet, a saga. It's called The Triumph of NX. It's uncommon. It's 2 in a red. For chapters 1, 2, and 3, it says, until end of turn, target creature gains trample and gets +X+0, where X is a number of lore counters on the Triumph of Annex. So how does it work? You play it on turn 3, a creature gets +1/+0 in trample, and then the next turn, a creature gets +2/+0 in trample, and then +3/+0 in trample, and then there's also a 4th chapter. Target creature you control fights up to 1 target creature you don't control, which is a long way after you've cast Triumph of Annex, so perhaps you actually have something big enough to rumble.
Yeah, though it gives your opponent a lot of time to set up. If they have an instant speed removal or bounce spell, they're just like, okay, well, in 2 turns, I gotta have this up. Easy enough,
Mm-hmm. So how does this work? So it says up to 1 thing, so you don't have to fight, but you do have to target, right? At what point do you choose, yes, I will fight, no, I will not?
It actually works favorably for you where you're like, okay, target my 3/3 and your 2/2, and they're like, all right, in response, cast a combat trick and give this, sorry, this is a different one. This is up to 1, so you can target yourself and then choose to target none of their things, but if you do target one of their things, it will fight. It's not
okay.
It's not like Wicked Wolf in Eldraine, which says you may fight target creature. That way, it does work the way you do, where you target their thing. If they cast a pump spell, you can just choose not to fight it. This one, if you choose to target their creature, the fight's going to happen. Which I actually think is a better design. I think they should template the cards this way because it all just feels like nonsense when you're like, all right, my thing will fight your thing. You're like, okay, cast a combat trick. They're like, actually, never mind. I backed out of the fight.
Never mind. Yeah.
don't start a fight you can't finish.
Right. Okay. So interesting. Is this card any good? I mean, the thing that I see, right, is that it's targeting a thing 3 times in a row. So if I'm in this heroic deck, it's just like a free target of one of my heroic creatures. And then I can even target it again, with a spell from my hand or whatever. Also, it is growing bigger and bigger. By the 3rd time, it's +3/+0 in trample. I mean, you throw that on even a crappy satyr token and it's doing something.
So I'm trying to decide whether I should correct the rules thing here or let you get a bunch of tweets, but I guess I'll just head it off. The heroic things only trigger when you target them with a spell. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So it's a little different from the original heroic in that sense.
Oh, I did not realize that.
Yeah.
Okay, so this doesn't do anything for the heroic deck?
No.
What? What is this card doing?
How do you know
here?
I really
I would have got lit up. Oh my god!
I really didn't want to say
what came over you. Yeah. Let's just say I would not have put significant money that you would have bailed me out on that one.
Yeah. Well,
thank you.
It's a newer, more professional me.
All right, because you know that also that would have affected our listeners pretty negatively.
Yes, I don't want people to. I don't want the people who read that, think it's true, and then go and play a game. I would feel really bad about that.
Yeah, same. So, but bigger picture here. What?
No, I don't like this card. +1/+3 mana for a +1/+0 trample, then +2/+0, then +3/+0, and the most face-up cards on the table, obvious fight in the world where they have 17 turns to prepare for it. This just does not sound good to me.
I don't get it. Yeah, it just, in the context that I thought it was in, I was like, okay, I kind of get this. Now I'm just like, what? I'm supposed to get in for a ton of damage with this? I don't know. Seems pretty bad. Triumph of Annex at least makes some of your expendable creatures attack more. But yeah, everything you said makes me not like it very much. What grade do we give it?
Just don't play this card.
Don't play it. All right. F for the Triumph of Annex for confusing me. I'm spiteful. Underworld Fires is next. It's 1 in a red. Sorcery, uncommon. Underworld Fires deals 1 damage to each creature and each planeswalker. If a permanent dealt damage this way would die, exile it this turn. Exile it instead.
Yeah. So it's 2 mana 3/1 that has to attack every turn is fine. And then, oh, sorry. I was looking at the other one. I was looking at Underworld Rage Hound.
Whoa. Yeah. This one is much worse.
No, this is...
I don't really get what this is for at all. Like, it just kills all your red creatures.
Yeah, this card's bad. It's a sideboard card. It's like a sideboard D where if you're playing against the all-token deck, it's okay. I guess you can, set it up so they have a big escape creature and you, attack into it, then cast this to finish it off and kill it forever. But
you could.
I don't like it. All right.
Yeah. Sideboard D for Underworld Fire. So the one you were mentioning, Underworld Rage Hound, what does that one do?
This is the 1 in a red for a 3/1 Elemental Hound at common. It attacks each turn if able. So 2 mana 3/1 has to attack. All right. And then it also has Escape, 3 in a red, exile 3 other cards, and then it escapes with a +1/+1 counter. I like this card.
Born to Die.
It's great in an aggressive deck because 2 mana 3/1 must attacks are good there. And then it's good in the sacrifice deck because you can escape and keep sacrificing it if you have the fodder. One thing we haven't noted yet is escape cards. It seems perfect to have 2 to 3 in your deck. I don't think you want 5 in your deck because at that point you're not going to be able to utilize the escape on all of them. Yeah. So you want enough to draw 1 to 2 per game and then just use those ones over and over.
Yeah, because I think that people underestimate how hard it is to get cards into your graveyard if you're not doing it on purpose. You probably can do this once in a game. You have to get a lot of cards in your yard to make Underworld. Because remember, it doesn't count itself. It's 3 other cards, and then you need to get 3 more other cards. That's 6 cards plus the, if you're trying to count the Rage Hound itself, it doesn't. So. Yeah, this card seems okay, but it has to attack each combat if able. I suppose it just at some point kind of demands that they trade something off with it. It's just whatever their worst thing is.
Yeah.
And then it's a 4/2. The 4/2 part's kind of interesting because of the 4 power, after you escape it. I don't know. There's something here, but it doesn't seem amazing. I would give Rage Hound a C-. I'm not that excited about it.
I think that it's gonna do a little bit more work than that. I think it's a C to C+. I would say it's a C.
Really?
And then because 2 mana 3 power creature just represents a pretty big threat, and it just comes back later. It just gives you extra ammunition.
But you're only envisioning it on turn 2. If you cast it on turn 4, you may not even cast it because they have a 4 toughness creature. If they have a 3/4, you're just oh, never mind.
The decks I imagine playing this in. Will either need to stop a 4 toughness creature from brickwalling them because they have to attack the opponent, or will have sacrifice effects and they'll play this on turn 5, pass the turn. The opponent maybe doesn't attack into this because they know it's coming at them later, and then next turn sack it for profit and have an escape outlet. Because much like you don't want too many escape cards, it's really nice to have the first set or second escape card are worth a lot.
Yeah.
Imagine you're playing a red deck with no other way to utilize your graveyard, and you have a Rage Hound. This could come back 2 or 3 times.
It could. It's true. Yeah, I think your second point makes a lot of sense. The first one, less so, because it really focuses, though, on this attacks each combat if able. Like, if this was just a vanilla 3-1, you could play it and then later on say, okay, remove your 3-4, now attack you. This thing is like kind of rotting in your hand until you can do that. But yeah, Sacrifice Islet, that makes sense. Also, the 4-2 is much, much better than the 3-1 for getting through.
Look, I think part of it is aggressive decks have to play cards that get worse in the late game, and this card does, but so do a lot of your cards.
Even mitigates that a bit. Yeah, okay, fair enough.
And the escape helps mitigate that. Okay, look at the situation where they do have that 4-4. You play this, you attack into it, they block, you escape it, then next turn they either have to trade or take some damage. I mean, that's better than, in some cases, a 2-mana 2-2, which these decks will play lots of those. So
Totally. All right. Well, you talked me to a C for Underworld Ragehound.
Hooray.
In aggressive decks, you did it. Last red card is Wrap in Flames. This is a reprint. 3 and a red for a sorcery at common. It does 1 damage to each of up to 3 target creatures, and those creatures can't block this turn. Things get really interesting with Wrap in Flames because at first blush, you just think, okay, well, I'm just going to target 3 of my opponent's creatures. But you can also target your own creatures with one of the pings, especially if that creature is going to survive and give you a big heroic bump. What was the 3-2 heroic hero of the games or whatever, right? Mm-hmm. You're like, make it so your 2 big things can't block, ping my 3-2, pump all my team attack with everything, right? These are ways that you can end a game if you're the aggressive deck, the Ragehound deck, the one that's just looking to power through a whole bunch of damage. If you just need to brick wall 3 blockers, you can do that with Wrap in Flames. Sometimes it's your 2 biggest things can't block and I ping off a token you had or whatever. These are all good, right? Like all of these outcomes are pretty okay. You do need to be the aggressor though, because this doesn't actively kill stuff. Yeah. And this is very much a finisher for the aggressive deck as well.
The rap game's an aggressive one. So if you're not aggressive, if you're not beaten down, then this is not where you want to be.
Okay. So, in general, Wrap in Flames is like a D. It's a card you don't always play. But if you're in the right aggressive deck and you play 1 Wrap in Flames, you can be really happy with it. It really can win games that you wouldn't have been able to win otherwise. Brickwalling 3 blockers, there's not that many cards that can do that, where you just take them out of the equation.
I agree with you, but I really don't like your use of the term brick wall because that's not really – when you're removing blockers, you're like sidelining them. Brick walling is stopping something from like attacking you.
What should I say?
Negating
no, negate's a card.
Removing.
Yeah, you're right. Brick wall's not the right word, but hopefully it translated. When you render them useless.
Render them inoperable.
Yes. That was so much more smooth. But like I said, I consider Wrap in Flames a D in general, but in the aggressive deck, it would be like a C or a C+, like a card that I would be totally fine with playing one of as a curve topper type thing. Finisher.
Yeah.
Okay.
It seems like a D. You'll get one if you want one. Also a pretty good sideboard card. So
yeah, for sure.
Out of the sideboard, you can also board it in against people who have too many 1 toughness creatures because it can exploit that. Yeah.
Yes. If you just get 2 of them, you could be quite happy. So. All right, well, that's a wrap for red. Red looks appropriately aggressive, but with healthy doses of playing things on your opponent's turn, targeting your own stuff, and then even a little bit of this 4 power thing mixed in there as well. That brings us to green, our last color. And then there's actually not that many of normally there's quite a few artifacts and lands, but in this set, come on, man. Focus. We're down the stretch here. What was I even saying? Oh, yeah, there's not as many in this set because of the enchantments kind of dominated everything. So first card is The Binding of the Titans. And this is a saga. It's uncommon. It's 1 and a green. It's a traditional 3-chapter saga. Chapter 1, each player puts the top 3 cards of their library into their graveyard. Sweet. Although not super affecting the board. Chapter 2, exile up to 2 target cards from graveyards. For each creature exiled this way, you gain 1 life. All right, I'm not impressed so far. 3, return target creature or land card from your graveyard to your hand? Meh. This does not do very much.
This is the exact the exact kind of saga I was talking about, where you're moving material around, but you're not actually accomplishing anything.
Right. You don't really get much done. Like, in the end of all of this, you're even on cards. Like, you spent a card for binding and you got a card back into your hand. It took 2 extra turns past the turn that you cast it, and you didn't really do much in between. This could be some type of enabler for one of the decks that we see in the format, but I don't know what that deck is right now. And Binding of the Titans just looks like it just does too little. To be worth a card.
I don't think this card really does anything. Like, I just don't really know what this is. It's eventually gets you a creature back, I suppose, but and it fuels some of your like self-mill type stuff. But first of all, it's not really a big theme in green. I mean, there are escape cards and all that, so that's a thing. But yeah, overall, I think this card is just a lot of shuffling cards around, and it's not really something that I'm interested in doing.
Yeah, I would give it like a D or a D minus. I just I don't really see, I need to see where it fits. If it fits somewhere good, then it could do stuff, but I just don't see that right now.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, next is Chainweb Arachnir.
This
is a green Arachnir. Yeah. Green for a 1/2 spider at uncommon. It's got reach. When Chainweb Arachnir enters the battlefield, it deals damage equal to its power to target creature with flying an opponent controls. So as you can see at face value, it's only doing 1. Not great, but it has escape. And its escape cost is actually very expensive. It's 3 green and exile 4 other cards from your graveyard. But when you do, it escapes with 3+1/+1 counters on it, which makes it into a 4/5 that kills a flyer, basically.
And this card's really good.
Yeah, that's very powerful escape. The escape is extremely powerful.
Yeah, it's because it's a 5-mana 4/5 that pings a flyer for 4 would be insane. Like, that'd be a card you would always play. And this card is not better than that, but it's not worse than that either. It's just different. Because a 1-mana 1/2 that can nug a flyer for 1 is like, okay. And then it escapes later and has the bigger version. So you're getting kind of like a 2-for-1 in that sense, but you might not always have enough cards to escape, so you can't just cast this as the big version right away.
Right.
But you can always just chump block with this to set it up. And
they can see it coming. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It does seem really good to me, though.
It does to me, too. I mean, they have to – they can't just let this thing – it will die if you want it to die. It can block basically anything, and it's not that big, so it will die. The downside, of course, is that your opponent knows it's there, so there could be kind of a staring contest between, do I escape my Chainweb Arachnir with no target, and then you go, haha, I play my big flyer, or can you force the issue, or do you just leave it in your yard and do other stuff? Whatever. However the interesting gameplay plays out, Chainweb Arachnir looks quite strong to me. It looks like in the B range. I would just give it a B.
Yeah. Oh, I think this is very clearly a B.
Yeah, 4/5 reaches are just good on their own, even if you don't kill anything. Next is called Destiny Spinner. It's 1 and a green enchantment creature, human. It's uncommon. It's a 2/3 creature, and enchantment spells you control can't be countered. For limited, that comes up rarely, but still, that's a thing. And it has activated ability. 3 and a green. Target land you control becomes an XX elemental creature with trample and haste until end of turn, where X is a number of enchantments you control. It's still a land.
This card is really weird.
It's got a lot going on.
Yeah, it's got your spells can't be countered part. It's also an enchantment. So a 2-mana 2/2 enchantment creature is something that some decks would just play no matter what. And then
2/3, yeah,
sorry, 2/3. And then every deck would just play this no matter what. And then you can pay 4 and make one of your creatures or lands a 1/1. But if they have more enchantments, it's like a 2/2 or a 3/3. This is like, see, you know how some of the cards, like, I'm like, wow, this is great flavor. This is the opposite. I don't understand. This is just a collection of disparate abilities. That said, it's a powerful card. You're always going to play this card. You're going to be happy playing this card. But it is really
a
funny.
Weird card.
Yeah.
I would give Destiny Spinner a B, though. I mean, this card just looks super solid, right? Like, nothing to complain about.
I think it is, it is definitely a B and will be good. And sometimes you'll be sending 5/5 lands at them. And then sometimes you'll be, just happy that you're playing a 2-mana 2/3. But yeah, this this is a weird card. Destiny Sitter is definitely a B.
It's a pile of text indeed. Next is Gift of Strength. 1 and a green instant. Common, target creature gets +3/+3 and gains reach until end of turn. Fine.
Yeah, I mean
it's a combat trick.
You'll play this card some of the time. I think this card's probably like a D. It's just
it's
just
D.
Not that great.
Classic D. Right. Next is Hydra's Growth. This is 2 and a green for an enchantment aura. This is uncommon. Enchants a creature. When Hydra's Growth enters the battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on enchanted creature. Interesting. At the beginning of your upkeep, double the number of +1/+1 counters on enchanted creature. Oh, hello.
Yeah, so you play this, it gets ++1. Next turn, it's getting +2/+2. But then next turn, that's when the real payoff starts. It's at +4/+4, and then it just goes nuts. It just goes absolutely nuts. My inclination is to say this card is good and think it'll run away with games pretty easily. But it is, as with all auras, especially this one is a kind of slow one. It has a bit of a risk attached to it.
Yeah, it does remind me of the red one, the +3/+3. Right? It's just like, here, deal with this. And if they do, you're behind. And if they don't, you win.
Yeah.
So you have to be comfortable in that scenario, basically. Having ways to protect your creature would be huge. Even just once being able to blank a removal or bounce spell could mean you could win the game because Hydra's Growth gets so out of hand. I mean, you need, it's exponential. Like you need, boxes of dice at some point to do it. Of course, if you put this on anything with evasion, even trample, the lower forms of evasion are totally fine here too. It's just a nightmare for your opponent. But man, I'd really want to have some type of backup plan in my head where I could protect the creature at least once in my deck somewhere. It feels very out on a limb to be like, play a 2-drop, play a Hydra's Growth, and then they play the pacifism on it. And you're just like, well, never mind. It's such a setback, right? These do carry legitimate risk.
I think the card's very good. I think you can aggressively sideboard it out against people who have answers, because if they have an answer, you've invested not only 3 mana and an additional card, but you've also invested time, because a lot of the way this will play out is you'll play this on your creature, you'll say go because you can't attack with it. Next turn at +2/+2, you might even say go again, and then next turn is when the real payoff starts. But
yeah.
And that's a long time to wait, especially if they're going to ultimately answer it. That said, if they don't answer this, they die in 4 turns.
Yeah, and that's the bar we always look for, right? Is, okay, we know that we're taking on significant risk, and I mentioned it before, but do they clear that bar? And this does. Hydra's Growth does.
What is the payoff? Is basically what it is.
Yeah, right. And the payoff is you win the game if it's left unchecked, and I like that. So where do we grade Hydra's Growth? This is a really tricky part because balancing this risk versus reward is hard. I mean, it could be you lose the game or you win the game.
My guess is it's like a C+.
Okay. On average. Like, again, it's an A on the games where they don't answer it, and it's an F on the games where they do. No. Right? It's like, but yeah,
C+. It's a C+. I would tend to main deck this because the payoff's so high, but again, even if it's going to be your best card in some matchups, it could be your worst in others, so don't be afraid to board it out.
Yeah, this card versus red-green, LOL,
yeah.
Right? I mean, it can't do anything. All right, next is Hyrax Tower Scout. This is 2 and a green for a 3/3 common human scout. When it enters the battlefield, you untap target creature. So that part's not amazing, but 3 mana, 3/3.
Yeah.
It's a thing.
I mean, Nessian Courser is always a playable. There's no real downside to playing that card. And then this has additional bit of value where every now and then it'll matter. Likely the ability will matter 1 out of every 3 times or something, if not less.
Yeah.
So,
right.
Where you attacked with one of your creatures and you play this and now have 2 blockers instead of 1.
Whoa.
I mean, if you have a tap ability and you get to reuse it, that's pretty dope. So
it's true. I give Tower Scout a C though. Yeah. It's just a solid playable, card you can put in your deck. Next is it Elysian or Elysian? Elysian. Oh no, not this word again. Are you going to make fun of me? All right, fine. I will acquiesce to you. Elysian Caryatid.
There we go. That's perfect.
Are you happy?
Yeah.
Are you happy? No, it wasn't. It was completely incorrect. 1 and a green, 1/1. It's a plant, common, and it taps to add 1 mana of any color. If you control a creature with power 4 or greater, add 2 mana of any one color instead. Dang.
This here is really good.
These ramp cards are usually really good.
2 mana 1 that taps for any color is a card I'd always play in a green deck and be really happy about. And then sometimes this just adds double mana instead. Plus, it's any color. It's not even just green, so you can play this and fix your mana nicely. So this looks like a B to me. No, B minus. It looks like a B minus to me.
Yeah, still 1 toughness for 2. It dies, quite
still, the difference
easily,
between having a ramp spell on 2 versus not is just huge.
It is huge. So Elysian Caryatid gets a B minus as probably the premier common ramp card. Inspire Awe is next. It's 3 and a green, instant. Common, prevent all combat damage that would be dealt this turn, except combat damage that would be dealt by enchanted creatures and enchantment creatures. Scry 2.
Yeah, they really haven't made a good fog,
idea. Yeah, it's been a while. 4 mana fog. Yeah, I'm going to give Inspire Awe an F, and then I'm going to see how it plays out, because it is really difficult to imagine how this actually goes. I've seen that there's a lot of enchantment creatures. I know that a lot of creatures are going to get enchanted. Is that a good thing? Am I trying to set up a scenario where I'm using this proactively? Right? Like, I attack with my 2/2 enchantment creature. You block with your 2/2 not enchantment creature. I play Inspire Awe. Haha, I got you.
The problem is it's 4 mana. If this was cheaper, then I could see trying to set it up a little better. But 4 mana for a trick that does not include any sort of stat bump is pretty hard to swallow. So, exactly. Yeah, this just looks too bad to me. I would say Inspire Awe looks like an F. F
for Inspire Awe. Klothys' Design is 5 and a green for a sorcery at uncommon. Creatures you control get +X until end of turn, where X is your devotion to green. No form of evasion is granted here, not even trample. That is disappointing.
Yeah, but if you're giving your creatures +4/+4, they're just going to have to start jumping.
That is true. I feel like you just... when you get trampled, the player can often survive the turn, but then non-survive the next turn. I feel like with this Klothys' Design, it's definitely possible that they can survive the turn and then survive the next turn as well.
Yeah, it's possible, but if you're a heavy green deck, I think this card's going to be a pretty good finisher. 6 mana for, again, if you're getting +4/+4, that's the bar. If at +3/+3, I'm not super into it. At +4/+4, or sometimes +6/+6,
sure,
you're just running them over.
It is true. Even your tiny creatures become must blocks at that point. What would you give Klothys' Design? I feel like I'm pessimistic on it at the onset here.
It's slow. It requires a pretty heavy dedication to green, and it takes up a slot which you don't have much room for. I think I would give this... It almost looks like a build around B, where if you're a heavy green deck, this is a good finisher. Though the problem I have with this is, if you have a ton of creatures out, how often do you need this? Well, one thing that goes against taking it quickly, by the way, is that most likely one person in the draft will want this. It doesn't seem like multiple players will be interested.
No, that's true. The heavy green deck, because if you're even lightly in green, you don't really want it either.
So,
yeah, let's give it a build around then. I would give it a build around C. I just don't think that this card is great. I just no evasion whatsoever. I mean, there's times when you don't have creatures, or you don't have enough of them, or if you do it, it's not lethal and they just take it, and you're behind. It doesn't necessarily do anything. So I'm kind of
I guess overruns feel like they're a little bit less good than they used to be, huh? So
yeah, they do. Whatever. I'm going to just go D on Klothys' Design, and I'll get the crap kicked out of me multiple times by it, and then I'll come back and change my grade. How about that?
Sure. I still think it's like a build around B, where the heavy green deck near mono green will like having this.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Loathsome Chimera is next. It's 2 and a green for a 4/1 Chimera at common. Now we should just note here, that is 4 power for 3 mana, and it satisfies those requirements for that archetype. It also has Escape for 4 and a green. exile 3 other cards from your graveyard, and it escapes with a +1/+1 counter on it. So it comes back as a 5/2.
I think the key is what you already mentioned. It works for the 4-power matter stuff.
Yeah.
So
a common for 3 mana. That's
so
good.
This is the part where I'm most excited about, because a 3 mana 4/1 is a good aggressive card, but it just is very fragile. And paying 5 mana to escape as a 5/2 still just trades for a 2-drop.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm really the most interested.
You can block with it.
Yeah, it's a good blocker. That is true.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm really just the most interested for the deck that cares about 4-power matters. Where I mean, there's a green creature in the set, a 2-drop that gets a +1/+1 counter when you have a 4-power creature, right? So playing that into Loathsome Chimera is going to be a pretty sick curve.
Yeah, that's a beating. And it's just a lot of power to put out against a stumbling opponent. You know, sometimes people don't do things on turn 2, and you just get to whack them with a Loathsome Chimera. And even just one hit, you feel like you're getting away with it. So I like C+ for Loathsome Chimera. Escape looks pretty powerful as a way to recoup value as well.
Yeah.
What do you think? C+ good for?
No, I like it at C.
LC?
I think that so
okay.
You'll want this if you're getting extra, have extra synergy to go along with it. You're not really going to want it on face value all that often.
Oh my God. The flavor text makes me think that this is Elmer, like, not having a good day. I see elk and a lion and teeth. Mantle. No, that's so rare. Moss Viper is next. Green. All right, here we go. Green for a 1/1 Death Touch Snake. It's common.
Yeah, this card always plays fine. It's a cheap blocker, that does some good stuff. If you have any sort of like fight type effects, it's very effective at doing those as well. So I think that you're generally going to be happy with the 1 mana 1/1 Death Touch, especially if you're on the more defensive end.
Yeah, I'd give a C to the Moss Viper.
Yeah,
I like that
sounds pretty good.
Mystic Repeal is green for an instant. It's uncommon. Put target enchantment on the bottom of its owner's library.
So the question is this worth main decking?
Right, that's the question. Are you getting people enough if they have like an aura on their creature? You can get the aura away and block it.
This looks good enough to me. 1 mana at instant speed, like this is just too efficient. I would main deck Mystic Repeal and just.
Also, wait a minute. There's a bunch of enchantment creatures, of course. Yeah,
yeah. That's why I would main deck it.
It's the green Swords to Plowshares.
It's the green Oxidize. Oxidize is also green, but
I was gonna say, wait. Yeah, no, Mystic Repeal seems great.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would give it a B.
Yeah, I like B for Mystic Repeal. Be aware, when you have this card in your deck, pay attention to the cards your opponent's playing and side this out if you don't see enough good targets. So
yeah, for sure. Next is Nessian Horn Beetle. This is 1 and a green for a 2/2 insect at uncommon. At the beginning of combat on your turn, if you control another creature with power 4 or greater, put a +1/+1 counter on it. So this is one you were just mentioning, but yeah, you pick up a Nessian Horn Beetle, you play your Loathsome Chimera, the Horn Beetle's going off, and you're in business.
The old Nessian Horn Dog. Yeah, this is a really good build around. Again, you notice with Marshall's Life Hack, it's an uncommon, so it's a little bit more powerful as a result. And if you curve into this correctly, then you're gonna beat your opponent in no short order. And if you don't, it's a 2 mana 2/2 that might stick around for a bit and still get some value later in the game.
Right. And it's also what you described earlier, no downside, right? It's just a 2/2 for 2, which you can live with. So I like B for Nessian Horn Beetle. Looks really strong.
Yeah.
Next is Nessian Wanderer. That's 1 and a green for a 1/3 Satyr Scout at uncommon. It's got Constellation whenever an enchantment enters the battlefield under your control. Look at the top 3 cards of your library and reveal a land card from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom in a random order. So a 1/3 for 2 that digs for lands whenever you play an enchantment. Sure.
I really like this card. Missing with this is going to be frustrating.
Yes.
You're going to play this on turn 2. You're going to play your enchantment on turn 3, and you have a sick 4-drop in hand, and you're just going to like brick on lands and just tilt off.
And then put 3 spells to the bottom of your library. Yeah. Still, Nessian Wanderer seems very strong. I mean, yeah, it's a 1/3 for 2 mana, so you're not jumping out of your chair for it, but that's acceptable. And then the upside seems quite high. I mean, hitting your land drops is really important. So, I mean, there's tons of enchantments around.
If you get 2 lands off of this, then you're in really good shape. If you get 1 land off of it, then 2 mana 1/3 that gives you a land. That's great.
That's really good.
So this looks like a B to me. I think you're going to be really happy.
Same.
When you start the draft with a Nessian Wanderer, because it does a couple of things. Over the course of the game, it makes you hit all your land drops, which is great. If you miss land drops, you often lose. And there's a lot of ways to sink extra land into it. And then it also eventually does just continue to thin your deck as you cast a bunch of the enchantments and just you're going to eventually cycle through. So
yeah, you do need to shuffle at some point, but yeah, I like Nessian Wanderer at B. That card seems strong. Next is Nexus Wardens. This is 2 and a green for a 1/4 Satyr Archer. It's common. It's got reach and constellation. Whenever an enchantment enters the battlefield under your control, you gain 2 life. Shields up. I like it.
This is the kind of card that if you go, here's what you go. Turn 2 Nessian Wanderer, turn 3 Nexus Wardens, and now you're set. Now you just rattle off enchantment after enchantment. You're just gaining a bunch of life, drawing your lands. I'm really looking forward to drafting these constellation decks. They're going to be sweet.
Yeah, seriously. And Nexus Wardens is a real nightmare.
You're just like playing like Omen of the Sea, scrying, setting up your next Nessian Wanderer trigger.
Yeah. I like this.
Now I'm really even like more tilted that my team didn't make the team series final because they're drafting Theros this weekend. Mm-hmm. Yeah, in the finals. Yeah, that's
I'm trying to learn all these cards because I have to talk about them on air in 2 days. I'm like a little early to understand a draft or draft format.
Yeah.
But yeah, Nexus Wardens looks like a nightmare for the aggressive decks too. 1/4 reach for 3 and you're gaining a bunch of life. It's just like they're going to really hate to see this card, which means I like it.
Yeah.
C+ for Nexus Wardens. Can I go that high on it?
Yeah, you can do that. This is the kind of card I think that will do a very good job of keeping you alive.
Yeah, and I think that there's good reasons in green to try to stay alive, getting value from later stuff. Nylea's Forerunner is next. It's 4 and a green for a 5/3 enchantment creature beast. It's common. It's got trample, and it gives your other creatures trample.
This is fine. You have to look at all the green creatures with 4 more power as additional value, and this is an enchantment, which also helps with all the enchantment stuff. So I'm really looking forward to playing a draft where all these things tick multiple boxes because I think that's a really good. It's a really good design philosophy. It's you don't want to be as like blatant as the changelings. To take a slight tangent, Lorwyn had tribal matters, right? That was like a huge thing in Lorwyn. Mm-hmm. And there was a bunch of changelings which counted as all creature types, and that was just too easy. It's like, this makes all 10 decks work. Great.
Yep.
But actually, in parallel, I've been playing a ton of Hearthstone Battlegrounds, and there was a card in it that counted as all creature types also, which made all the tribal stuff for all the tribes work for that, and they removed it from the game because it was just too easy. It just took away the decision.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a amalgam. So, Nylea's Forerunner and cards like that is great because this works for 2 of the different green decks, but it doesn't work for all of them. This doesn't like play that well with Escape, for example. If you're in like a mill deck, this isn't really doing anything for you. So I like cards like this. I think this card's just a C, but it checks a couple different boxes, and so you're going to want it in some decks.
Yeah, I like C for Nylea's Forerunner as well. Nylea's Huntmaster is next. It's 3 and a green for a 4/3 Centaur Shaman. At common, when Nylea's Huntmaster enters the battlefield, a target creature you control gets +X/+0 until end of turn, where X is your devotion to green.
I mean, this is a 4-drop that powers your 4 power stuff, which is pretty nice. And it's also, a pretty good power bonus. If you have a trampler or evasive creature out, you're just like, play this, give a creature +3/+0, and hit you for a little bit of extra damage.
Yeah. Seems totally reasonable. I would give Nylea's Huntmaster a C. Just seems like a solid common 4-drop to me.
Yeah, I agree.
Nothing to complain about there. Next is Nyx Herald. This is 2 and a green for a 2/3 enchantment creature Centaur Shaman at uncommon. At the beginning of combat on your turn, Target enchanted creature or enchantment creature you control gets +1/+1 and gains trample until end of turn. So it's itself, right? Like that's good.
It's a 3-mana. It's a 3-mana 3/4 when it's attacking, also with trample, and you could also just obviously play this and pump something right away. You know, put it on something else if you have an evasive creature, innocent enchantment creature. This looks like a B-. I think I'm going to be happy with this card. It's good in the Constellation deck or just a beatdown deck. So
can I just give it a B? 3/4 trampler for 3.
Yeah, let's just give Nyx Herald a B. Why not?
Yeah, I'm in. Nyx Herald gets a B. Next is Nyxborn Colossus. It's 3 GGG for a 6/7 enchantment creature giant at common. So here we have potentially a few different synergies being hit. It's the enchantment. It's also a lot of devotion, and it's also above 4 power. That said, it doesn't really crush any of those. I suppose the devotion one it does, but it's a lot of mana for a vanilla 6/7.
Yeah, I'm not.
But I could see this, sneaking into a deck here or there. But it looks like a D to me.
The vanilla, 6-mana green creature is in almost every set. In fact, in case of the Dreadmaw, the Colossal Dreadmaw was literally every set.
Yeah, and
it tends to be mediocre. This is again fine for devotion, fine for constellation, good stats. But I'm worried about getting this, disenchanted and. Yeah, I just hate to see that. So I think Nyxborn Colossus is a D, and if you want one, look, you'll get a chance to play one. It's not a big issue.
Yeah, basically the key is to turn the 3 green mana symbols into your favor, because otherwise that's a big drawback. Next is Omen of the Hunt. So here's the green one, 2 and a green, flash enchantment. At common, when it enters the battlefield, you may search your library for a basic land card, put it onto the battlefield tapped, then shuffle your library, instant speed ramping, and then of course it has 2 and a green, sack it to scry 2.
Yeah, it's an okay card. It's a little bit weak at 3 mana unless you care about Constellation. I think you're going to need to care about Constellation before you'd really want to play this.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
3 mana accelerants are just not as good.
Right, they're just not as good. Ramp and fixing, though, and of course you get to scry 2 to try to find the thing that you're fixing for. There's some upside.
I'm not.
It is a little
really
clunky,
seeing strong support for a 3-color decks in this format, or even 2 and a splash.
Mm-hmm. It does not seem to be a thing that they pushed. That's for sure.
No, I mean there's a common artifact. There's 2 common artifacts that get a 3rd color, so I guess that's not bad. But Unknown Shores as the common land is just not good. Like that's a bad card. We'll get to it when we get to it, but I recommend against it most of the time. So that makes the Omen of the Hunt just a little bit worse because you're just not going to be super likely to be splashing.
Right. Yeah. I mean, this looks like a D+ or a C- to me. I don't really know. Just depends on if you're splashing or not. If you need the extra, I think because you can play it. It's not a bad card,
Yeah, I think it's a D+ probably.
Okay, D+ for Omen of the Hunt. Next is Theros Beyond Brawler. This is 4 GG for a 4/4 Centaur Warrior at uncommon. And when it ATBs, it fights up to 1 target creature you don't control.
I mean, 6 mana is a good chunk, but a 4/4 that eats a 3/3 or smaller, or trades for a 4 toughness creature, like that's. Or 4/4, that's just great. So these
end up being very good.
This is a B.
B for Theros Beyond Brawler, very good. Next is Plummet, the classic, 1 and a green, instant at common, destroy target creature with flying. These are almost always sideboard Bs.
Sideboard B as usual.
Yeah.
Relentless Pursuit is 2 and a green. It's a sorcery at common. Reveal the top 4 cards of your library. You may put a creature card and or a land card from among them in your hand, the rest into your graveyard. I like this card. Unsurprisingly, I'm sold on divination.
Yes.
Well, what this card does is it not only draws you, gives you a little bit of selection, right? You look at your top 4. You're going to hit a creature and a land in most green decks most of the time. And then it also is putting 3 cards into your graveyard.
Ooh, they all go in your yard. That's really nice.
That's where the money is, because it's basically an okay deal until you get to that part, and that pushes into a good deal because it helps just fuel your escape cards very nicely. So I think Relentless Pursuit is a C. I'm not saying you should take this card very highly, but it'll be pretty good in the escape decks.
For sure. Yeah. I like C for Relentless Pursuit.
And
that is very good.
Good control card. It just makes it so you hit your land drops, assuming you have enough creatures. You're going to want a decent amount of creatures.
Yeah, and green does seem to have a little of that going on with the 1/4s and stuff like that. So yeah, C, even trending towards C plus for Relentless Pursuit. What about Renata, Called to the Hunt?
She's 2 green for a legendary enchantment creature demigod at uncommon. As with all of the cycle, she's an X3 where X is equal to your devotion. So she's a 2/3 to start out with. And then she says each other creature you control enters the battlefield with an additional +1/+1 counter. Which,
wow,
every creature you play after her, as long as she's still alive, it gets a +1/+1 buff. That's really good.
That's insane. That's like Grumgully, but just for all your stuff. Huh. Yeah, I'm in. Yeah, Renata looks super strong.
And she's an enchantment, so I think it all lines up quite nicely. So,
yeah, I would say at least a B. I would actually trend towards B plus for Renata.
I would give her a B. I think at 4 mana, like she's coming out after you've played a couple creatures, and a 4 mana like 2/3 or 3/3 is a little small. So, but I think she's quite good still. B is still very good.
Okay, well I'm going B plus because that static ability is super strong. What about Return to Nature? Speaking of sideboard,
so
cards.
1 and a green instant. Well, no, this is not a sideboard card. This is a main deck card. It's a
you're right.
Choose 1, destroy target enchantment, destroy target artifact, exile target card from a graveyard. The destroy an enchantment carries the weight, but also the exile target card from a graveyard is very good against escape. They if you trade for an escape creature, you can spend 2 to exile it. You're still down a card, and it is worth noting that you can't escape in response to them casting escape. So if they have a loathsome chimera in their graveyard and you don't want them to bring it back, you just have to fire this off. You can't let them pay the mana, pay the escape cost, because then the spell just immediately goes on the stack. You don't have an opportunity to remove it from the graveyard at that point.
Mm-hmm. So okay, we're adjusting it to main deckable for sure. How good is it in the main deck? Is it a B minus?
No, it's a C. Like I would play this in the main deck, but look for it to look to side it out.
Yeah, when you don't find enough targets. Really nice though, man. Hitting any enchantment, especially with all these enchantment creatures. But boy, this has really kind of come around in this color with the uncommon and the common one that you mentioned. You don't want to get your Nyxborn Colossus hit by a Return to Nature. That just feels like a disaster. 6 mana card or whatever. Okay, what about Setessan Petitioner? What does she want?
So Setessan Petitioner, I scrolled and lost it. There it is. 1 green for a 2/2 human druid at uncommon, and when she enters the battlefield, you gain life equal to your devotion to green.
I love it.
So this is
so you gain 2.
This is Nylea's Disciple from Theros, which was 2 green for a 3/3 with the same text, but much stronger. Mm-hmm. This is going to be a good constructed card, I think.
Yeah.
And for limited, it's actually probably weaker because a 3 mana 2/2 is not quite as good as a 4 mana 3/3. But it is a pretty decent card. So I like the word where this has landed, and I would be looking to play this in basically any control or mid range deck.
Yeah, I think so too. I would give this a C plus for Setessan Petitioner. The life gain's nice, but the 2/2 for 3 really is a drawback. That is a tough sell. You don't want to play cards just for life gain. This one thankfully does affect the board, but it's just not in a major way.
Yeah.
So I would say C plus for Setessan.
I like C plus for Setessan Petitioner.
Setessan Skirmisher, 1 and a green, 2/1 human warrior at common with Constellation. Whenever an enchantment enters the battlefield under your control, it gets +1/+1 until end of turn.
So it's okay, but because it's a 2 mana 2/1, you're going to be okay playing that. But it's not the kind of card I imagine most Constellation decks will want.
No, I don't think so either. They seem like they want to sit around and accrue value, not try to beat down your opponent as quickly as possible. I would give the Skirmisher a D. I wouldn't be surprised to see this in the sideboard quite often for even Constellation decks.
I don't see the green decks caring that much about 2 mana 2/1s. Even the aggressive green decks seem like they're trying to stack up on a 4-power creature and play cards that work towards that. Not as much just rando 2/1s.
Right. So D for Setessan Skirmisher. Setessan Training is 1 and a green, enchantment aura at common. Enchant creature you control. When training enters the battlefield, you draw a card, and the creature gets +1/+0 and trample. This is kind of like, how about we just lower the bar on everything, but make it even money on cards?
So,
and I'm kind of into it, actually.
I guess it's enchant creature you control, so you don't get to cycle it on their creatures, huh? Or maybe it would be too easy with the two different uncommons that care about auras on the opponent's creatures.
Oh, sure.
That might have just been too much. In any case, this is a great card for Constellation. It's actually a sideways escape enabler because it's just a piece of cardboard that goes to the graveyard pretty soon and replaces itself. So this looks like
you
a
just
C.
assume the creature is going to die.
Yeah, it will die at some point. Plus, and Trample is actually a real thing. This card's pretty good.
Yeah, actually, it actually is pretty good.
I actually might have this at C+.
Yeah, I think so too.
Like, this is the kind of card that just makes your deck hum. Imagine if you're like midway through pack 1 and you have the 1/3 that Constellation, draws a land, and you have maybe one other Constellation card. You're gonna take this over most cards.
Yeah, cantripping cheap Constellation enablers seem like they have a home here for sure.
I like Setessan Training at C+.
Okay, C+ for Setessan Training. Next is Skola Grove Dancer, 1 and a green enchantment creature satyr druid at common. It's a 2/2. Whenever a land card is put into your graveyard from anywhere, you gain a life. Okay, so not going to happen too often. 2 and a green, it has activate ability. 2 and a green, put the top card of your library into your graveyard. Oh, man. So let's just time out. We get 1 and a green, 2/2 enchantment creature. So you're probably playing this a decent percentage of the time. And then everything else is gravy on this. But the gravy's not the tastiest of gravy.
It's like the instant gravy but you didn't actually have like the turkey drippings. So you just used like a bouillon cube or whatever and
a packet
and some margarine instead of butter. So it's really not the really good gravy. That doesn't sound like good gravy at all. But whatever, you'll take it, right? You have the ability to enable your escape stuff for 3 mana. It's just 1 card for 3 mana is not an exchange you can afford to make. But if you happen to have the extra mana and you're heavily escaped, go for it. But you're going to play Skola Grave Dancer in your Constellation deck primarily. That's where you really want it. And then the rest, you just get a little bit of bonuses. That said, it's a C. I mean, it still does things, and it is a cheap Constellation enabler. Yeah, I think Skola Grave Dancer is a C, and if you're hard up for cheap enchantment triggers, then this is going to end up bumping up in your pick order, because I think you're going to need it.
Yeah. Next is Voracious Typhon.
Oh, yeah.
Typhon. It's 2 GG for a common 4/4 snake beast. It's a 4/4 for 4, but it has escape. Escape 5 GG and exile 4 other cards from your graveyard, and it comes back with 3 +1/+1 counters.
See, remember how we underrated Sauropod Hybrid, the 2 mana 2/2 that you can pay 6 to adapt +4/+4? They made sure we couldn't underrate this by making it a 4/4 for 4 on the front side. And then you also get a 7 mana 7/7 later in the game.
So is this good?
Yes, it's a 4 mana 4/4.
Yeah, I guess so.
This card's
all that
awesome.
stuff.
I mean,
is it awesome?
Yeah, 4 mana 4/4 triggers your 4 power stuff, and then later in the game, it's a 7 mana 7/7 that you just get for free.
Okay, yeah, I'm into it. Okay, I'm in. You sold me. What grade do you give Voracious Typhon? I'm just not sure how stoked I am on 4 mana 4/4 as being like
Fierce
amazing or whatever.
Fierce Witchstalker was the best green common.
That's true.
And this card, I think, is better than Fierce Witchstalker most of the time.
It had trample, though.
Sure, but
that matters a lot.
A 7 mana 7/7 for 7 mana 7/7 for free, like cantripping.
Yeah.
Like
that's amazing.
That's absurd.
Yeah. That is absurd.
Also, there's a 4 power matters theme in this set. This card's really good.
Yeah.
I think this card's a B. It might be a B-, but it's very good.
No, I like B. Give it a B.
All right.
Stick with it. You're in on the Voracious Typhon, and so am I. B for the multi-headed snake. Next is Warbriar Blessing. This is 1 and a green enchantment aura, a common enchants a creature you control. When it enters the battlefield, enchanted creature fights up to 1 target creature you don't control. And here's a nice one. The creature gets +0/+2, which means that it's much, much more likely to survive a fight. Like it turns what would have been a trade into not a trade on the fight tip. It doesn't leave back much, though, right? It's really just the fight card. The 2 toughness after that is kind of shrug worthy.
And this card's amazing. It's
because of the fight, right? I mean, you just want to be able to.
It's a fight spell
fights.
that gives +2 toughness, and also it's an aura and an enchantment, and it just works with everything that's going on in the set. While being a 2 mana, a sorcery that gives 2 mana +0/+2 in fight would just be a good card.
Yes,
and this is so much better than that. It's a permanent, like.
Yep, it is. It works with this reminds me of the shock, right? Of the red shock that we had earlier, where it's just like the Omen of the Forge, where it just fits into everything. This one does that same. But
I think it's better because I think that this is just more powerful. Yeah,
I agree, because this can kill much, much bigger things. Where do you want to put Warbriar Blessing?
This is also
where would we put? B. Like this is what you would give.
I think this is the best green common. I think you're going to take this over Voracious Typhon, which I think is the second best green common. And I mean, like you do need to make sure you have a mix of brawlers and things and fight spells or whatever. You can't just take 3 Warbriar Blessings in a row, but like it's a very good card. And I think initially it's going to be it's also great on like the 1/1 Death Touch. You just like,
oh yeah, that's dirty.
Yeah. I mean, like looking at the green commons, the Caryatid's likely the third best green common. And then from there, it's probably what your deck is looking for more so than any intrinsically powerful card. These are really good green cards, by the way. Green looks awesome. Green looks really, really good.
Really good. Yeah, those last two were fantastic. So B for Warbriar Blessing. Last green card is Wolf Willow Haven. This is 1 and a green enchantment aura at uncommon. It enchants a land. Whenever the enchanted land is tapped for mana, its controller adds an additional green. And you can pay 4 and a green and sacrifice Wolf Willow Haven to create a 2/2 green wolf creature token. You can only activate that ability during your turn.
This card is also pretty good.
Dang, that's nice.
I mean, this card I think might be good for constructed too. 2 mana. It's a 2 mana accelerant that doesn't die to creature removal, and then later in the game you can just sack it to make a 2/2 when you're done using the extra mana.
Yeah. Did they really need to make it so that you couldn't get your 2/2 on your opponent's turn? Is that just broken or something? Your 6 mana or your 5 mana 2/2?
No, I think it's not as much that they needed to, but I think it's just kind of best practices are not to make on the board tokens at instant speed.
Okay. So that's more of a broad strokes thing rather than this particular. Where do we have Wolf Willow Haven? I mean, you have to want the ramp, but you're getting devotion, you're getting more mana, you're getting a aura or an enchantment onto the battlefield. You're getting it into your graveyard eventually for value after it's kind of overstayed its welcome. There's just a lot to like here. B-. I
think this card's a B+. I think this card's a B-. Later in the game, it doesn't do anything, but neither do almost any mana accelerants. And at least this is a 2/2. And then on turn 2, it's just quite strong. I still think, it's a B-. I think it's slightly worse than the best green commons, but better than most of them. It's an aura, which is nice as usual.
Yeah. Okay, so. B- for our last green card, Wolf Willow Haven. Also, green looks powerful. There was just a lot of really good stuff floating around in green. I'm curious to see how that plays out. We've got some artifacts and a couple of lands, and then we're going to call this thing done. Our first artifact is called Altar of the Pantheon. It's 3 mana for an artifact at common. It says your devotion to each color and each combination of colors is increased by 1. That is bizarre.
You play this, and all your devotion cards are just forever +1. This essentially counts as a single pipped card for every color. It's like it had a Wooburg in its casting cost.
Okay.
And then it also taps to add 1 mana of any color, and then if you control a god, demigod, or legendary enchantment, you gain a life.
So focusing in here, right? You really have to want a 3 mana rock that taps for any color. Like that's if that isn't interesting to you, then you shouldn't be interested in this.
Yeah. I mean, historically, that's below the bar.
Right.
3 mana tap for any color is generally not playable unless it comes with enough extra delicious gravy. So,
right. Does the gravy make up for it here?
Yeah, I mean, in a deck that has like 2 or 3 devotion cards and has cards that cost 5 or more mana in it, I think this is I think this is probably okay, depending on what.
Yeah.
I mean, look, if the devotion is the Catoblepus, the card that you loved that gives -X for devotion to black, that's a very different story than the gain life devotion green card.
Right.
That one I'm just medium on.
Right. Where one of them matters a lot more. Sure. Yeah, I mean, I would say Altar of the Pantheon ends up being a D. You don't always play it. But yeah, look, if you're splashing, if you have expensive stuff, if you have a bunch of devotion, it could actually end up being worth it. But I would want like two of those things to be true at least, right? Like I wouldn't play it simply for the mana ramp in really any scenario. You know, I want to play it for fixing plus devotion or something like that.
Yeah.
So weird card. Our first equipment, Bronze Sword. This is 1 mana for an artifact equipment at common. The equipped creature gets +2/+0. The equip cost, though, which is, of course, where we focus for these, it's 3. Ouch. That's pretty expensive.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of Bronze Sword. I guess this is the hard way of making your creatures have 4 power.
Oh, yeah. Sure. It is hard, though. Man, 3 is a lot. Yeah, I would say Bronze Sword is probably in the D range as well. I'd give it a D+. I think there's a lot of times when you're just not going to bother playing it. But it is playable, right? It is not a terrible card by any stretch. It's just 3 is a lot.
No, I don't think it's playable. I think it's a terrible card.
Really? You think it's that bad?
What kind of games are you envisioning where you can spend 3 mana to put this on a card and then?
Well, yeah, no, that's true. So the things that I like about it are that it is doing the thing that I want to do, which is pump up the power on my creatures primarily. So if I have a bunch of cheap flyers, if I have a bunch of those stupid satyrs that can't block, if I have the 4 power or greater deck that needs to get these things pumped up, I could make a justification for including a Bronze Sword in my deck.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's completely unplayable. It's not. Mm-hmm. But it's not very good. It's just kind of inefficient. Yeah. And even putting it on your 1/1s, you're spending like a lot of mana to do that.
You are. Yeah, I mean, I said in the D range. I wanted to give it like a D.
Yeah, I think Bronze Sword is a D. I just think it's just not a good card. You know?
Okay, yeah. Like many Ds. Entrancing Lyre is next.
I do not want the D.
Jesus. 3 mana for an artifact.
You don't want to play Ds in your deck. That's clearly part of the grading scale.
Oh, man. It's 3 mana. I'm moving on to Entrancing Lyre, which does not have a D.
All right, sing me a song, you people, I guess.
3 mana for an artifact at uncommon. You may choose not to untap Entrancing Lyre during your untap step. Okay. X, and you can pay X and tap it to tap target creature with power X or less. It doesn't untap during its controller's untap step for as long as Entrancing Lyre remains tapped. So let's see. If we want to tap down a 3-drop, we pay 3 for this. Let's see. Is it a power thing? Okay. Let's say it's a 3-powered creature. Then we have to pay 3 mana, and then it gets locked up for as long as this thing stays that way. So mana intensive, but spread out over turns, and it is flexible where you can upgrade it to whatever their other creature is. You know,
I think this card's decent. It's a big initial investment, but it kills something. It essentially does kill it, and it's a kill spell that you get to switch around. Mm-hmm. So being able to be like, all right, I'm going to pay 3 + 3 to kill your 3-power creature, which is a mana inefficient, right? Their 3-power creature probably costs them 3 or 4 mana. Mm-hmm. But then you get to let it sit there and sit there and sit there, and then if they play something bigger, you can then untap this and switch what you killed. So you're trading efficiency for flexibility, which is a classic trade. Mm-hmm. But the fact that this is essentially a removal spell seems like it works pretty well. Also, it's fairly cheap to kill, or to lock down one power creatures. Yep. You can also do something like, you have something locked down, then you untap, lock something else down, and now they have 2 tap blockers on that one turn, which is not bad. Okay, so
that's interesting too. And just for clarification, it's a targeting restriction. So if they pump their creature in response, it will not become tapped if it's greater than the mana that you put in. But if they do it after, it will not have any effect on the Lyre.
Also correct. Okay. But so if you pay 3 and tap it and they have a 3/3 and in response they giant growth it, doesn't work for you. If you tap down a 3/3 and it's tapped and later they giant growth it doesn't do anything.
Right.
That's a good point where if you have 5 mana and you're tapping down a 3/3, just spend the 5 if you're not going to do anything else that turn.
Right.
Like, because it's X or less. So if you have nothing better to do, you might as well overpay just to play around a combat trick.
Yeah. It's a little inefficient, but like you said, this is a trade-off that we make for flexibility, and I feel like I'm willing to make it. I don't know how to grade this card. I've never seen a card like this. My guess is that it's a B-.
Yeah, I think B- is fine. Because imagine in a fast game, this card's not going to be very good. But imagine you have your opponent has one of they play this on like turn 5, maybe lock down a 2-power creature or whatever, and then next turn they untap it. They have 5 or 6 mana. You're like, well, they can spend their turn killing my thing, but then later if I play an even better thing, they then get to lock it down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just feel like if you can buy the time, the Entrancing Liar is going to perform really well. If you're getting ran over, you're going to be bummed out for sure. So we'll go B- on Entrancing Liar and see how it plays out. Mirror Shield is next. It's 2 mana for an artifact equipment. It's uncommon. Equipped creature gets +0/+2 and has hexproof. And whenever a creature with Death Touch blocks or becomes blocked by this creature, destroy that creature. And the equip cost is
really
2.
good flavor.
It is extremely good flavor, and it's so narrow. For our purposes, that whole line of text is really just flavor, and is there a creature that you want to be able to give +0/+2 and hexproof? And interestingly, if you really, really want to ramp up the risk, you can use this to protect your creatures that have auras.
Yeah.
It opens you up to instant speed blowouts that like we've never seen before.
Well,
but it is hexproof, so you can do it ahead of time and see if they kill your creature.
So imagine the turn 3 play the just stupid 3/3 for 3. Turn 4 you're like Mirror Shield equipped. Now I have a 3/5 hexproof. Next turn, now it's time to go to town, and you just you slam some auras. Yeah, I mean I'm always wary of putting too many cards to try to make one good thing work, but I gotta say that sequence sounds good to me. It's hard to attack into a hexproofed +0/+2 creature in most scenarios anyway. And then if you can slam one of those game-ending auras on it, especially the green one, or the blue-white one or something like that, I mean, they're not going to be able to deal with it. You're just going to win the game. Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of card when it's bad, it doesn't do anything, but when it's good, it just puts your opponent in an unwinnable position. Yeah, this is a card that I would normally dismiss as not what I want to be doing, but given the context of the set, I'm actually going to give a little bit of a nod to Mirror Shield as trying to, build a battle cruiser, trying to put together just a huge untouchable creature. Can I take a second to point out how elegant the design is? And also how powerful stories are, right? Stories drive humans. And you see Mirror Shield here, that text of whenever a creature with Death Touch, blocks or becomes blocked, destroy that creature. Doesn't matter a whole lot. I bet that comes up less than 5% of games. Sometimes they'll have a 1/1 Death Touch snake and you'll be able to get by it. But because everyone gets what the joke is, I mean, it's literally on the card. There's a Medusa looking at the Mirror Shield, and it's part of Greek mythology. Mm-hmm. It completely plays. Imagine if this was just on a spear. It would just make no sense. Right? And compare this to that Sphinx that you can pay 4 mana to scry one. That's an ability that makes the card actually look a little worse because it's such an expensive ability, and even though it's strict upside. This, it doesn't because the story is so good. Storytelling is so important. I love the design like this, or love designs like this. I think the fact that those words don't come up doesn't really matter because reading the card gives you this little thrill. You're like, I get the story, and it's a good one. So, great design, and I think that really does help. As a card, what grade did you want to give this? I want to give it a C or a build around C+ or something like that. I don't want to just run it. Yeah, I don't think you should just put this in your deck. But But I think it's going to be really good if you've got a lot of auras or some really important creatures to protect, and it's a good sideboard card. Mm-hmm. If you play against someone who has 5, 8 to 8 removal spells in their deck, or a control deck with a bunch of card draw and removal, you play this and they're gonna be in trouble because if they ever tap out and you land this, they might be in a real tough spot. Right.
And there's certain creatures that are extremely difficult to attack into. So, yeah, build around C+ for Mirror Shield. Don't overlook it, but don't get too excited about it. Next is Soul Guide Lantern. It's 1 mana for an artifact at uncommon. When Soul Guide Lantern enters the battlefield, exile target card from a graveyard. We've talked about how that's relevant here. You can tap it and sacrifice it to exile each opponent's graveyard. Ooh, okay. And then you can pay 1 mana, tap it, and sacrifice it to draw a card. Wow. This is a neat little sideboard card. I don't know if I'd ever bring it in limited, though.
Oh, you're definitely going to bring this card in.
Oh, of course I would. What am I talking about? I could just pay 2 mana to draw a card. It has almost no downside. Yeah.
Yeah. This card you could even play if you're really short on cards, but in general, you're going to side this in against someone who's got a couple escape cards. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if a weekend we're like, the average deck has 2 to 3 escape cards. Yeah, just play this card. It's low opportunity cost. A 2 mana cycler is just not a hard thing to stomach putting in your deck.
Yeah, and it's 1 mana and then another mana, so you can even play it on turn 1 where often you don't have anything to do.
Yeah. Also,
cool. Yeah.
Also, this card is really good for constructed.
Really good. Like we have now replaced
I think it's
Relic, right?
I think it is substantially better than Relic of Progenitus, which, I mean, look, I'm not saying this is going to, blow the roof off, but the fact that you can pay 1 and then and it costs no mana to exile their whole graveyard is a pretty big upgrade. I guess.
And it's their graveyard, not all graveyards, which is
right. This is a Nile Spellbomb that doesn't cost black mana to use.
Yes.
So actually, no. I'm kind of taking this back. Never mind. Rewind. You can't sack it to exile their graveyard and get a card out of it, which is what Nile Spellbomb does. So.
Sure.
Our brief foray into constructed resources has been squashed.
Yeah. You do get spotted the one activation of Relic up front. Anyway, but yeah, this is like a D or something. But I mean, if you need a slot, you can put it in. Sure, and against those escape decks, it's decent. Thaumaturge's Familiar, whatever that is, 3 mana for a 1/3 artifact creature bird at common. It's a flyer, and when it enters the battlefield, you scry 1.
Yeah.
Why does this exist, I wonder?
I don't know. It's a fine card. It's a colorless card that kind of smooths out your draws a little. If you've got some good auras, like if you're playing blue-white and have the Curiosity aura, like, I'm getting this one in. So.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Okay. But this is like a D to me. I mean, it's an artifact. It's not an enchantment. It doesn't synergize with anything. It's just sort of there. So I'd give it a D. What do you give Thaumaturge's Familiar?
Yeah, it's a D plus.
Okay.
It's not a disaster if you play it. It's not a disaster.
No. Thundering Chariot is a vehicle, actually. It's 4 mana for a 3/3 uncommon vehicle with First Strike, Trample, and Haste. And the crew cost 1. Yeah.
That's some good numbers. I mean, what grade would you give 4 mana 3/3 First Strike, Trample, Haste? I feel like you would give that probably like a B-.
Yeah, B-. Yep.
And crew 1 drops it a decent amount, probably drops it to a C+, because this makes it a lot harder to attack and block with this than it needs to be. So, C+ for Thundering Chariot.
Yeah. Also, we should note that, if you told me that there was a creature that had First Strike, Trample, and Haste in the set with all of these auras, I'd be pretty excited about that. But Thundering Chariot kind of shrugs off auras. So anyway, next is Traveler's Amulet. Now there's some fixing. 1 mana artifact common. You can pay a mana and sacrifice it to search your library for a basic land card, reveal it, put it in your hand, and then shuffle your library.
Yeah, I don't like Traveler's Amulet very much. It's playable. Mm-hmm. Because one of the downsides is it doesn't put the land into play, obviously, otherwise it'd be costed very differently. So you're spending 2 mana to go get a basic land, which is just not a very good rate. No. The upside is it's colorless, and that if you're playing 3 colors, you actually do want that effect. So basically don't play this card unless you're playing 3 colors, or if you have really stringent mana requirements in your deck, like, triple blue and triple black or something along those lines.
Right. Yeah. People tend to just run these in lieu of like their 17th land. And I never really agree with that. Here you're getting a little bit of a bonus because it feels escape, but I still feels like you want what you said, the other stuff
I do think you can play this instead of a land if you want Traveler's Amulet in your deck.
Yes.
Because you're not going to keep 1 land hands very often, and 1 land plus Amulet is still fine. You play turn on Amulet, turn 2 you crack it. So
yep, that's right.
It works all right.
But like you said, you want it when you have really tough mana requirements or if you're splashing. That's when you want it.
Yeah.
Next and last artifact is Wings of Hubris. This is 2 mana for an artifact equipment at common. Equipped creature has flying, and the equip cost is 1, so you can get your creature up in the air pretty easy. And it says, sacrifice Wings of Hubris. Equipped creature can't be blocked this turn. Sacrifice it at the beginning of the next end step.
They've been just knocking it out with flavor.
Dude, seriously.
This is clearly, flying too close to the sun, where you can sack the wings to make it unblockable, super flying, but then the creature dies because it no longer has the wings. It plummets to the ground. So I think that this works out very, very nicely, and I really like the flavor on Wings of Hubris.
Yeah, it's Icarus, right? That was
Icarus,
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now, as a card, how is it? Because sometimes it can be really good to give your creatures flying, but oftentimes it's not worth an entire card to do so.
I'm going to guess it's not worth the card most of the time.
Yeah, that's kind of what I think too.
Also, we're in a set that has a lot of auras and pump spells that you want for various reasons, and that just makes this fit so much less well.
Yeah. Yeah, I tend to look down on these type of cards too. Although you will note when you play the format that there will be times when somebody plays the Wings of Hubris and you're like, crap, that's really good against me. Like I've got really good ground defenses and they're just sending in their creatures over and over and I can't kill all their creatures, right? It's the times when you mulligan a few times or when they do have enough removal where Wings of Hubris starts to fall off. I would give it a D. It's a card that I think you can put in your deck, but you won't always. A couple of lands here. Field of Ruin is back. That's the uncommon land that taps for colorless. You can pay 2 mana, tap it, and sacrifice it to destroy a non-basic land an opponent controls. Each player searches their library for a basic land card, puts it onto the battlefield, and then shuffles their library. This card's been pretty universally unplayable and limited just because it's so rare that you actually see a non-basic land on the other side of the battlefield. So I guess we would give it a sideboard C or something, like if there was a problematic land and you had Field of Ruin, you could bring it in, but the cost is just too high. If you don't find a target, you're playing a colorless land. That's just too much.
Yeah. So. Basically, I would never play this card unless my opponent had the next card on the list. Oh, that's a rare. We're not even talking about it today. Yeah. Well, if they had Labyrinth of Scophos, which is the land that we talked about that taps for a colorless, or you can pay 4 and tap it to remove an attacking or blocking creature from combat. From combat,
yeah.
Then I would put in Field of Ruin because the cost isn't that high, and killing their very powerful land is very good.
Exactly. So. One more card to talk about. You mentioned it earlier. It's called Unknown Shores. It's a reprint. It's a land at common. You'll see it all over the place. It taps for colorless, or you can pay 1 mana and tap it to add 1 mana of any color. And this is a classic trap card. This is a type of card that if you're a newer player, you might look at and go, sure, I need some fixing, and it doesn't even really cost me anything. And just throw a couple of these in your deck, and you'll learn a year or two later that cost was actually much, much higher than you thought. The inability for it to tap for colored mana on its own means that it becomes a huge liability as it adds an additional mana onto the casting cost of the thing that you're using the colored mana for. And that is a big, big cost. In fact, it's almost always better to just put a basic land of the type that you want to splash in so that you don't have to pay the extra when you do hit it. And other times you do have to wait, but the extra turn adds so much anyway that it ends up evening out. And Unknown Shores, of course, when you tap it for mana of your own colors, it's really annoying there too because of the additional mana that it costs. It's bad. Like Unknown Shores is not a good Magic card, and you should avoid running it when possible.
Yeah, I really do not like the card. I think it in general is unplayable and is not like most of the time. You'd rather just pick a basic of one of the colors you want to play. Mm-hmm. And we're talking about a 3-color deck because a 2-color deck should just never play this. There's no chance. A 3-color deck, most of the time, if you're like red, green, splash, 1 good black card, just play a swamp instead of Unknown Shores. You know, it just doesn't. It doesn't help splash because adding a mana is generally just going to make your cards way too inefficient. So
yeah. So treat it as an F. There are a few scenarios where you can put it in your deck, but it's rare. And it usually involves splashing something very expensive in the late game that you don't mind, or not very expensive, something for the late game that you don't mind paying an extra mana for, basically. But again, it still comes at a significant cost. So don't just throw these things in your deck willy-nilly. You will be unhappy in the long run. That's going to do it for the set review here. Boy, the thing that really stands out to me, Luis, is how much they overlapped the synergies here. So many cards go into so many different archetypes, and that is exciting to me. That is something that you don't see that often, and we have it on like half the cards in the set, it feels like. So that makes me excited to see how they all kind of interact together.
Yeah, I think that this set is looking pretty good, and I'm excited to play it. I think that I like the synergies levels we're seeing right now, and I like how much these cards go in some nice different directions in terms of fulfilling multiple goals at the same time.
That's right. Okay, let's call it a show here. If you want to order cards from this set, Theros Beyond Death, you can go to channelfireball.com and pre-order them now, depending on when you're listening to this, but they're up for pre-order now, so you can get a box. So the first day that CFB or any retailer is allowed to ship it to you, they will. They'll have it in the mail, and then you'll get it ASAP. And that way you can have a draft on the weekend, or if you have singles that you need for one of your decks, you can grab those as well. And, get the sweet new tech here from Theros Beyond Death. If you want to find us on social media, I'm Marshall_LR and Luis is LSV. We're always around. Let us know how your pre-release went and any opinions or cards we were wrong on or right on or whatever. We love hearing your stuff on social. If you want to find anything related to limited resources, it's going to be at lrcast.com. All the links are on the front. And then there's a list, of every single episode we've ever recorded, is there. You can download it, stream it, whatever, from there. And then, of course, I got to mention the Patreon one more time as well. Thank you so much to everybody who supports us on Patreon. If you find these episodes useful, if you think that they're helpful to you, that's a place you can go to give back. Patreon.com/limited resources. That's going to do it for this one. Have fun at your pre-release, and we'll see you next week.
All right. I've got a task for you.
Okay. I'll do it.
So we're a little limited in that the medium here is audio, but if you were to go into a room and you had 60 seconds to eat as much watermelon as possible, there's a whole watermelon on the table, what would you do?
I would break it in half and start scooping it out with my hands.
All right. That's one way to approach it.
I don't know. It's only a minute.
What if you go in and there's one raw egg, and the goal is to eat it as fast as possible? Other people are going to be doing the challenge as well. Mm-hmm. You're in a house. You have cooking implements. You can do whatever you deem correct.
And you need to eat it as fast as possible.
And you're competing with other people.
I mean, I would just crack it open and drink the thing.
See, I think you would be a good fit for this show that we've really been loving here. It's called Taskmaster.
Okay, what is it?
It's this British show. It's so good. I can't recommend it highly enough. Justin Cohen, who he lives here in Denver. If you follow Pro Magic, he used to play Pro Magic. He's very good. He recommended it to us, and we've all loved the show. It's a British show where they have like 5 comedians, and the Taskmaster assigns them these like really random tasks, and it's awesome seeing the creativity they bring to the table. So one of the examples is, you have 60 seconds to eat as much watermelon as you can. So the first comedian, she goes in and she's like, wow, it's a whole watermelon. She goes back out, gets a knife, cuts it in half, starts cutting pieces off and eating it. She did not do very well. The second guy sees it, grabs it, throws it on the floor with all his might, and just gets on his hands and knees and just starts scooping it in. And part of what's so fun about the show is they film these tasks, but then the show, all the comedians are like sitting in chairs on stage and they're playing the videos of these. And the Taskmaster was like, Alex, or whatever the guy's name is, why did you throw it on the floor instead of the table? He's like, to be honest, I thought watermelons were harder to open than they are. I regret throwing it on the floor.
That's great.
And then another guy cracked it on the table like you did. I think that's actually the dominant strategy, is hitting it on the table and then just going animal. For the egg one, the first guy actually took the egg out, scrambled it, and ate it. And then the next guy just went animal, just cracked it, just slurped it like that. And then the third one, she was like, because it was there's one comedian, then there's four guys, and she was like, I bet one of those gross boys already drank the egg at this point. I'm just not going to do it. Like, I'm not going to win, and I don't want to eat a raw egg.
Yeah, so she wins.
Yeah. So other tasks are there was one they start at the bottom of a hill, and there's a yoga mat on top of the hill, and it's get these 3 balls, these big rubber balls on top of the yoga mat. Mm-hmm. So the first guy just tries to herd them up, but it's like windy, and these are just those big rubber yoga balls, that like
the ones you sit on.
Over.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so he's like trying to get it up the hill. They're falling down. He has to go chase them. The second one, she's really smart. She just asks 2 people walking by, "Hey, can you help carry these to the top of the hill?" They do.
Oh, that's smart.
And then one guy runs to the top of the hill, grabs the mat, runs down, and just puts the balls on the mat, which, the taskmaster gets to decide if you cheated or not. It's a kind of like arbitrary, or not arbitrary, but he's the arbiter rather. Mm-hmm, so a lot of times people who win do these really creative things. Though sometimes people actually get, like he's like, nope, that wasn't legal. You get last or whatever. Mm-hmm. But,
did that one fly? Because that sounds really creative. I don't think I would have thought of that.
Yeah, no, that one flew. And I don't remember who won that particular task, but the show is incredibly good. So okay. I wanted to describe the show, give you a little, preparation. Next week I'll have some actual tasks for you. So,
okay. All right.
So
I'll be ready.
You'll be ready. But yeah, the show is really good. You should just Google Taskmaster. You can usually find it somewhere. Like it's not on like a major streaming service, I don't think, because it's like a BBC show, but can't recommend it highly enough. There's a lot of really interesting creative tasks, and the comedians are really funny doing them. It's a really cool show. So I recommend it.
All right. I'm going to check it out.
Yeah, it's really good.